as they say in France. Then, as Blondel related, just as I was about to give up men, I discovered Jesuits. It was like finding Christ at last, a bolt of desire to find herself at last beyond desire. Yet, not like renouncing anything. No, I loved the streets, love 'em ever. The excitement, the tail a minute scurrying, even the bullies, and despite the pox, girls stricken overnight. Beauty gone. Sure, life's a gamble, just a day and night pass bank, isn't it? Why not look your best whilst the dice yet tumbles, how I see it, don't you? She attends to her hair. Well, would you like me to fetch a mirror's what I mean? Oh. For the first time since she was taken, her voice stirs. She tries to smile, but finds herself short of breath. What must I look like? Whispering. Not quite ready for the ridotto, are you? Says Sister Grancheuse with some solemnity. These are from berry vines? The quiet and dewy Sister Crozier examining the scratches upon her body closely. She nods. No marks from the Indians, if that's what you mean. They were uncommonly gentle with me. Although... Sister Grancheuse's eyes sparkle like jasper. Must we guess, then? I stared often at the many ways they had inscribed their own skins, some of the pictures being most beautiful, others arousing in me strange flashes of fear mixed with... It perplexes me to say... Ow! Speak up! With feelings of desire. She sets her chin provocatively and gazes at them. Oh dear, just from a couple of tattoos? Well, well, girls, whatever are we to do? 'Twill be the silliest for you, I'm afraid, my dear, and there's the first lesson already. Never discuss desire. Get that one sorted out. You'll be a good Catholic in no time. But you bade me... Shh! Here it is. Here is what disobedient novices must wear. The Las Viuthas Sillis is a device suggested by Jesuit practice, worn secretly, impossible once secured to remove, producing what some call discomfort, enough to keep thoughts from straying far from God. If God were younger, more presentable, murmurs Crozier, we'd be thinking about him all the time and we shouldn't need this. Her gaze inclining to the hothouse rose, deep red and nearly black, whose supple long stem is expertly twisted into a breechclout to pass between the labia as well as round the waist, with the blossom, preferably one just about to open, resting behind in that charming cusp of moistness and heat where odours of the body and the rose may mingle with a few drops of blood from the tiny green thorns, and flashes of pain whose true painfulness must be left for the penitent to assess. Of course, this is all for the purpose of keeping her attention unwaveringly upon Christ. Considering what Christ had to go through, Jesuits are all too happy to point out, it isn't really much to complain about. Sister Grancheuse stands behind her, gripping her by the arms. It could have been worse, whispers little Sister Crozier. Not all Indians are so honourable. She kneels at the captive's feet, holding the device, her fingertips already pricked and reddened and cannot keep from directing wide-eyed glances upward. All right, dear, nods Sister Blondel. Step right in, and mind those long limbs. She should be objecting loudly if she must, but when has she ever done so before? And to offences it now seems to her far more grave than this. Instead, her bare feet go creeping one after the other like docile birds toward the waiting trap of the Sillis, and then each, lifting, fluttering, passes into the realm of thorns. Later they give her soothing gums to rub into the tiny wounds. The odour rises as the rubbing goes on, A single church-like odour of incense, ungrounded by candle wax or human occupancy, meant for heaven. A fume rising in transmutation. She is shorn of all hair from head to crux. You must begin, they advise her, absolutely naked. If you're good, if you learn what you are taught, you may some day be allowed a wig. A child's wig, of course, perhaps a boy's. You look enough like one now. Farm work, madame? Ah, don't be insolent. Having already seen other sisters going about in elaborate wigs that she imagines must be quite in the current Parisian mode, she is soon wondering how she might look in one of these powdered confections. One night, she sneaks into the room where, ranked upon shelf after shelf, all the wigs are kept, each upon its elegant wig stand made of a strangely shaded ivory. Mischievously, she idles away one cat hour and then another, prowling, peering, crouching, hardly daring to touch the white bevorticed objects each more desired than the last. When she does at length reach forward, take one to her breast, slip it onto her own shaven pate, and only then think of finding a mirror, and then some light to see by, she is flanked in the instant by strong presences, whose faces she slowly recognizes in the dark of those of Blondel and Crozier. Took her time about it, I must say. Sooner or later they all do it. Mistress Piety is as vain as any Portsmouth whore. Yet prettier than most, whispers Crozier. She blushes as they remove the wig in the near dark, and she supposes with a private frown she'll never see it again. Her eyes follow it back to its wig stand, which, she notices for the first time with a chill, is directing at her a socketed stare. She recognizes it belatedly as a human skull. Resolved never again to be called a fainting novice, she looks about. Yes, every gay elaboration in the room rests upon a staring skull. She lets out her breath in a great sigh, and refrains from fainting. The model, the Wolf of Jesus addressing a room full of students, is imprisonment. Walls are to be the future. Unlike those of the Antichrist Chinese, these will follow right lines. The world grows restless. Faith is no longer willingly bestowed upon authority, either religious or secular. What pity! If we may not have love, we will accept consent. If we may not obtain consent, we will build walls. As a wall projected upon the earth's surface becomes a right line, so shall we find that we may shape, with arrangements of such lines, all we may need, be it in a crofter's hut or a great mother city. Rules of precedence, routes of approach, lines of sight, flows of power. Hold, objects an auditor. Is this not to embrace the very ortholatry of the Roman Empire? That depraved worship of right lines intersecting at right angles, which at last reduced to the brute simplicity of the cross upon Calvary. Padre, which Rome is it again that Jesuits are sworn to? A grim smile. What injury that we are not in Spain. He is no longer surprised at impiety or disrespect, having found them only too prevalent upon this side of the ocean. Yet there remains little choice. Too much of Europe is unsafe now for any Jesuit. America is perplexing. Though all the world's expelled and homeless be welcome here, no true soldier of Christ could ever find easy refuge among these people, for whom heresies flow like blood in the bloodstream, keeping them at the work of their day as blood might keep others warm. Yet heresy loses its force in these provinces this far west, with sects nearly as numerous as settlers. To pursue through the American quotidian every act of impiety he might find would be to fight upon more flanks than any could reckon. Where would time remain for la obra? Perhaps there is no disjunction, he has nonetheless continued, and men, after all, want Rome, want her, desire her as both empire and church. Perhaps they seek a way back to the single realm as it was before Protestants and Protestant dissent and the mindless breeding of sect upon sect. A portrayal in the earthly daylight of the soul's nostalgia for that undifferentiated condition before light and dark, earth and sky, man and woman. A return to that holy silence which the Word broke, and the multiplexity of matter has ever since kept hidden before all but a few resolute explorers. Hold, hold! Is it a Chinese motif we begin to hear? An entire roomful of students transferred here from the University of Hell. If Chinese feng shui be forbidden, how may we study such metaphysics as this without risk of reprimand? The risk is not so much to your backside as to your soul. Can any tell me, why must we fight their abhorrent magic? A ripple of giggling. Pues entonces, I was a student once, too. I remember passing around the same withered packets of paper you have been reading in secret, now unfolded and refolded 100 times. Secrets of the Chinese wizards? Aha! Even to the name. Some of you are learning how to paint the symbols, perhaps even beginning to experiment with combining them in certain ways. I know, fellows, I know everything that passes here. Another of the 1,000 or so wonderful things about this sacrament of penance is its utility in group situations like yours. Someone always confesses, or, in plain Spanish, siempre alguien derrama las judías. What's he saying? Something about scattering the Jewesses. Now 'tis Kabbalism, in a moment he'll be rattling an ancient Hebrew, and perhaps we ought to have a plan. For subduing him, you mean? Actually, I meant a plan for getting out of the room. Why prevent the Chinese from practicing the feng shui? Because it works, the Wolf of Jesus is explaining. How then, if it works, should we not be studying it? It carries the mark of the adversary. It is too easy, not earned. Too little of the load is borne by the practitioner, too much by some force invisible, and the unknown price it must exact. What do you imagine those to be that must ever remain so unreferred and unreferable to Jesus Christ? And as his soldiers, how can we ever permit that? 'Twas an earlier, simpler time, children, when many grew quite exercised indeed over questions of doctrine. There is deep, throat-snarling hatred, for example, as the Wolf of Jesus instructs them. The Christless must understand that their lives are to be spent in servitude, if not to us, then to Christians even less godly. The kings, the enterprisers, the adventurers chartered and piratical. What of those that we may convert? The priest makes a dismissive gesture, his knuckles flashing pale in the candlelight. Conversion is no guarantee of a Christly life. Jews are converted. Savages, English wives, Chinese, what matter? Once converted, all then revert. Each one at the end of the day is found somewhere often out in the open, among ancient stones, repeating without true faith the same vile rituals, And where is he? Where are his forgiveness, his miracles? He is upon his knees in apparent consultation. The students, after a while, begin to whisper together, and soon the place is chattier than a coffee-house. The Spanish visitor continues apart. Chapter 54. There came an evening during my novitiate when, after being fed but lightly, I was taken to a chamber and there laced into an expensive corset, black as midnight, imported, I was told, from Paris, from the very workshop of the corsetier to the Queen. They painted my face into a wanton sister of itself, showing me in a hand mirror 'twas a woman I'd never seen before, whom upon the instant, sinfully, I desired. I allowed the marquilleurs to hear my surprised little gasp as they brought out undergarments for me that might, Blondel assured me, make a French whore think twice. The Chinaman likes these, they informed me, as firmly I was hooked and knotted into this uniform of most shamefully carnal intent, which framed but did not veil my intimate openings. I went this way and that upon the balls of my feet, lace trimmings aflutter in tiny steps of perplexity. Chinaman? What Chinaman? One of the principal duties of a widow of Christ is to charm the Chinese. Soon you'll begin your studies in their language. Eventually, you'll go there for a year or two. China? Hold still. Oui, everyone here has served upon that station. You'll love it, cried Blondel. The food they eat there is delicious beyond belief. Shrimps with hot chilies and peanuts, sliced chicken and garlic and black bean sauce, cold sesame noodles, sweet biscuits with messages folded inside upon paper you can eat. Ah! Making myself hungry just thinking about it. The wicked French nuns all took a coordinated dance step together, turned and shook their fingers. Basest form of desire, Blondel. Even to speak of it suggests a failure of self-restraint, I am all but obliged to report. Oh, get on. Why, ye never been starved for something that tastes like something instead of this gruel we're ever fed? None the less, sister. I took the moment to examine my new adorned limbs, running fingertips where I could not see, trying to be my own looking-glass. It earned me a slap and some time upon my knees. Charming the Chinaman was serious business round here. Time to bind those feet, child. It took a long time. I had never imagined my feet as having quite so many distinct parts, each able to feel in its own set of ways. Chinese men, in my reveries upon the subject, grew more interesting as the binding proceeded. If this was what they liked. Bray has discovered the sinister volume in Thelma's room, lying open to a copperplate engraving of two pretty nuns, sporting in ways she finds inexplicably intriguing. Oh, hello, Bray. Well, what's that you're reading? Having a look. Something of Cousin Depew's, I guess. She gazes at him for what seems to him a long time. You left it for someone to find, she whispers at last. Perhaps I'd only imagine my rooms safe from the eyes, however big and innocent, of curious cousins. You're full of surprises, Thelma, though I remain unclear as to why a young university gentleman should find affection between women at all a topic of interest. Why, sure, there may be renderings more pleasant to look upon. The western country at sunset, probably. Scenes of religious life, hunting dogs, a table full of food. Yet, if one of you, beheld intimately, be all but unbearably fair, you see. imagine the sentimental delight into which a man might be thrown at the sight of two of you. More than twice as much, I guess, wouldn't you? Oh, something exponential, I've no doubt, her cousin replies. Besides that, 'tis the next in the Ghastly Fop series. I'm obliged in honour to read them all in line, ain't I? Then you must first bring me up to date, mustn't you? Thelma blurts a synopsis. The Ghastly Fop. He's seen at ridottos and hurricanes, close to gaming tables as to expensive nymphs. But he speaks to no one. No one approaches him. Not, I thank you much, too ghastly, is the post-ventilatory murmur among the belles attending. He is reported to be the wraith of a quite dreadfully ruined young man come to London from the country, who can return neither there nor to the world of death until sizable debts in this one be settled, and to reside, though not necessarily to live, in Hampstead. The ghastly F, true to his legend, is engaged in the long frustrating, too often unproductive exercise of tracking down everyone with whom he yet has unresolved financial dealings. To some he seems quite conventionally alive, whilst others swear he is a ghost. That no one is certain contributes to his peculiar charm, though admirers must ever sigh, for but one motrix commands his attention and fidelity: the account book. Some of those named therein have cheated him of money he must collect, others are creditors whom he must repay, and so forth. On and on he goes, one to another, using these imbalances as a general excuse to pry into the finances of others, fop-linked or not. Some days he'll find a 2-for-1. The series runs to at least a dozen volumes by now, though no one is sure exactly how many. Forgeries have also found their way into the market. Ghastly Fop sightings are increasingly reported, not only from Ranelagh or Covent Garden, but all over the kingdom. Thornton-le-Beans, Slad, name your town, the ghastly F has either just been through or is scheduled to arrive at any moment. In his largely paper vengeance, he not only traverses England, but the world of commerce as well, writing injustices in Grub Street, prematurely exploding bubble schemes, making wild raids upon the exchange, gambling stacks of what proved to be only ghost guineas, losing all, straightening his wig, and vanishing before the admittedly sleep-denied eyes of the company. Somewhere, as some would say ineluctably in this wealth-spangled web, is a fateful strand leading to the Society of Jesus. Of course, being a financial entity, Jesuits have the same difficulties with stock jobbing, land holdings, officials who may not stay bribed for quite long enough. That is, they seem submissive as any of us before the commands of time, though their wonderful telegraph gives them in that article an edge over the rest of Christendom, who have still advanced no further in the arts of the distant message than training courier pigeons, or small hawks to seize those of others out of the sky, and bring the prey back to their handlers before being allowed their own enjoyment. How far in the book did you get? Up to where she meets the Chinese boy, and they plan their escape. Awkward time to break off. I heard you out in the hall. They stand quite close in the small upper room, relations stashed orthogonally all about, invisible, though now and then sensed otherwise behind wallpaper, plaster, laths, and scantlings. Gazes attached, unable, it dawns upon each not to regard the other with just this steady amusement. Say, the next chapter's a pippin, Ethelmer whispers. May I read it to you? Promise I'll keep my voice down. Thoughtful as ever, Thal. Bray looking about now for some item of furniture to sit upon other than the bed, and finding none. We might sit upon the magical carpet in the corner as we did when children, he suggests. We might. Adverting to the bed rather with a sure domestic touch, she sweeps pillows and bolsters into a longitudinal berm more symbolic than practical, and lies down upon one side of it. "Let us have another candle first," says she, "that we not ruin our eyes in this light, nor fail to see in vivid detail what otherwise we'd merely have to imagine." "Lament your own imagination, coz, but do not underrate mine by quite so much." "Say, nor's mine that feeble bray." "Shh! Read away, and if I fall asleep, pray do nothing rude." "Fear not, all will be done with refinement." "Thell." And so off they minuet, to become deterred from the Reverend's narrative turnpike onto the pleasant track of their own mutual fascination by way of the captive's tale. One night I dreamed that I have come to a bridge across a broad river, with small settlements at either approach, and in its centre, at the highest point of its arch, a curious structure, some nights invisible in the river mists, lanthorns burning late, a toll house. Not everyone is allowed through, nor is paying the toll any guarantee of passage. The gatekeepers are members of a sect, who believe that by choosing correctly which shall dwell one side of this river and which the other, the future happiness of the land may be assured. Those rejected often return to one of the inns clustered at either end of the bridge, take a bed for the night, and try again in the morning. Some stay more than one night. When the bills become too burdensome, the pilgrims who wish strongly enough to cross may seek employment right there, at the ale-draper's or the laundry, or among the doxology, and keep waiting, their original purpose in wishing to cross often forgotten, along with other information that once seemed important, such as faces and their names, whose owners come now to my rooms to visit, and to instruct me in my responsibilities back wherever it is I came from. They say they have known me all my life, and seek to bring me away, home, to where I may at least be seen to by blood. Perhaps there is a young man professing with the skill of an amateur actor to be my husband. Eliza, do thou not recognize me? The little ones? And so forth. Someone I cannot abide. Stubbornly I look for some explanation of this order to live upon a side of the river I'd rather be across from than on. You're bold, I'll give ye that. I don't belong on this side. What do you know of these things? Go back to your husband. He is not my husband. Had you crossed this stream, you would have lived a life of signal unhappiness. Go, and survive for long enough to understand the gift we have made you. One night, the Wolf of Jesus understands, in one of those thoughtlessly fatal instants, that Zhang has been fluent in Spanish all the while. Zhang watches him remember one by one the many utterances he has felt free to make in the Chinaman's hearing. The traditional next step is simply to have Zhang dropped off the roof during one of the night drills. The usual tragedy. But then the Spaniard may see an opportunity to remove certain memories and substitute others, thus controlling the very stuff of history. To any mind at all inquisitorial, an appealing turn of fate, yet the Spaniard is disappointed, soon bitterly so, at Zhang's willingness cheerfully to forget all he may have heard, to recite whatever catechism of the past the Spaniard prefers. The Wolf of Jesus, perhaps never aware that lies and truth will converge, albeit far from this place, takes particular pleasure in accusing Zhang of holding something back, a game which mathematically he cannot lose. There was another such remark. You remember it well? Damn if the baton won't part it from ye along with some skin. Such mention of torture increasing day by day, as if his alternatives had narrowed to it. 'Tis then Zhang begins to plan his departure. Observing him, learning infallibly where he may be at any given hour, she understands when he will leave, and in the instant decides to go with him, dropping her errands as her habit, stealing from the Indian quarters a boy's breechclout, robe and leggings, finding an unused confessional booth, sliding her unbound feet into soft moccasins, dressing in deerskin, hoping to be taken for a boy, she joins Zhang, who, with no choice but to take her, pretends no interest in her bared limbs and sleek muscles ever in motion, as the fugitives cautiously seek exit from the city, in a departure as bound to the terrain as her dreamed one had been skyborne. In their instruction of the novices, the Jesuits spoke of early European arrivals upon the continent. Winters long and mortal and soon enough productive of visitants from beneath the ice have ever been among the terms of settlement here. This northern desert was too cruel to winter in at all separately. The only way through till spring was to gather as many people as possible into a hall. The disadvantage to this method, according to P. de la Tube, being that in crowded quarters, one crazy Swede could lead to a deterioration in living conditions up to, and not excluding, a house full of corpses, comes the springtide. What moral instruction does the American winter bring them, hiding upon the stark hillside, the river remote as heaven below? Jesuits on horseback, in black riding habits with divided skirts, patrol the streets. From some avian drama above, long black feathers blow one by one down toward where the bateaux once landed to take the city. The wind keeps remorselessly northern, and she wraps herself as she may into the robe. She understands at some turn in this that she has not yet prayed, nor should she pray, not now. That is over. This is a journey onward, into a country unknown, an act of earth irrevocable as taking flight. All the way down the river, keeping to the south shore, into Six Nations territory, not so much fleeing Jesuit pursuit as racing their own desire. One day, when they have gained the Mohawk, the ice upon the river begins its catastrophic rip and boom, blocks of it piling up into pinnacles and edifices, and spring has caught up with them. Guided by Captain Zhang's miraculous luopan, they proceed inland and south to Fort Stanwix, and then on to Johnson Castle above the Mohawk, arriving at the end of their strength, moving down a colonnade of Lombardy poplars slow as a dream, observing about them Indian men smoking together in the clement afternoon, or shaking peach pits in a bowl and betting upon the results, whilst children run about with sticks and balls, and women sit together with their work. And there he is, himself, the Irish baronet, wearing skins and a raccoon hat, out among his people, the serfs of Johnson Castle, moving easily among the groups, switching among the English, Mohawk, Seneca, and Onondaga languages as needed. The Chinaman presents him a curious sort of metallic plate, which Sir William scrutinizes before relaxing into a less guarded smile. The two exchange a complicated handshake that seems to her to go on as long as an item of town gossip might between women. "And how is the old pirate these days? He bade me remind you of that which, as a cautious man, you may not mention immediately." "Good. Who's this lad with you? Bit weedy, is he not?" "Could use a couple of bear chops. Fry him some mush. Few pints of ale. Be well on the way to recovery." Sir William approaches her. "Do you speak any English, boy?" "Little," she whispers. Something alerts him. He takes her chin gently by the side of his index and raises her face and narrows his gaze. "The way of a warrior is not to be chosen lightly," he advises her, "as a girl might choose a gown." "She knew that," says the Chinaman. "That is, he knew that." "It's all right, Captain," in what she is surprised to hear is her own voice of old. "Sir, I am Eliza Fields of Conestoga. This gentleman has been kind enough to help me escape the French." "Why, bless me! But he's not an Indian either," cries Sir William Johnson. "I am reputed the soul of subtlety in these parts, yet am I now the bumpkin. Well, even a churl may be taught, sir. Tell me, what's the story?" They tell him. "Then sure as Mahony's mother-in-law, there'll be a Jesuit pursuit party through here, and soon. Don't expect your Spaniard to wait for summer. Blood that hot, they bring their own seasons with them." "I know him," says Jang. "He is very patient." "Howbeit, a few more Mohawks about can't hurt. But you won't stay here forever, will ye?" "And you will of course present my compliments to your Masonic lodge," Captain Jang twinkling resentfully. They arranged through Sir William for a safe passage as far down the Delaware as they will need. In all the journey, the Chinaman has never attempted to force his attentions upon her. Any relief she may feel is undone by her anxiety over when and how the subject will arise. That is, come up. That is, one night in an abandoned beast pen in New Jersey, as they hold one another for warmth, feeling reckless, she reaches down, as she has been taught by the order, and discovers his wand of masculinity in earnest erection. "Perhaps we'd do better to skip over this part," gallant Thelma suggests. "I've already read to the bottom of the next page," coolly replies Bray. "So there's not much to do about it, save read on." Through the gloom close enough for her to see, he smiles. Jang does. "Now then, Jang," she whispers, "it's been there every day, hasn't it? Yet, observe." And as if at his command, it wilts, no less dramatically than it arose. "What did I do?" she mutters. "Mistress, to you and me, any what we style in Chinese yin-yang is forbidden," he tells her. "We were not born to play theatrical roles assigned us by others for their amusement." "What are you talking about? The first man I approach in my life, and he says no? Ah! Attend me. I get into lascivious state now and then. I'm Chinese all the time. That doesn't make me a lascivious Chinaman. Nor you, mutatis mutandis, a debauched heretic maid. Yet, suppose that's what we really are, really ought to be. As you will, mistress. Meanwhile, either we are trying to escape these assassins, or we are not. Do you wish to return?" For a moment, she is all in a daze. Her eyelashes a cycle. "What contempt you must have for me!" "On the contrary," he whispers, "I adore you, especially in that cute deerskin costume." "Then?" "It's a Sino-Jesuit affair. Nothing you'd even wish to understand." Well then, why didn't Blondel mention anything like this? In his particulars, Jang corresponds to few, if any, of her mentrix's detailed notions about the other sex. Blondel, whom she will never again climb into bed with as the cruel rain assails the windows, that is, unless she be caught and returned. Somewhere in the Jesuit maze, she's been told, waits a special windowless cell lined entirely in black velvet, upon which wink various bright metal fittings, a mysterious space she has more than curiously longed to enter. 'Tis where they put the runaways who come back, who wish to come back. Her thoughts thus in a whirl, she falls asleep in his embrace, not waking until the dawn of the cloud-draped day to feel him hard as ever and pressed against her. She begins hoping they'll find some population soon. The smell of wood smoke is more and more with them, as often through the newly green trees cabins and outbuildings appear. They are challenged by bulls and chased by farm dogs, whose meanness is not improved by the doubtful edibility of their intended prey. That's what they call Chinese buck. Not sure I'd want to eat that. Not sure you're going to catch that. The other dogs are pacing and posing like wolves, putting on tight-lipped smiles. Well, they're fast, but not that fast. The fugitives learn to carry staffs. Soon they look like pilgrims. Soon after that, they begin to feel like pilgrims. All the while the luopan is trembling and growing hot to the touch. At last, as the green halations about the hillsides reduce to material certainty, they arrive at the west line and decide to follow the Visto east, and ere long they have come up with the party. They are greeted by most of the commissary, headed by Mo McLean, the hands more agog than they should be allowing themselves by now to be sent by such apparitions, and assigned quarters separated by a good chain and a half's worth of gazes, stares, and glares. "Shall I see you more?" she mutters more than pleads. "Shall you continue to question your choice?" "Yes. Pleased you're smiling for a change. You must think we're all amusing. What non-Chinese people find of importance may now and then be very amusing indeed. Will you return to Canada?" "It wasn't all bad there," she lets him know. "Easy for you to say. Viudita?" "Sir, you are provoking me. My own experience was a bit different." "Oh, you weren't having such a bad time of it that I could see. Missing few, if any, mess calls. Indeed, quite plump, and ever in good humour, not as you are now. Why should you've ever wanted to leave us past me? In China, 'tis considered greatly unwise to escape one captivity in order to embrace another. To my sins so must I add foolishness. Why, you're free as a bird. What captivity?" But he is gazing at her with those enigmatic Chinese eyes she pretends she cannot read. She turns her head a bit, then looks back sidewise. "And will the Spaniard come after us?" "Because he believes I stole you." "Another reason, then, for me to be upon my way. Once I would have sighed. Please one day imagine me as having sighed." "Shall you return to your husband, then?" "Either to the Jesuits or to him. That's my full list of choices. Po upon Yi Jiang and po upon your yin yang too." She twirls her nose in the air and departs. She is bunking with Zhuja Sabo, the operator of the automatic Battle of Leuthen, a pleasant-looking young woman who, wearing the dress uniform of the Nadashti Hussars, had one day, astride a splendid Arab horse, overtaken the party. "Hello, boys. It's Zhuja." She has a charmingly un-English way of saying this. Axemen arrest their swings so violently that axes stand still in the air, their recoils sending some of their axemen a whirl the other way. Indians crouched in the brush gaze and marvel at how she's painted her face. The milkmaids whisper together at length. She has been on the move since the Battle of Leuthen in 1757, in which, disguised as a youth, riding in a detachment of light cavalry, she was not so much visited by understanding as allowed briefly to pay attention to what had been there all the time, seeing then her clear duty to bring word of what was about to emerge into the world from the Prussian plains. From a simple recital, with gestures, of the events of the battle, has developed a kind of street show, with accordion music, dog tricks, and gypsy dancing, and an automatic miniature or orrery of engagement, displaying the movements of the troops as many times as the curious student may wish. Later, The surveyors come by the tent, each for a short visit. Dixon, now that Eliza knows what to look for, seems to her fully as fascinated as the Chinaman with her deerskin costume. As he leaves, backing out the tent flap all a-hum, he nearly collides with Mason, who mutters, "That likely, is it?" glaring Dixon upon his way before adverting to the young woman, whereupon he is seized with what later he will describe to Dixon as an ague of soul. Fierce heat, deep shivering. For a moment she assumes 'tis the Indian turnout again till she sees his so pale and saddened face. "Excuse me." He sits in an oblate heap upon the tent floor, removes his hat, fans himself. "You resemble far too faithfully one whom I have not beheld, not in body, for 7 years. More than merely some general likeness, madam. You are her point-for-point representation." She runs a hand over her crop. "I can't imagine her hair was the same." This was how the widows taught their novices to flirt. Or, deciding hair may be a safe topic with this one but little else, she doesn't go on. "Allowing for all that, of course," his eyes shifting about in their sockets like insects about candle flames. "Sir, I am the elder daughter of Joseph Fields of Conestoga Creek. Last winter I was taken by a band of Shawanese." "Be easy, child. I shan't insanely presume you to be she. I'm merely torpedo-struck. It's not only the separate parts, but your bearing of them as well. Your bodily gesturing, your voice. Attend me. Do you believe that the dead return?" "Sir, you are distraught, perhaps even about to behave irresponsibly." "You, Mr. Mason, I think not. Is there by chance a chaplain attached to your party?" "Regrettably, yes. I try never to seek his counsel." "I meant that I might wish to." "Of course. Our Reverend Cherrycoke, excellent man." "You're making that one up." Uncle Lomax now wagging a finger he eventually hits himself in the nose with. "And did she seek your counsel?" inquires Ives. "Oh, I got into the matter after a bit," recalls the Reverend, "though Mason was the one who needed spiritual advice." "Is it transmigration, Rev?" All but pleading, following me everywhere, even out to the latrine. "What are the chances? Come, sir. You can give it to me straight." The Reverend cannot help having a fast look over at the Visto, and remarking in his own taproom cadence, "Around here, how else?" Squatting over the noisome trench, as Mason paces to and fro, he speculates that the resemblance so confounding Mason is less likely the transmigration of a soul than the resurrection of a body, in enough of its particulars to convince him 'tis she. Yet the soul he imagines as newly inhabiting their guest must in any case have forgotten its previous life as Rebecca Mason. The slate cleanly washed, no way to prove who she's been. As in Plato's tale of her, she'll have drunk from Lethe and begun anew. And if she comes, or is sent as a sort of corporeal agent to finish in behalf of my wife's spirit some business that only the body knows how to transact, his voice, much too high and loud, about to careen upon him. The Reverend runs through the possibilities, now and then, he fears, clucking. "Well, I do hope not. That is, you are titular party chief here, and may come and go as you please. Yet I grow, I fear, not more bestial as you imply, but less. Even the activity you now so freely engage in being denied me for longer than I now remember." "You've taken Daffy's elixir?" "It means first asking Dixon, who holds the key to the dispensary. It thus means, as well, a certain smirk that I am not sure I can abide." "He is, I collect, an habitué of that compound." The Reverend, having wiped his arse with a handful of clover, draws up his breeches again.
Just so. I have felt obliged to abstain from it, even as he superdoses himself, for the sake of equilibrium in the party.
Admirable, of course, as are all acts of self-denial. Usually. Are you certain you're telling me everything?
Being clenched in all other ways, remarked Mason, there likely is something I'm holding back.
That night, or perhaps the next, Mason wakes from a dream, one he has had before. Trying to get back to the mill in Ware, he keeps being set down by carts and coaches farther and farther away. All at once, he and Rebecca are travelling together on foot, till they are picked up by a stranger in a coach and taken to a house whose residence she knows, where she is seduced, not entirely against her will, by this band of foreign, dimly political, dimly sinister men and women. She lies still, passive, allowing them all to handle her. Mason, in despair, watches a kind of lengthy ritual. He does not intervene because she has told him in painfully direct language that he no longer has the right. Once she flicks her eyes toward him as if to make sure he's looking, but only once and briefly. Who are they? What is their mission? Their name? Structured servitude, a foreview of purgatory, a prison that works through bribes, threats, favours, with rules it may be fatal not to know. She, perhaps willingly, taken into it, under it, he cannot follow. Can as little charm as sing his way in. He knows only straightforwardly squalid Pelamite arrangements. Here all is illegible in a light forever about to fail. Worse, he shall have to return in dreams to this same place again and again. The layout of the rooms ever the same doors having but just closed, the invisible occupants having only just gone away. The whispering across the wall he can almost hear. He wakes with his hands in fists, dried tears in cold lines cross his temples. She is where the Frenchmen in their make-believe chateau, perfumed, intricately bewigged, stop all day at their toilette, safe from the cold consensus that ignores dream in its reckonings. France, French agents of death, at the worst of the fight between the seahorse and Legrand in all that tearful fall from humanity, his bowels seconds away from letting go, there had wrapped round him the certainty that whatever was come for him now had also come for her then. Not in the way of a bailiff or assassin at all selective, but rather as a dredge, a scavenger, foraging blind, unto which Mason sensed himself about to be gathered as mindlessly as any seaman above decks, forever to him nameless. They were possessing her in ways more intimate than had ever been allowed him, interfering at orders of minitude invisible to human eye, infiltrated without need of light or map, commanding the further branches of whatever flows in a soul like blood. She and her captors whispering together incessantly in a language they knew and he did not. And what language could it be? Not any French as he'd ever heard it. Too fast and guttural and without grace. They all spoke at incredible speed without pause for breath. For where breath has ceased, what need for the little pauses of mortal speech that pass among us ever unnoticed? His father appeared.
And give some thought to your spinster there, so abandoned and gay. You're a genius at picking 'em, boy. It has only now come to light how she was the thrown-aside toy of a Leadenhall Street nabob, who visits your dear friends the Peaches now and then for East India business and country sport, and their attentions to you are conditional upon your marrying her.
They were together in a room. She was about to depart. I commend you upon your forbearance, madam, most Christian. You mean considering all that your father has said about me? Why, sensibility, 'tis nothing to me any more. Pray release yourself." He felt he had to go on.
"'Twas never you, Hart. 'Twas me he wished to wound."
On second thought, Rebecca swiftly returned, cherish your antagonism. Let it freeze your souls, both of you. Either choice lies far from me now. Her representative in the waking world, pale and distant, squats by the coffee poking the morning fire. A little less solid each day, she is drifting toward her own absence. She looks up warily as Mason makes a loxodrome for the pot. "You've dreamt of her again?"
"Thank ye. With your hair growing in, you don't look like her that much any more."
"I never did. Juja wants us to go off and be adventuresses."
"Seth, quite out of the picture then, I take it."
"If your travels take you by Conestoga, put your ears to the wind. Follow the sounds of merry indulgence, and where they are loudest, there shall Seth be, and you will note how he mourns me."
"Ne'er met the lad, of course."
"Good morning." Storm, shadows of wrought ironwork upon a wall, the kissing crusts of new-baked loaves. On the Indian warrior paths to and from triumphs, captivities, and death, in the lanes overgrown of abandoned villages at the turn of the day, in the rusted ending of the sky's light, in the full eye of the wind, she stands waiting to speak to him. What more has she to say? He has long run out of replies. Then I am not she, but a representation. This thing, she will not style it, death. I am detained here in this thing, that my body all the while was capable of and leading me to, and carried with it surely as the other thing, the thing our bodies could do together. She will not style it love. Has she forgotten words? Over there where tongues are stilled, and no need for either exists. Chapter 55.
"Terrible feng shui here. Worst I ever saw. You two crazy?"
"Because of—" Dixon indicating behind them in thickening dusk, the visto sweeping away.
"It acts as a conduit for what we call sha, or, as they say in Spanish California, bad energy. Imagine a wind, a truly ill wind, bringing failure, poverty, disgrace, betrayal, every kind of bad luck there is, all blowing through night and day with many times the force of the worst storm you were ever in. No one intends to live directly upon the visto."
Mason speaking as to a child.
"The object being that the people shall set their homes to one side or another, that it be a boundary, nothing more." "Boundary?"
The Chinaman begins to pull upon his hair and paw the earth with brocade-slippered feet.
"Everywhere else on earth boundaries follow nature. Coastlines, ridge-tops, riverbanks, so honouring the dragon or shan within, from which landscape ever takes its form. To mark a right line upon the earth is to inflict upon the dragon's very flesh a sword slash, a long perfect scar, impossible for any who live out here the year round to see as other than hateful assault. How can it pass unanswered?"
This is the third continent he has been doing feng shui jobs on, and he thought he'd seen crazy people in Europe, but these are beyond folly. Whig country homes, sinister chateaux, Adriatic villas, Hungarian hot springs, Danish harems in the Turkish style. Not one of their owners having hired him out of respect for the dragon, nor for what he could do or find out or even tell them. When 'twas not innocently to indulge a fascination with the exotic, 'twas to permit themselves yet one more hope in the realm of the subjunctive, one more grasp at the last radiant whispers of the last bites of robe hem billowing ether-driven at the back of an ever-departing deity. a people without faith. Very well, he could understand it now and then, even respect it. Yet here in America is little but faith. Church spires on every town skyline, traveling ministers who draw congregations by the hundreds and thousands, across flooded pastures, beneath rain-combed skies, and in, under the outspread wings of their white tents, singing far off in the woods, full of fervent, strange harmonies that grow louder as the traveller approaches. Frowning at his luopan, the mystic Chinaman shakes his head and mutters, "Even the currents of earth are with them." Them? I have an enemy in these parts, I believe. A certain Jesuit who does not wish me well. French? Inquires Mason. Spanish, I believe. Father Sarpazo, the Wolf of Jesus as he is known in his native land, though I had the misfortune to meet him in my own. He has his training directly from those who persecuted Molinos and his followers. He is accordingly sworn to destroy all who seek God without passing through the toll gate of Jesus. The Molinistas, as do certain Buddhists of my own land, believed that the most direct way to the deity was to sit quietly. If this meant using Jesus as but a stage on a journey, or even passing him by, why, so be it. Buddhists speak of finding it necessary, if the Buddha be blocking one's way, to kill him. Jesuits do not like to hear this sort of thing, of course. It puts far too much into question. If access to God need not be by way of Jesus, what is to become of Jesuits? And the sheer amount of silence required. Do you think they could ever abide that? Sarpazo, as relentless in his hatred of those he hunts down as they are indifferent in their love of God to the passions driving him. Jansenist convulsionaries, crypto-illuminati, and neo-quietists alike have felt his cultivated wrath, some taken before dawn by men in black, others accosted brazenly upon the steps of cathedrals, clapped into iron and leather restraints, going along amiably enough, puzzled, sure it must be a mistake. European docility. No one with power has ever underappreciated its comforts. So you may imagine the loss of morale among visitors such as Padre Sarpazo before the fact of China, as they see how far from docility they have journeyed, and what they have come into the midst of. Wild Chinamen! How could they ever have deemed us ready for their Jesus? Somehow Feng Shui became their principal enemy. Without it in the world, is this what they believed? Jesus would have a better chance of finding converts in China. Accordingly, 'twould be a holy service to destroy Feng Shui. Zhang adverts to his luopan, and with fingers unhesitating proceeds to move various of its rings forward and retrograde. Dixon, happening by, is drawn by the instrument. "Another needle, man? So there's two of us. I hope Mason's not troubling thee upon the topic. He's unusually loyal to heavenly methods is all." You would find even more congenial a disciple of the Fujian school, whose faith in the needle is absolute, whereas I am of the Kanchu school, which places the dragon of the land above all else. Come, look. See here. These are the moon stations, the stars fixed and moving, signs of the zodiac. We use all that. But first comes the dragon, and what the needle responds to is the dragon's very life. What Mason can't abide is that it never points to what he calls true north, as if the needles were false north. Sarpazo as well. His vows include one sworn to 0 degrees, 0 minutes, 0 seconds, or perfect north. He is the lord of the 0. The impurity of this earth keeps him driven in a holy rage, which is why he wants this visto. Once, news of the visto will bring him surely as a gaze brings a suitor. Purity of azimuth is his passion. He was in Italy when your sponsor, La Mer, was producing the line from Rome to Rimini. He was in Peru with La Condamine, and in Lapland with Bouguer. 'Tis his destiny to inflict these telluric injuries, as 'tis mine to resist them. I didn't know that. Thee come here then to oppose our mission? To seek our failure? Why, sir, what possible ill motives can we be serving in marking out this tiny bit of a lesser circle? Once, Monsieur Allegre had as little hesitation in slicing straight through the carcasses of animals and viewing aesthetically the patterns of bone and fat and flesh thus exposed. Now, no longer. Heaven has permitted him to see the distinction between blade and body, the aggressive exactitude of one, the helpless indeterminacy of the other. In that difference lies the potency of the sin. But that's Jesuit talk, Captain. The felled trees aren't just lying there unused. There are plenty of Americans but a short trip away who come and fetch them for firewood or fences or building logs. How can thou think so ill of this line? A fellow surveyor? I cannot imagine it. Fret not. My business is with the Jesuit. We happen to be the principal personae here, not you two. Nor has your line any primacy in this, being rather a stage setting, dark and fearful as the battlements of Elsinore. For the struggle Sarpazo and I must enact upon the very mortal edge of this great torrent of Shah, which at any moment either of us might slip, fall into, and be borne away by, westward, into the vanishing point and gone. And Mason and I, bystanders, background, stage managers of that perilous flux. Little more. Dixon thinks about it. Well, it's no worse than Copernicus, is it? The centre of it all, moving someplace else like that. Better not mention this to Mason. P. Sarpazo being a master of disguise, Captain Chang, by now half insane anyway, becomes convinced that the priest has actually penetrated the camp, and only waits his moment to administer that poisoned stiletto preferred by a Jesuit confronting error. It's got to be an axeman, the captain decides. They come and go with entire freedom. Each possesses a rifle and a choice of blades. It could be Mr. Barnes. It could even be Stig. Yes, that's it. 'Tis Stig. Friend Chang, soothes Dixon, Stig is in a number of difficulties at the moment, but none includes you. He could find neither the time nor the repose of spirit to cause you harm in any way that a Jesuit would describe as at all useful. The same is true of the other hands. Everyone is too busy. He's here, insists the far too bright-eyed geomancer. If he's not an axeman, then he must be one of the camp followers. Guy Spit, the pass-bank bully. One of those Vasquez brothers. Even one of Mrs. Eggslap's girls. There is no limit to his ingenuity. If he were one of the ladies, Stig would have discovered that by now. Stig could be a Confederate. Captain, pray regard yourself. The Oriental operative thereupon grows bodily plumb and symmetric. His eyelids lower, his breathing decelerates, and presently he bows in apology. You're right, of course. I'm behaving like Chef Armand with his duck. Which of us doesn't have an unseen persecutor? My case is probably no worse than your own.
Mine? Why, Dixon again fumescent, I'm brisk as a bee these days. Not a care in the world. Who'll be after me? Yet he avoids meeting Zhang's eyes.
'Tis widely assumed that you are here on behalf of the Jesuit Lemaire, co-engineer with Boscovich 15 years ago of yet another long, straight European's line. The 2 degrees of latitude sliced across Italy from Rome to Rimini. Ever since then, Shah has flowed unremittingly across that miserably empoped and beduked and dismembered peninsula, Tuscany and Milan taken by Austria, Modena and Genoa by the French, despotism everywhere.
Come, beg to differ. Even a simple child of the Pict country knows that since that last peace treaty, why, Italy's been enjoying a long and wonderful era of prosperity and improvement. If this be despotism,
go to Italy, scolds the captain, and look.
Well, what about Maria Theresa, then?
The Jesuit protectress. A charming exception to the reign of brutality unchecked throughout the rest of Christendom, whilst your Jesuits go on attempting to eradicate feng shui from human awareness and to promote the inscription upon the earth of these enormously long straight lines, as in Lapland, in Peru, encyclopedists in expeditionary costumes squirting perfume about, and taking these exquisitely precise sights whilst neglecting to turn their instruments. Though degrees of longitude and latitude in name, yet in earthly reality, are they channels marked for the transport of some unseen influence, one carefully assembled cairn, one oolite prism, one perfectly incised lead plate to the next. When these are disposed in a right line aimed at Ohio, it is natural to inquire what other scientific workings may lie in the area. Who'd benefit most? None, it would seem, but the consciously criminal in public life as in private, who know how to tap into the unremitting torrent of Shah roaring all night and day and convert it to their own uses, howling like a great boulevard of souls condemned to wander up and down the grim surfaces.
Moreover,
now interjects Mr. Everybeat, the quartz scryer,
west of here, in the hills round Cheetah Monongahela, are secret lead mines, which the Indians guard jealously.
These deposits occur not as flats, as in Durham, nor as veins, as in Derbyshire, but rather as spherical caverns of wondrous regularity, filled with a galena remarkably pure, nearly free of other minerals.
Perfect spheres of lead ore, that is, are situated inside those mountains, often dozens of yards across, exerting telluric effects unfathomable.
Mr. Everybeat now produces a powerful glass, beneath which he places samples of finely divided rock.
The limestone matrix through which these plumbaginous orbs are distributed proves to be of a peculiar sort, already familiar to you.
Oolite, Mason and Dixon suppose.
Plenty out here. Every place ye go, they sure didn't need to import it from England.
The surveyors have a look through the glass, which reveals a fine structure of tiny cells, each a sphere with another nested concentrically within, much like fish roe in appearance.
Your own linear emplacement of marker stones, whatever the reason, requires this sort of fine structure, weakly though precisely magnetic. Lime, in certain of the cells, having been replaced with iron, whereas the famed Egyptian pyramids, whose ever mystical purposes beyond these simply funerary are much speculated upon, required limestone with another sort of fine structure altogether. containing numberless ancient shells, each made up of hundreds of square chambers arranged in perfect spirals.
He has been out to the secret ore diggings at night, amid a maze of hills and hollows with sentries at every turn of the trail. Outcroppings of limestone, whiter than they ought to be, shone in the starlight. He was met by native vendors with coils and foils and bars of lead, half-inch balls and small unflattering toy images, including those of the King and Mr. Franklin. The odour of sulphur was everywhere. The valleys were lit with many small fires, at each of which ore was being burned to a regulus of the metal. Among the Indian smelters, proximity to fumes and dust had produced a number of ailments, from chronic melancholy to haunting without mercy to early death. They gaped at the scryer with blunted, sorrowing faces, some screaming words that no one offered to translate.
"Most unhappy," recalls Mr. Everybeat. "Not at all the paradise one has been led to expect. Lead out here is a much-needed metal. Who controls lead controls the supply of ammunition for all sides in every dispute, not to mention a segment of the telluric energy market. Sailor-Horn's lead plates may indeed have been but the visible calibrating devices for a much more extensive engine below, perhaps an array of them, and a city to surround that, a Plutonian history unfolding far below our feet, all unknown to us above, but for occasional volcanoes and earth tremors. A complete, largely unsensed world held within our own like a child in a womb, waiting for some summons to light."
"I consider myself not unacquainted with mania," records the Reverend, "but until the spectacle I and by now everyone else in camp are witnessing Captain Jang make of himself, I have known I collect as yet but few of its flowerings. I shall wear black robes, he declares. If El Lobo de Jesus may, why so shall I. And he does. Spanish phrases increasingly creep into his conversation, and a small beard is one day visible upon his chin. Spend enough time in these mountains, as Captain Shelby avers, and sooner or later you see everything. This has happened out here before, though they usually change into real wolves."
"Well, I can't understand it," frowns Mason. "The Chinese are known far and wide as a learned and sagacious people, quite beyond behaviour of this sort. Except," Dixon points out, "that this one is insane, of course." Mason spreads his hands. "Which of us can say? Falls a few links short of a sheen for fair. Yet, if he were telling the truth, and there were a dangerous Spaniard on his way here, 'twould be trouble for the party without doubt. Either way, we might have to ask the captain to leave."
"Eh? Now they're chucking stilettos about, it's we again."
"Look ye, Dixon, only you can get him to go. He already thinks you're a Jesuit agent. All you have to do is advise him to stay, and he'll do the opposite.
If he believes that his enemy may arrive at any moment, he'll prefer to wait, won't he? Feeling safer as who would not among armed Protestants. Andale, mis hijos. 'Tis the Chinaman himself. It had better be. Axemen nonetheless go scattering, spilling coffee, clutching what's left of evening mess. Captain Shelby puts on a pair of Philadelphia pebble lenses to verify what he seems to be seeing. Mason, making encouraging gestures, urges Dixon, Go on, in loud whispers as he takes himself behind the cook's wagon. Dixon stares. The metamorphosis is alarming. Violet piping outlines the captain several times over against the perfect black of the soutane. He turns, revealing upon the back a gigantic and floridly rendered Chinese dragon in many colours, including heliotrope and Prussian blue.
"By the time he finally arrives in this camp," announces Captain Zhang, "no one will be able to tell which is the real Sarpazo. We two will meet then in a struggle to the death, witnessed by all. The axemen will place bets. There will be beer and Dutch pretzels, a bottomless urn of coffee, depending how long the contest takes. Perhaps a free luncheon as well."
"And if only one of you shows up?"
"How could you ever be sure which one it was?"
"Oh, and meaning no offence, for an insolent question like that, the real Sarpazo would have you publicly aflame in the nearest glade before you even understood what you'd done. His Chinese impersonator might wait but a few minutes more."
"Mighty harsh talk, Captain," says Shelby. "But you know, I'm a captain too, and now I wondered if I might just have a chat with you, captain to captain, as you'd say."
"You do me honour, Captain." "What troubles us, Captain, about your Spanish friend is his way of wanting to kill anyone who doesn't agree with him. Hardly do around here, you see. Likely, after a short while, to be no one left. Withal, if one of us gets lucky and prevails, then we have the problem of a dead Jesuit, thousands of miles from home, inside a territory where he ought not to be. Others, some sooner or later with real power, will be making inquiries. In either case, you would have to flee. You are all safe, so long as I have—" Thumb and index together, he twirls his wrist and is immediately holding up a dark red sphere about the size of a cherry.
"This. 'Tis a pearl, yet not from beneath the sea. Once it was a cyst, growing within the brain of a cobra.
None but experienced harvesters are able to tell which cobras bear them and which are not worth killing. The pearls are taken north into the Himalaya mountains, where they find use in the Tibetan medicine. Therefore, fear not the advent of the wolf,
For here is the soul of the cobra, yet living, yet potent."
"I'll buy one," Dixon cries. Mason looks upward, patiently. That night, at Zhu Zha's exhibition in torchlight before the gleaming eyes of lovesick axemen, "Great Frederick has changed the face of war, created a new power upon the continent. Lo the Prussian columns, keeping ever their intervals, and each precisely upon his mark, wheeling. The angles of the hats as of the wigs, calculated as to the field of vision for most efficient fire." When it is time for questions from the audience, "Began at Ramillies, in fact," notes Professor Vohm to all nearby. "'Twas well before the first Charles that men envied and sought to copy, nay, outdo the loosed locks of the other half of humanity. All the history of England since that discredited dynasty has been about hair and nothing else. The tied-back wigs of Marlborough's riflemen at Ramillies being so ideally Hanoverian, so perfected a compromise between the Stuart wantonness and the shorn Republican pate, that today any hair worn forward of the shoulders is but Jacobitism by means of coiffure. A wordless sedition, the places in question all are hard-won arrangements." "Do you mean," Zhu Zha cries, "a perfect balance between the feminine and the masculine? English soldiers? My brain! Ah, I must think."
"My good young woman,"
Captain Shelby flourishing his brows,
"whilst Europe was enjoying such tidy doings as yours, over here, in our own collateral wars,
we rather suffered one by one in terror,
alone among the leagues of trees unending.
The only German precision we know of's right here. patting the octagonal barrel of his Lancaster rifle, as if 'twere the flank of a faithful dog.
"Geometry and slaughter!"
ejaculates Squire Halligast.
"The future of war yet ancient as the mindless exactitudes of Alexander's phalanx."
Perhaps, the Reverend suggests, we attribute to the armies of old a level of common belief long inaccessible to our own sceptical souls, making the Prussian example all the more mystical. Whom or what can any modern army believe in enough to obey? If not God nor one's king, they submit, Jujar replies, to the preemptive needs of the maneuver. A soldier's faith at last must rest in the impurity of his own desires. What can Hansel possibly wish for that Heinz in front of him and Dieter behind, and a couple of Fritzes on either side, have not already desired, multiplied by all the ranks and files stretching away across the plain? The same blonde from down the street, the same pot of beer, the same sack of gold delivered by some elf for doing nothing. Who is unique? Who is not owned by someone? What do any of their desires matter if they can be of no use to the maneuver, where all is timed from a single pulse, each understanding no more than he must?
"'Tis he!"
screams Captain Jang, leaping to the platform and taking a position as if astride a horse, extending his hands precisely before him. Jujar, her eyes very wide, swiftly undoes some buttons of her tunic to reach for a pistol of British make and a lady's powder flask with a stopper of striped blue Venetian glass, purring, "Captain, Captain, not in here. Run along now. Take it outside. You have all the forest to play in."
"Reveal yourself, Wolf of Jesus! Jang does not kill fools, nor may he in honour kill you, whilst you linger within that contemptible disguise."
"What, this old ronge? Will someone explain this to me? Don Foppo de Pinhedo here seems upset."
"Perhaps if Mademoiselle, as a gesture of good intent, will put aside her,
cajoles Mr. Barnes. "We call it a pistol the same as men do," twirling the weapon by its trigger guard. "Now that you have spoken to the lady in breeches, perhaps you can have a word with the man in skirts."
"He's not a real Jesuit,"
Mason assures her. "Or perhaps all too real." The captain, with a look of evil glee, "For suppose I was never Jang, but rather Sarpazo all the time."
"Ha! Ha! Ha!"
His laugh, though hideously fiendish enough, seems practised.
"Or," replies Mr. Barnes, "that you are neither, but yet another damned fabulator, such as ever haunt encampments, white or Indian, every night somewhere in this continent.
Too many possible stories. You may not have enough time to find out which is the right one. Best things draw up a book, for there's certain to be wagering upon the question," offers Guy Spit. Ethelmer downstairs, alone at the clavier, hair loosed, apostrophizes a thermometer, throughout which the listener may imagine a series of idiotic still life views, first of the thermometer registering some low temperature, then of Ethelmer singing to it, then back to the thermometer again, and so forth. "Say, Mr. Fahrenheit, she doesn't treat me right." Advert to thermometer. "Wish you could warm up that lady of mine." Then back to Thelma, etc. "Look at you, on the wall, don't have a care at all, even though our love has plunged to -99. Now Dr. Celsius and everyone else, yes, say you've plenty to spare. Don't let us freeze. Can't you send some degrees from wherever you are out there? Damn, Mr. Fahrenheit, here comes another night I shall once again be shivering through. With no help from your scale, 'tis all ice and hail, and I'll turn into a snowman too.
Where's Bray, Thelma?
Depew, self-mesmerized, having lost his way to the larder. Dreaming. As to what, I can only say with certainty that 'tis not of me.
Romance, you did your best.
Ah, but not my worst. Chapter 56. Now here is something curious. The Reverend produces and makes available to the company his facsimile of Pennsylvania's fair copy of the Field Journals of Mason and Dixon, copied without the touch of human hands by an ingenious Jesuit device, and printed by Mr. Wimbrel next to the Seneca Maiden, Philadelphia, 1776. Cycles, or if you like, segments of 11 days recur again and again. Here, in 1766, 11 days after setting out southward from Brandywine, his Mason paused at Williamsburg, the southernmost point of his journey. Next day, he leaves for Annapolis, and 11 days later departs that city to return to work upon the line. A very pendulum. In April, just after crossing the North Mountain, they must wait in the snow and rain from the 6th through the 16th before resuming. The culminating pause, of course, is at the line's end between the 9th of October of 67, when the chief of the Indians that were with them said he would proceed no farther west than the Warrior Path, and the 20th, when the party, turning their backs for the last time upon the west, began to open the Visto eastward, unto their last days in America. Turning the pages, from the 27th of August of 68, when accounts were settled and the work was officially over and done with, till the 7th of September, their last night in Philadelphia before leaving to catch the Halifax packet at New York. Again and again this same rough interval continues to appear, suggesting a hidden root common to all. And, friends, I believe 'tis none but the famous 11 missing days of the calendar reform of 52. Cries of, "Cousin, we beseech thee," and
"Pooh, sir."
"Those of us born before that fateful September," observes the Reverend, "make up a generation in all British history uniquely insulted, each life carrying a chronologic wound from the same parliamentary stroke. Perhaps we are compelled, even unknowingly, to seek these undecamera sequences as areas of refuge that may allow us, if only for a moment, to pretend life undamaged again. We think of our time being held in whatever time's equivalent to a place is, like Eurydice, somehow to be redeemed. Perhaps, as our Indian brothers might reenact some ancient adventure correct in all details, so British of a certain age seek but to redeem 11 days of pure blank duration as unalienably their own. Pull not such faces, young Ethelmer. One day, should you keep clear of fate for that long, you may find yourself recalling some injustice shared with lads and lasses of your own day, just as uncalmable and even yet unredeemed. Mason for a while had presumed it but a matter of confusing dates, which are names with days which are real things. Yet for anyone he met born before 52 and alive after it, the missing 11 days arose again and again in conversation sooner or later characterized as brute absence or a tear through the fabric of life. And the more he wrestled with the question, the more the advantage shifted toward a belief, as he would tell Dixon one day,
in a slowly rotating loop, or if you like, vortex of 11 days, tangent to the linear path of what we imagine as ordinary time, but excluded from it, and repeating itself without end.
The same 11 days over and over's what they're saying.
You show, may I add, an unusual grasp of the matter. Why, then, as it is a periodic rotation, so must it carry, mustn't it, a vis centrifuga that might, with some ingenuity, be detected? Perhaps by finding in the realm of time where the loop tries either to increase or decrease its circumference, and hence the apparent length of each day in it. Or yet again, not rotate at all, the length of the day then continuing the same. Dixon, everything rotates. A vorticist! Lord help us, his mercy how infrequent!
Emerson, believing vorticists to be the very legion of mischief, had so instructed every defenceless young mind he might reach.
Very well, if you must know. Lean closer and mark me. I have been there, sir.
There, sir? Mason is gesturing vigorously with his thumb at the eye, much wider than its partner, that he uses for observation.
Though I've ever tried not to recollect any more than I must, at least not till a zealously inquisitive partner insists upon knowing, yet the fact is that at midnight of September 2nd in the unforgiven year of 52, I myself did stumble, dazed and unprepared, into that very whirlpool in time, finding myself in September 3rd, 1752, a date that for all the rest of England did not exist. Tempus incognitum.
Eh?
Don't say it. I didn't believe it myself. Not until it happened, that is. No discomfort to it, only a little lightheadedness. At the stroke of the hour, whilst I continued into the 3rd, there came an instant transhalation of souls, leaving a great human vacuum, as everyone else moved on to the 14th of September.
Not sure what that means, of course.
You'd have felt it as a lapse of consciousness, perhaps. Yet soon enough I discovered how alone 'twas possible to be, in the silence that flowed no louder than wind from the valleys and across the hill villages, where, instead of populations, there now lay but the mute effects of their lives. Ash-whitened embers that yet gave heat, food left over from the last meals of September 2nd, public clocks frozen for good at midnight between the 2nd and the day after, though somewhere else, in the world which had jumped ahead to the 14th, they continued to tick onward, to be rewound to run fast or slow, carrying on with the ever-problematic lives of the clocks. Alone in the material world, Dixon, with 11 days to myself. What would you have done?
Had a look in at the Jolly Pitman, perhaps. A look of forbearance.
Aye, as my first thoughts were of the George in Stroud. Yet 'twas the absence of company that most preoccupied me, seeking which in some desperation before the sun rose I set out, reasoning that if I had been so envorticed, why so might others.
Breaking off abruptly, a word or two shy, Dixon by now feels certain of some fatal confidence that Rebecca would have stood at the heart of. Young Charles was to reason eventually that the pain of separation had lain all upon his side, for she was to bid him good morrow upon the 14th as she had good night upon the 2nd, without a seam or a lurch, appearing to have no idea he'd been away cycling through 11 days without her. Nor had whatever he'd lived through in that loop caused any perceptible change in the youth she kissed hello the very next day, in the High Street in Stroud, brazen as a bell. Meanwhile, there he was alone with the better part of a fortnight before he'd be hooking up again with his betrothed, as smoothly as if he'd never been gone, and damn, he would be off. Were there yet horses about? Dixon wishes to know.
Animals whose owners knew them made the transition along with them to the 14th. Most all the dogs, for example, Fewer cats, but plenty nonetheless. Any that remained by the 3rd of September were wild creatures or strayed into the valley, perhaps, being ownerless, disconnected as well from calendars. I found one such horse, a horse no one would have known, as well as 2 cows unmilked and at large. I rode past miles of crops untended, looms stilled and water wheels turning to no avail, apples nearly ripe, wagons half-laded, the weld not yet abloom, nor the woad mills astink, till at length, from the last ridge-line, there lay crystalline Oxford, as finely etched as my eyes, better in those days, could detect, nor holding a thread of smoke in it anywhere. You were making for Oxford? Aye, with some crack notion I'd find Bradley there, being a young Bradley Oliter, as were all Lens fellows of that day, especially round Gloucestershire. Though, later, in my melancholy, I might see more vividly his all too earthly connections with Macclesfield and Chesterfield, and beyond them, looming in the mephitic stench, Newcastle and Mr. Pelham. At that moment in my innocence, I believed that Bradley, our latter-day Newton, insatiately curious, must have calculated his way into this vortex, with the annoying question of why he should kept beyond the gates of conscious entertainment. Did you find him there? I found something, not sure what. What surprised me was the sensible residue of sin that haunted the place, of a gravity withal, unconfronted, unatoned for, lying further than simple Jacobite persistence. I'd of course collected in some dim way that Bradley had advised Macclesfield, his great benefactor after all, perhaps even in partial return upon my lord's investment, as to ways of finding the movable feasts and holy days and so forth under the new style, and that Macclesfield had taken credit for the philosophical labour, as Chesterfield for the witticisms and bonhomie that it took eventually to bring the Calendar Act into law. Yet though Bradley seldom sought acclaim, preferring to earn it, neither would he refuse credit due him, unless there were reason to keep silence, such as the unexpected depth of his complicity in an enterprise so passionately feared and hated by most of the people. Both reached for the coffee at the same time, Dixon elaborately deferring to Mason's overriding need for any anti-stupefacient to hand. I don't know that in the entire cycle I caught a wink of slumber. 'Twere but a devourer of precious time when all the knowledge of worlds civilized and pagan, late and ancient, lay open to my questions. Yet I guess I know this tale. 'Tis the German fellow, Faust, isn't it? But that he at least was able to live in the plenary world. I, alas, was alone. Eh? Well, as it turned out, not alone exactly. I knew it. Some milkmaid out on a tryst, eh? Am I near it? Strayed too close to the vortex. Whoosh! Pale inverted skirts are flying. So, how'd it go? Pray you. 'Twas something I never saw. Certainly not Mr. Bodley's librarian, Mr. Wilde, and they were more than one. After nightfall, as I burned taper upon taper wantonly, only just succeeding in pushing back the gloom about me, would I hear them rustling, ever beyond the circle of light, as if foraging among the same ancient leaves as I. Mice, or rats, maybe? Too deliberate. They seemed to wish to communicate. And this was down among these secret shells where none but the elect may penetrate? You know about that? Of course. Emerson gave us a brief inventory, Aristotle on comedy. Always wanted to read that. All the good bits that Thomas left out of the infancy gospel. Shakespeare's tragedy of Hypatia. What saved me, impassively on, was hunger. an abrupt passage of indecipherable Latin returning my attention at last from lighted page to empty stomach. I recalled that pantries and wine cellars all over the town lay open to my hungers. Apprehensive, light-headed, I rushed from the library to a tremble to keep a taper lit, up ladders creaking in the absolute dark, down corridors of high bookshelves. Presences lay everywhere in ambuscado. I dared not lift my eyes to what all too palpably waited, poised, upon the ancient ceilings. Winged, fatal. Then, a sudden great whir at my face. Scientifically, no doubt a bat, though at the moment something far less readily named, provoking a cry of fear as at last I broke out into the open air of a quadrangle yellow in the moonlight. Wait! That's it! The moon! Indeed, among any amateur astronomer's first questions. How should the moon behave seen from inside this vortex? And? Ever full, ever fixed upon the meridian. An insincere chuckle. Yes, 11 days of light remorseless to be faced alone in a city of Gothical structures that might or might not be inhabited, whilst from all directions came flights of the dark creatures I hoped were only bats. Thou don't mean, as the timbers nearly human of the ceaseless howling I hoped came only from dogs. Not, oh, and more. 'Twas as if this metropolis of British reason had been abandoned to the occupancy of all that reason would deny. Malevolent shapes flowing in the streets, lanterns spontaneously going out, men roaring as if changed to beasts in the dark. A carnival of fear. Shall I admit it? I thrilled. I felt that if I ran fast enough I could gain altitude and fly. I would become one of them. I could hide beneath eaves as well as any. I could creep in the shadows. I could belong to the devil. Anything inside this vortex was possible. I could shriek inside churches. I could smash every window in a street. Make a druidic bonfire of the Bodleian. At some point, however, without human prey, the evil appetite must fail, and I became merely melancholy again. Thee abandoned thy studies of the ancient secrets for a mere tickling of thy sensorium done without swiftly? Mason, dear Mason. In fact, Mason unmirthfully, I was prevented from ever returning, exiled from the knowledge. As I crossed into the courtyard before Duke Humphreys, I encountered a barrier invisible, which I understood I might cross if I willed, though, at the toll of such spiritual unease, that one step past it was already too far. What that influence was I cannot say. Perhaps an artifact of the vortex, perhaps an infestation of certain beings invisible. I received, though did not altogether hear from somewhere, a distinct message that the keys and seals of gnosis within were too dangerous for me, that I must hold out for the promises of Holy Scripture and forget about the texts I imagined I'd seen. Thou didn't want to hear that, I guess. Mason seizes, cradles, and hefts his abdominal spheroid. Meditating upon bodily resurrection, I arrived at the idea of this being resurrected and without delay proceeded to a Bacchic interlude, in which you'd not be interested being too prolonged and besides, too personal. Well, now? Gone was the chance that might have changed my life. It lay at the eye of that vortex, To cross the flow of time surrounding it was I obliged to aim a bit upstream or toward the past in order to maintain a radial course to the centre. And there, whilst with Tory and stubbornness thou kept at it. Well now, odd as it may seem, soon as I'd penetrated the barrier, I understood my holiday was over. I tried to pull back, but too late. I was in the vortical emprise. To my relief, some at least of the dark presences that had caused me such apprehension proved to be the wraiths of those who had moved ahead instantly to the 14th, haunting me not from the past but from the future, drawing closer, ever closer, until... First I heard the voices of the town, then at the edges of my vision blurs appeared and movement, which went suddenly a whirl, streaking in to surround me as in the mesh of prolonged faces. Only hers stood firm. And when I joined her again, before I could think of what to say, she kissed me and declared, "Somebody got in late last night." The only proof I had that 'twas not a dream was the bite I received whilst in my noctambulation of the city. This life, runs the moral he is able by now to draw for Dixon, is like the 11 days, a finite period at whose end she and I, having separated for a while, will be together again. Meanwhile must I travel alone, in a world as unreal as those empty September dates were to me then.
Bite, Mason?
Nothing. Likely a dog.
How likely?
What else? If the people of Stroud, pursuing ordinary lives 11 days ahead of me, could moor foes to such sinister beings, why not their dogs?
Show me.
Well, that was the rum thing, Dixon. For about 10 minutes later...
Eh? I am the sniffer sniffed,
as Parker said when he put his head in the bear's den.
Chapter 57. Early in 1766, new style, reversing the directions taken the year before, Mason sets off southward to see the country, whilst Dixon, mentioned in the field book only upon Mason's return as having left Philadelphia upon the 18th of March to meet with the commissioners at Chester Town, in fact heads north for the lighted streets of New York. At a theatre with no name, no fixed address, this night happening to be upon Broadway, printing no handbills, known only by word of mouth, Dixon, upon the advice of a ferry companion, attends a stage performance of the musical drama The Black Hole of Calcutta, or The Peevish Wazir. Before a backdrop of Fort William, executed with such an obsessively fine respect for detail that during the work's long hours with the aid of a glass one may observe, pictured upon the tableau, subordinate dramas as if in progress, meetings of the management, hands clutching throats or levelling pistols, farewells by the landing, the steaming pale, forever unreachable Hooghly and the ships waiting to go away, leaving behind the unspeakable. A corps of 24 ladies appear, strolling about in quasi-Indian dress, and singing to the, as some would say, inappropriately lively accompaniment of a small orchestra, In the Black Hole of Calcutta, one scarcely knows quite what to make of things. They groan and mutter, why 'tis cheerier in the gutter. Being dark and oh so stuffy, little sugar for one's coffee, and the natives rather huffy, and the pillows far from fluffy. Ask of any Bengali, how's the Black Hole tonight? Don't expect him to be jolly, for there's something not quite right. As the lamps begin to sputter, all will not be scones and butter, when the door's at last been shut to that Black Hole of Calcutta. La la, la 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 la. The story, as near as Dixon can make out, is about a British officer whose rivalry with a comically villainous Frenchman for the affection of a nabob's daughter brings on the war in Bengal. There are some catchy tunes and an elephant promised in the first act, which incredibly, at the very end of the show, is delivered. The audience sits stunned in the vacuous purity of not having been cheated. The elephant, within its elaborate trappings of red, blue, and gold, watches everything carefully. Someone's elephant, perhaps, but no one's fool. Girls emerge from the howdah in impossible numbers, wearing costumes as variously hued as the rainbow and as diaphanous. They place their stockinged toes precisely upon elephant pressure points, long known to Chinese healers, strung along his ear meridians. The elephant rolls his eyes appreciatively. 'Tis this part of the show that the girls as well enjoy the most, or so they tell Dixon afterward, when he wanders backstage to see what might be up, in all innocence following the sense of womanly exertion to the dressing-room. "Here he is. Took him long enough for a kiddie got up so flash." "Oh, ye'll bore him, Fiona." "Come over here, my darling. You can sleep later." "Ooh, cow."
Anyone in here for a turtle feast? My foolish lad has a coach waiting."
Dixon is swept in a rush of polonaises, sack, and petticoats into the vehicle, and with great cheering away they clatter, out the Greenwich Road to Brannan's, and an unsequenced 2 days of revelry, ever punctuated by someone rising to cry, "I haven't felt this excited," turning to the others, who roar back, "since Herr Coote won the Battle of Wandiwash," being a famous moment from the comedy. Party ending up back in the town at Montaigne's Tavern upon Broadway near Murray Street, which proves to be headquarters of the local Sons of Liberty, as well as thick with intrigue regardless of the hour. He is soon aware of Captain Volcano, who, in the year since Mason saw him, has been well in the crucible of the troubles attending the Stamp Act. Some of the old gang have fled. Others have decided to gamble everything unto their lives to see the British gone, though beyond this there is little agreement.
Even if this act is repealed or in practice never enforced, any ministry of this king, even one that somehow includes Mr. Pitt, will be certain to tax us. 'Tis our duty to resist, though it take up all our days and nights as well. The communications are now well established despite British interceptions. We do well. More and more are resolved, our numbers ever growing. For the first time we had a trans-provincial congress here in October, yet the expense, reckoned so far, must be borne most heavily by the warmer sentiments, for we are become a colder lot. Tell your coadjutor he was lucky we caught him last winter and not this, or Blackie might have had his way. From what he'll be pleased to hope a safe distance, then, Mr. Mason sends his compliments to your niece. She ran off with an Italian wagon-smith, the captain shaking his head, and they went to live in Massapequa upon Long Island. His mother is teaching her to cook. Mason will be perplexed. How do you think we feel? A sort of club at whose gathering she might meet a possible husband. That's all the use we ever were to her. Politics? Pooh! She may never care about any of this. The road's enough for everyone, 's all's it is. Hello, Captain. Dixon's a likely one, hey? A muscular, untended dark cloud of an individual has appeared upon Dixon's starboard quarter. No, Blackie. He's another astronomer. You recollect the one last year? Well, this is his partner. Mais oui, Dixon sweeping off his hat and making his notion of a bow. You hate English bastard? Want to kill them, eh? Ho, ho, me too. Much rather kill you, sighs Blackie. But as I meant, you shall have to stand me a pint instead. Seems fair. Though by now broad daylight outside, in here 'tis forever midnight. Resolutions proper to the hour being made and kept all round them, windows shuttered, lamps few. Good thing I'm a jolly straight-ahead lad, Dixon reminds himself, or I'd start to imagine all kinds of things. To the 66. Pewter clanking, ale spilling and commingling, much of it upon the clothing of the company. What do you think, then? Blackie asked abruptly of Dixon. Eh? Not Philadelphia, is it? Nor Boston neither, Blackie assures him with a clap upon the shoulder. Though it little matters. Aye, every province is agreed in this business. All speak as one. What a terrible thing that British government should misread us so when we wish to believe in their wisdom, their better grasp of history, as of secular likelihood. Yet they will keep finding ways to nourish our doubts. Will their stupidity prove beyond the reach even of Mr. Franklin, our American Prometheus? Why bother to educate him? The stupider the better. Yet too stupid, and the only choice left is battle. There's the ticket, cries Blackie. At the peak of the riots, Blackie was running about 1,000 sailors, remarks Captain Volcano. And they're still in town, Blackie with an eager nod, thanks to Captain Kennedy, who, in command of HMS Coventry, is regulating traffic in the harbour, allowing ships to enter but detaining as many as he may who attempt to leave with their clearance papers unstamped. Here comes one of my lads now, in fact. Who does it prove to be but Foretopman Bodine, once of the Seahorse, who, as he now relates, having jumped that ship in Madras, watching from shore as she sailed away to the capture of Manila, had then hired on to a China ship, which was set upon in mid-ocean by pirates, who took him to South America, whence he escaped, making his way north among typhoons and hurricanos, jungle and swamp, alligators and boas, Indians and Spaniards, till fetching up in Perth Amboy in the company of a certain roaring Dot, belle of the harbour. Woman of my dreams, Fenderbelly vilely chuckling. Not but a snotter waiting for a spirit, his lady controverts him. Happened to be this and's all. Saved his ass from a musket ball before Fort George in November. Aye, Blackie all a grin. What a night! Thousands of us. A fierce wind coming in off the harbour at our backs, sparks from the torches flying everywhere. Blackie kept imagining his hat was afire, recalls the captain, all shouting up at them, Liberty! Daring them to shoot. Buggers! Though Major James could have ta'en easily 1,000 souls at the first volley, he held his fire, and our war with Britain did not begin. But good Fender could have provoked it if anyone could. Whilst he was exposing his hind parts to the gaze of those in the fort, prudent Dot, recognizing signs of trouble ahead, removed a sap from her stocking and bestowed the Pygephanous tar a memento from which he did not awaken until the next day, by which time he'd been conveyed to her barge at the Amboys. Well met, friend, says a quiet voice at Dixon's elbow. I'll not tell if you won't. Peering through the smoke, he recognizes Philip Dimdown, now as unmacaronical as possible, a serious young man upon a mission whose end may not be predicted. They make their way to a corner with a clavier, from whose top Dixon must remove a Madeira bottle, 2 cold chops, and a severely tattered periwig in order even to lounge against it. So thou not a fop after all? I may pass fop remarks, make fop jokes without giving offence. 'Twas the best way to get by them. Dimdown causing his tankard to nod amiably. Rattling quite discomposes these Brits, some of whom may go for weeks without saying any more than they have to.
Yet as no true macaroni would in non-macaronic company behave too macaronically, in that was the impersonation you saw defective. That is, I might have been more subdued about it. Fooled me for fair. I was probably indulging fop sentiments long kept under, unknown even to myself. Yet even a son of liberty needs to have a little diversion, given that scarcely a day passes when one doesn't have to step lively if one wishes to remain attached to one's arse. And for me, say, being a fop's just the ticket. Right now, I'm obsessed with wigs. I find I have to change them once a week at least in order to remain unidentified. What think ye of this one? Just snatched it up and threw it on. In town but for the night. Been travelling about in a French bomb ketch taken in the late war. La Fougueuse, 2 mortars and a cockpit. Spot of bother with the trim in any kind of a chop. Dates back to 42. But she gets us where we want to go. She gets us round the communications. Seeming by this to denote the total ensemble of routes by which messages might in those days pass among Americans, by which selves entirely word-made were announced and shared, now and then merging in a plasma, like the oversoul of the Hindu, surging to and fro along the lanes from hillside to bluff, by way of lanthorn flashes, transnoctial hoofbeats, sharpies and snows, cryptograms curled among macaronic wigs, songs, sermons, bells in towers, hat brims, letters to the papers, broadsheets at the corners, criers at town limits facing out into the unknown in the dead of winter, in the middle of the night, and shouting, never without the confidence that someone is listening somewhere and passing the message along. Upon water, as upon land, La Fougueuse in company with ferries coming and going round the clock, linking coastal Connecticut, New York, the Jerseys, all up and down Chesapeake, a single great branched creature, impulses travelling creeks and coves at the speed of thought. Virginia, the Carolinas, well into and beyond the mountains, into the water prairie of Ohio, and thence.
"'Tis vast,"
Blackie assures Dixon.
"Ain't never been nothing like it. Been living in Brooklyn all my life, seen some shit some English gents wouldn't even know if they stepped in it, and by then 'twould be too late. But what's going on with these lawyers?" Pollicating the captain. "Hey, yous don't want to know. It's vast, all right. Know what I'm saying? Vast."
Dixon, shrugging, shakes his head to indicate ignorance upon the topic. Christ's return, he guesses.
"That's next, after us."
Yous are paving the way?
"Very likely put, sir,"
cries an ecclesiastical-looking personage.
"I should add inspiringly, but for the preponderance of deists among us whom Christ makes uncomfortable. They will have their day. And later, a generation or two from now, when the people are at last grown disenchanted enough, 'twill be time for Christ to return to the hearts of his own. Why, Asaph, po to ye and your they. Ye're a damned Voltaire reader yourself. What kind of thorns and angels stuff is this?"
Mr. Dixon, being a Quaker, can hold little love for any king.
Blackie, do calm down a bit.
Though his love for Christ may be another matter, and
'twas that I was deferring to, that's if you don't mind. "Course not,"
Blackie replies with the smugness of one who believes he has scored a point. Though reared a friend, Dixon feels he must clarify, I was exposed at a receptive age to a rush of deistic thoughts, aye, very deistic indeed, all in a great tumble by way of Mr. Emerson of Herworth. So, I've a sentimental foot in each, as thou'd say. As a Quaker, you'd surely rather see us independent of Britain, inquires Mr. Dimdown. 'Tis not how British treat Americans. Dixon, amiably rubescent, 'tis how both of you treat the African slaves and the Indians native here that engages the friends more closely. An old and melancholy history. My allegiance as a Quaker born would lie above all tribes with Christ. Withal, as a Geordie, for reasons unarguably tribal, I can have no sympathy for any British king. Not even one who's paid my wages, bless him. Call me an ungrateful cur, go ahead. I've been called worse. Halo, thy jack's empty. Can't have that. Allow me, all who are dry, no problem. Mr. McLean shall enter each into his ledger, and in the fullness of time will all be repaid. Aye then, here they come. How canny with those great foam tops on 'em. What do thou call that?
That is a head.
Blackie quizzical.
They don't have that back wherever you're from. What kind of ale drinker are you then, sir?
Shall we quarrel after all?
Innocent question.
Blackie looking about for support.
Very well, as thou did ask. I'm a faithful and traditional ale drinker, sir, who does thee a courtesy in even swallowing this pale, hopped-up, watered-down imitation of small beer. Far preferable, replies Blackie, even if slanderously and vilely untrue to that black, sluggish, treacly substitute for naval tar, sir. No offence meant, that they will swill down over in England?
With a look that would have been meaningful could it get much beyond a common glower. Dixon sighs. Ale loyalty is important to him as part of a pact with the youth he wished to remain connected to. He lifts and drinks as calmly as possible the entire pint of American ale, without pausing for any breath. Having then taken one at last, "Oh, error!" he cries. "How could I have so misjudged this?" Blackie is as short of time as anyone here. This thing that is now taking shape has an inertia that may yet bear all before it. He can no longer indulge himself in what once, not long ago, would have proved a lively contest. Nowadays, all energy, all attention is claimed by futurity, unwritten as unscribable, the door wide open. Thus,
I once took joy, as a matter of fact, in many a British pint, recalls Blackie, and go ever in the faith that so I shall again some day. Meanwhile, as with our tea, we brew American.
"Believe I'll have another of those," replies Dixon. "Would thou join me?" Chapter 58. Upon the roads of Mason's journey south, the scene is alarming. In Maryland in September, the mob had pulled down the house of Zachariah Hood, who, refusing to resign as the province's stamp distributor, fled to New York, and was granted refuge in Fort George in time to witness Fort Topman Bodine's bilunar exhibition. Though it was now possible to clear vessels out of Chesapeake ports unstamped, pleading a lack of stamps, Maryland was somehow among the last of the American provinces to do so, as if, having paused, self-amazed at their bold deed, the mobility were now considering their next step. As autumn rusted toward winter, youths went careening along the highroads, firing long rifles from horseback at any target that might suggest a connection with stamped paper, puffs of breath and smoke decorating the way. Groups of farm girls stood at crossroads and sang to them, Americans all. Their fathers, not always with better things to do, offered jugs and pipes, and their mothers tea. Travelling sons of liberty never had to pay a farthing for drink, and were ever the objects of suggestions that, for even the liveliest of them, would have taken more time away from their itineraries than duty would allow. Massachusetts Bay accents were heard for the first time. Out in the Allegheny, up in the coves, or coves, as folk there were pronouncing it, pursed as the Yankees were broad. New Yorkers in Georgia, Pennsylvanians in the Carolinas, Virginians everywhere, upon horses perhaps better looking than suited to the work, all took time to appreciate the music of voices from far away, yet already unmistakably American. Out in the field down by the sea the hour has pealed, whoever ye be. Daughter of Erin, Scotia's son, let us be daring, let it be done. It is time for the choosing, Americans all, no more refusing the cry and the call, for the grain to be sifted, for the tyrants to fall, as the low shall be lifted, Americans all. Till the end of the story, till the end of the fight, till the last craven Tory has taken to flight. Let us go to the wall, let us march through the pain, Americans all, slaves ne'er again. At Williamsburg, Mason, as well as being invited to the College of William and Mary to inspect the philosophical apparati, is introduced at the State House to a party of Tuscarora chiefs, upon a mission to bring out the last of their people from the Carolinas and to conduct them safely back under the protection of the Senecas, where they will join the rest of their tribe, the sixth of the Six Nations. The escort have some apprehension about crossing Pennsylvania with 100, perhaps 200 Tuscaroras, for they have heard of the Paxton massacres. But along the way they are to be joined by protectors from various nations, principally Mohawks. Though their territory lies hundreds of leagues to the north, the Six Nations are ever a-bustle through the forests of Pennsylvania, observing all movement regardless of size vigilantly. Any of Paxtonian disposition, Mason tries to reassure the chiefs, being usually blessed with a marksman's eye, know who's in the woods and why, yet will not at every opportunity choose to engage. He is staying at Mr. Weatherburn's. One morning a note appears tucked into a frame full of crossed ribbons from Colonel Washington, in town and seeking a quiet game or two of billiards. Their tranquillity is not long preserved as more and more arrive in Raleigh's billiard-room round the famed great table. Even as clearings appear in the smoke of a tavern, so in colonial matters may we be able to see into and often enough through the motives of Georgie Rex and that dangerous band of boobies. Henceforth, it seems, the Irish and the Ulster Scots are to be upon the same terms with them as the Africans, Hindus, and other dark peoples they enslave, and so to make it easier to shoot us with all Americans, though we be driven more mystically, not by the lash and musket, but by ledger and theodolite, all to assure them of an eternal supply of cheap axemen, farmers, a few rude artisans, and docile buyers of British goods, not only presuming us their subjects, which is bad enough, but that we're merely another kind of nigger. Well, that's what I can't forgive. Are you sure? Civility, sir. The word you have employed here in this quiet pool of reason is a very shark, whichever feels its lunch hour nigh. Excuse me, do I hear that word again? In this smoke 'twould seem so are we all. Eh? Washington grabbing Mason. Colonel, sir, twitching away, 'twould be far preferable. That voice, Mason! 'Tis my tithable Gershom. And furthermore, here's the latest news of the king. Several hoots and whistles. King goes in a tavern. Bartender says, "What'll it be, George?" King says, "I'm in disguise here. How'd you know who I was?" Bartender says, "That crown on your head." King says, "Only a madman would walk around wearing a crown." Bartender falls on his knees. "Your Majesty." Half the company seem to believe this is a white customer impersonating an African. Others, having caught Gershom's act before, recognize him right away. "Hey, Gersh, do the one about the crocodile that can talk." "The rabbit in the moon." "Wait a bit. Somebody say there's a real Negro in here." "Hell, maybe even more'n one." For the rest of the evening, everyone suspects everyone else of being Gershom. Now and then someone, though the bellows are never quite fast enough to reveal who, tells another king joke.
King's alchemist presents him with a philter that can transport him where'er he wishes.
Mason's turn to put the clutch upon Washington.
Baby fizz Nath McLean, or I'm a sailor. King decides he'll journey to the sun, the invisible youth continues. Alchemist says, Your Majesty, the sun, it burns at thousands of Fahrenheit degrees, far too hot there for anything to remain alive. King says, So, where's the difficulty? I'll go at night.
Young Nath, back in classes at William and Mary, daily more woven into continental realities, here, seen through what he and his schoolmates style the room broom, appears already less fit, more slothful than the narrow and restless camp factotum of the summer previous.
I left that party just in time, he confides. I should have been crazy as Captain Jang had I remained a week more.
Crazy enough, remarks his friend Murray.
That bad, was it?
Mason, a bit reserved.
All respect, sir. The captain wasn't just pipe-smoking in the article of that Shah. We all felt it, as to appearance did you and Mr. Dixon.
Surveying a property line, that may be one thing.
Clearing and marking a right line of 100 leagues into the lands of others cannot be a kindly act. Should we have refused the commission, then?
Mason, an ever-sharpening nasality.
We didn't invent parallels of latitude. Your dispute is with Hipparchus and Aristophanes before him. Both, I believe, dead. Perhaps no harm will come of it, so must we pray. Remember me to Mr. Dixon. Your servant, sir.
As Nath once more is subsumed into narcotic vapours opaque as futurity, leaving Mason feeling guilty as foolish, unable to rely as much as before upon remembrances of the cheerful boy who passed like a shuttle ever to and fro and amidst, as if weaving the very party on into the west, day upon day. Chapter 59. The surveyors returned to the North Mountain at the end of March, to find the Shelby seat engulfed as ever in turmoil. 6 neighbours having but lately petitioned Governor Sharp to remove him and his coadjutor, Mr. Joseph Warford, as justices of the peace, the captain's secular woes have multiplied sensibly toward a state of irremediable chaos, owing to the great scandal over the winter involving Tom Hines, Catherine Wheat, and their baby.
You recall how last September, not long before you boys arrived, Conrad Wheat, one of our distillers hereabouts, his girl Catherine, goes up before Captain Price, holding in her arms her newborn baby, swearing under oath that Tom Hines is the father. She doesn't appear at November court in Frederickstown, so the matter's put over till March.
Tom wonders what she's up to. Some other swain behind the smokehouse he don't know about. He's all perplexed. His own father is happy to advise him.
This is my grandson. Know what that means? No, sir. A grandson means a man can quit worrying at last. Means the chain goes on unbroken. The miracle of fatherhood. That's as long as the little sucker's daddy ain't some contemptible fool who'll gladly run away, but for his own father who'd beat him so roundly he'd be running nowhere for a long while, of course.
What? Tom, agape.
Marry the bitch. We dwell among the people of the kirk, lad, advises the elder Hines, recalling the sampler your dear mother made that hangs o'er the hearth. Expect Indians, nods Tom. Exactly in the same daily spirit must a man, aye, and woman too, at every moment expect lawsuits out here from any direction, for any reason or none. In a Presbyterian world, 'tis best to keep a tidy life. Marry her. She'd never have me, proving she's got good sense. All the more reason why you need to marry her. Now, tonight, I'm going to lock you in this shed here. Dad, tonight, Tom, you must be sober and alone with your soul, not out rowdy-dowing. Take note I've been holding back the hickory so far. This is too important. Think about it.
So young Hines obeys, though his thoughts aren't quite as spiritual as his father might have hoped for. Rather, Tom, through these dark hours, slowly pieces together what, even in the sunlight of the next day, to his reddened eyes, continues to look like a clever plan. "Forget the bitch," he announces. "We'll seize the baby," dashing off before William can comment to call upon Captain Shelby and ask him, as Peace Commissioner, to write him a warrant to repossess the baby. The captain, hearing the story, is amused. His blood gets to racing at the possibility of yet another lawsuit. He goes through a great rigmarole with good paper, pens and inks of several colours and wax seals as well, and Tom, who can't read any of it, figures he's as good as got that baby in his hands. That Monday night, about 9 or 10, they go to serve the instrument. Tom and the constable, along with Moran, Dawson, a couple of others, Nathan Lynn, and John Gurlow show up at Wheat's house, pretending at first they only want a quart of whiskey. 6 of them, they're planning to share a quart. The German, suspicious already, now spies Tom Hines among the company.
"A pint I can only sell you."
"Well, come on out here, Conrad. We want you to look at something." Conrad thinks about it. There are women and children in the house. His nearest pistol is too far away. He shrugs and steps into the night, leaving the door open a little with only the thrusts of light from candles inside moving to and fro to see by.
"We've come for the baby, Conrad,"
says the constable, Barney Johnson.
"Will you give him up?" "Why should I?" "Court order." "May I see it?" "Too dark." "Read it to me." Barney sighs. "Here, Moran, you've the lanthorn." What Shelby wrote proves to be a search warrant for stolen goods. More of the Welshman's peculiar notion of mirth. Catherine pops out the door to remind the constable that her child ain't goods, stolen or however. Tom, jumping down off his horse, goes after her and she slams the door in his face. Everybody's feeling edgy. "Who signs this order?" Conrad shouts. "Don't tell him anything," warns Tom in a temper. "Tom, 'tis all legal," says the constable. "And comrade, now, the warrant is Captain Shelby's, but Shelby? Some court order, Barnet. Shame, so. Captain Shelby's demand? More of his bullying. It means nothing. My daughter has already given security to Justice Price, and her child is safe here. Catherine Wheat having failed to show up in Justice Price's court last month," Constable Johnson in a small, hurried voice proclaims, "is deemed a violation of the law, and pending disposition for the good of the child, must I order my deputies to lay hands upon it forthwith." "Lay hands upon this!" cries one of the girls of the house, and shakes out a great wing of dishwater, whose pinguid embrace not all escape, whilst another sets the hounds who live in the back upon the party. The house of a sudden is seen to be filled with more people than anyone might have imagined. "Why then, Conrad, I am personally saddened to think you would lie thus in wait for us." The constable, unable to finish his thought as he must struggle to remain atop his mount. Out the door, and a window or two as well, come Barclay, Steed, and the Rush brothers, Brooks and Flint remaining within to see to the ladies, advancing upon the constable's men, who with back-country whoops come a-charging, cudgels ready to strike. Tom, in his not altogether subdued way, screaming, "He's mine, bitch, and I'll have him alive or dead." One of Wheat's boys, roughly pushed, falls, is hurt.
A sister swoops in to snatch the baby and bring him in his swaddling, looking like a little stuffed cabbage leaf, back to the kitchen, whilst the others in the house shut and bar the door, though not for long, as the rioters close behind begin breaking it in. The boy has a compress of arnica tea upon his thumb by now, and will be all right. Conrad has a lot invested in the door, which he's carpentered, carved, and hung all with his one set of hands. He watches, not yet able to believe that these men he thought he knew could become a band of raiders who mean him harm, and his grandson as well, it seems. For now in this ear-battering kitchen melee the baby has suddenly become a ball in a game, being tossed in short, high arcs from one party to another about the house, as the Shelbyites go beating upon anyone in their reach, injuring some so badly they won't make it into court. No more hazardous than the usual North Mountain wedding. Young Tom is beating the mother of his child, informing her, in a voice not entirely in his control, of his intention to kill her. Passionate lad, though not in any way women are apt to find welcome, is it? Nathan Lynn grabs the baby and runs out the door. Then one of Wheat's women chasing after gets him back, runs on into the field with Barney after her and John Gurlow close behind. They catch her and beat her till she gives the child up, all out in the dark where they can't see her as well as they could back in the candlelight. They've no sense of depth here and don't know how hard to strike. All are phantoms to one another. At last she reclines in a frozen furrow, weeping, trying to get one of them to look her in the face. Gurlow will not, and Barney is too occupied with the baby, who, upon assessing the constable, has begun to cry. Well, cry is perhaps not it exactly. All the way to Ralph Matson's house, that little banshee lets out a protest that echoes for miles off these hills. Irish folk cross themselves, needlewomen drop stitches, not to mention bow. "For the days then teetered round us all," comments Captain Shelby. "We'd soon enough ourselves be upon the march from Fredericktown down to Annapolis, riding as a troop 2 and 3 abreast, with inexpensive comparisons made to the Paxton boys, though 'twas the stamp dispute that brought us out, and whether the Assembly would pass its journal. Tom's domestic drama gave us a practice run, as you'd say, for acts of public necessity impending." At last they convey the goods successfully across to Matson's, upon the Pennsylvania side. Captain Shelby's there waiting with Will Hines, the baby crying to chill the bones of Pontiac himself. "Give it here, Barney," says the captain. "You're doing that all wrong," and takes the baby, who abruptly falls silent, gazing up at the captain's eyebrows. "Aye, you like that, do you? Can't say you look much like a Hines." "Just as well." He orbs one by one the bleeding, dishevelled escort. "Do I take it the mother was unwilling to give the infant up?" "I made the Dutch bitch's blood fly," Tom Hines informs the company. "Say it 3 times quickly, Tom, and we'll believe you." That, incidentally, is the exclamation verbatim, Uncle Ives here asserts. See Proceedings of the Council of Maryland for the year 65. Your uncle has been telling the story as deposed much later by people wishing to have Shelby dismissed as a peace officer, perhaps to get even for some wrong committed during the crisis attending the Stamp Act, or perhaps more ancient. But here he crossed the line. A Pennsylvanian raid upon a Maryland farmer. 'Twas more than whose warrant should have effect where. Shelby ignored the power of the line and chose to defy it. So it became a matter for Annapolis. "'Tis all there," allows the Reverend, "the whole squalid tale, transcending the usual neighbourly resentment, tied into that strange rising of spirit throughout the countryside,
from a certain cock of the hat to the refusal of all further belief in boundaries or British government. A willed departure from history. Captain Shelby's personal peeve is the lack of respect for his signature upon writs and orders, which he seems to run into at every turn either side of the line. The law, in its majesty, can look after itself. 'Tis the disrespect for him personally that Shelby cannot abide. Damn the Dutchman! He'd better stay over there in Maryland, or he'll be well thrashed, refusing my writ. Good thing I wasn't along with you, Barney. I'd have burned his house down. No one reminds him that he wrote the baby repossession order in jest. He refuses, in turn, to accept security from Flint and Brooks on behalf of the wheat girl. If my writ means nothing over there, why should your security mean any more over here? Taking instead the Heinz's note for £100 as bond to keep the baby off the parish. The captain's troubles are not over, for now Conrad Wheat brings suit over the riot at his house, obliging all parties to show up at Justice Warford's house for a hearing preliminary to court. Tom Hines, the merry bachelor, though bobbing cork-like as ever, beginning to feel remorse, no longer alludes to his recent blood-letting activities. No one wants to hear about it anyway. When the moment to appear before the justice arrives at last, he's all but desperate to see Kate. Shelby comes in a bellowing after a warrant for Catherine Wheat's fine. "Mrs. Warford advises against it," replies Joseph Warford, "her gifts in this area being widely known. And Evan, don't try to squeeze this one dry, for there's not that much in it. Damn Joe, my old colleague at law, his worthy wife at whose table I've ever been happy to dine, betrayed. Who'd have thought it of either one here, eh, Will? Eh, Tom? Tom?" Tom Hines is not immediately visible. Amazingly to all, Mrs. Warford and a resolute candle flame revealed the north-mounting Casanova retired to a stuffed chair in a dim corner, with Catherine Wheat upon his lap, whilst he strokes her intently. "You wounded me," she is advising him. "I was bleeding. I've the marks yet. Here, can you see my back? 'Twas but a willow switch, and you were curled up so tight. I'd never harm you, Katy." "Why, you lying snake, of course you would, and you did." "How was I supposed to feel? Everyone staring, without even telling me first you just went to Captain Price. I believed it our own secret child, the secret of our love, that no one need know." "Are you crazy? Hide a baby? You know what babies are, Net. You've been in the house with ours for even a minute. What secret?" "Well, maybe I know that now. Maybe I was young then. Maybe even foolish." "Then was 3 months ago. You could have just married me then. Saved us all this." She doesn't care by now who thinks what, not even Tom, who she is looking Schlag in the eye. Firmly propelled from behind by his wife, her version of a suggestive nudge, Mr. Warford abruptly enters the tete-a-tete, rumbling, "Hines, as you have spoiled this girl and taken her credit from her, you ought to marry her." Both young people regard the avuncular apparition and the bobbing arc of faces behind with strangely calmed expressions. She rests her head upon Hines's shoulder, exhales, and continues to gaze at the company, her face, if not smug, then at least innocently relaxing after a long struggle. "So, Tom," a confidence in her voice he's never heard, but were he quicker might have felt concerned about, "what do you think, my boiled potato?" "Oh," his face draped in a slow daze, "I haven't much against it. Sure, I'll consider of it." Intending to offer 25, but moved by the spirit in the room, Conrad Wheat declares, You shall have £30 from me, and a £5 wedding soap."
"Hurrah!" cries Mrs. Warford. "Now, when were you thinking of, young man, exactly?"
When?
Tom Hines, not sure what today's date is, notes with some alarm that all this whole rioting, baby-snatching, litigious time it has been Christmas-tide. Has Christmas come and gone and he's missed it in all the commotion?
Before year's end, missus, he supposes.
"Just a minute," cries Captain Shelby, who's been busy scribbling. The merriment subsides.
"There's yet this matter of the girl's fine. Joe, if you'll not write me a warrant, perhaps you'll at least kindly sign one of my own here."
Mr. Warford peers over at his wife, who for the second time tonight desuperpolicates with a mischievous though unwavering smile for the captain.
"Sorry. I don't know how much more as a man I can really take of this," mutters the Welshman. "Damned Dutchman and his £5 ridottos and his Indian corn poison. Oh, much too grand to comply with my lawful writ. And now, old Joe, you refuse me once and then again. This night am I thrice denied. Then, damn, I'll sign it myself. There. Now, someone seize the young lady forthwith."
"My pleasure," cries the dim Tom Hines, clasping his sweetheart, who squeals. Will Hines frowns at Shelby.
"What new thievery's this?"
"I'll take your note happily, Tom," the captain prompts.
"Dad, I think he wants you to be here for the wedding," explains Will Hines.
"Before the year is out," intones Mrs. W. Thus, upon the night of December the 31st, all are gathered at Mr. Warford's house in clean clothes and hopeful spirits. Snow drifts in the corners of window panes distant from the fire. Mrs. Warford has made a great dark spirit-soaked fruit-cake and iced it for good measure in bridal white. Conrad Wheat has brought a wagon-load of his lately run Canolaways white, whose drinking requires close attention lest it prove but one more way of falling asleep. Stamp-packed rumours fly among small gatherings of young men in and out of doors. An assortment of calathumpians are there with a full battery of cowbells tuned to the pentatonic scale, drums with possum-skin heads, whistles and gongs, and a military bugle found in the woods after Braddock's defeat.
"Not as cold as last winter this time, do you remember?" "Cold enough for me."
"Never hope to see another like that one."
"This morning my dogs wanted to stay in."
"Your dogs have to lean against the wall to bark, Gus." Captain Shelby recites the service as if it were poetry. "Will you, Thomas Hines, take Catherine Wheat to your lawful wedded wife?"
"Aye, sir, I will."
"And Catherine Wheat, Thomas Hines, to your lawful wedded husband?"
"I will." "Then, barring some further act of disrespect toward yet another signature of mine, acting within my authority as officer of the peace, I am delighted to be able at last to pronounce, jump, dog, leap, bitch, and I'll be damned if all the men on earth can unmarry you." "Tell 'em, Captain."
"Oh, Tom, you've broken my heart."
"And several others as well."
The fiddler raises his bow and attacks the black joke. Feet rediscover steps that are their own and not those of the day and its demands. When Tom wakes next morning, only slowly recognizing the bed Mrs. Warford is charging him 5 shillings for, the first thing he notices is the wallpaper, patterned all over with identical small blue flowers upon a ground of glowing vermilion. He lies there for a long time in the crescent light, doing nothing but regarding this floral repetition. He finds that if he comes close enough to the wall and lets his eyes drift slightly out of focus, each blossom will divide in 2, and these slide away to each side until recombining with a neighbour, and that the new-made images appear now to have depth, making an array of solid objects suspended in a quivering bright ether. It may have been a difficult night. Only one or two things stand out. He does recall Captain Shelby performing the marriage. He looks over beside him now, and sure enough, there's Katy asleep, with an egg-shaped drop of sunlight about to touch her shoulder. So that was real. He also recalls getting up in the middle of the night to piss and being confronted with a figure he at first imagines as the devil, because it bears a pitchfork, but which he presently recognizes as Captain Shelby. "Been waiting, Mr. Hines? Thought you'd never come. Look at them. They're all asleep." In every dark nook lay revellers under and upon the furniture and stairs. "All except me. I'm the only one who stayed up, for I knew you'd try to escape. Now, get your ass back into that chamber, and if you dare to leave your lawful wife tonight or ever, this," waving the fork, "gets jobbed in your guts. Are we in agreement? Captain, alls I got up for was to piss, and I was thinking more of outside the judge's house than in. Why didn't you say so? Come on, then. We'll see. We'll go piss in the snow." Threading their way among snoring celebrants, trying not to blunder onto drooling faces or disarranged skirts, they go outside, and together piss in the snow. Shelby writes his name sweepingly, as if at the bottom of some blank and all-powerful warrant of the winter, whilst Tom draws a simple heart, unpierced, unlettered, whose outline he fills in carefully, completely, and then some. The captain looks over. "You certainly did have to piss. Hallelujah. Attend me. Give up the pleasures of town. Those brick defiles are not for you. Your fate lies rather to the west. When those surveyors return in the spring, they'll be needing hands. You can be head of Shelby's men, a sort of party within the party. What say you?" "Did me a service," Tom Hines will declare when anyone asks. "I'm forever obliged to the captain. Catherine Wheat is the best thing that ever happened to me. Without her I'd be lost. He sure knew what was best." They are reluctant to quit the freezing night. Tom asks quietly, "May she come along?" "She'll be in full again, eh?" "Forgot about that." Shelby regards him silently and at length. "I had ye calculated for a renegado. Why, ye're going to be another damned grandfather Cressop, Tom. You'll see." Chapter 60. In the strong twilight over the mountains of Wales, draining of light league upon league of darkly forested peaks, to the eye familiar, the occasional interruption of a cabin or plantation, chimney smoke, a grey patch of girdled trees amid the green pervading. A shade ascending one hollow at a time, the wind acquires at the dark a potency it did not possess in the light. An axe bit's blow quenched in living wood, a dog after a squirrel, a percussive sandwich of hammer, anvil, and the work between. Night over all this watershed, how vast, that covers each soul in it like a breathing mouth, humid, warm, carrying the odours of living and dying, that takes back everything committed upon the land that day without appeal, dissolving all in shadow. They have caught up with this era in the settlement of this West. Though not in all ways insane, yet Captain Shelby, avid for any occasion to quarrel, exhibits signs of mania upon the topic of land disputes, being often preoccupied from well before sun up till far into the early darknesses with litigations great and petty, engrossments ditto, with boundary issues of particular passion. A falling tree, a wandering chicken, the meanders of a stream. Any pretext, any least scent of inconvenience will do. He admires this west lime for its great size, though he's puzzled as to why there can't be a few angles someplace to accommodate a close friend, for example, or even more than one.
Kings.
Mason, with a what-can-we-poor-sheep-do look, which Shelby declines to join him in.
This is how they reason. In map-size sweeps of the arm. Divide it thus, I command you. They can't be bothered with the fine details. Having inked a map or two, I know that impatience, though my sympathy reaches no further. Out here the king has few to count upon, and his troops will be fools to come much past Cumberland. You'll be certain to tell him I said so.
Tell whom?
Whoever may be asking. Do thou believe we're spies, Captain?
Dixon, with a genial taproom menace, moving as if into range.
Sirs, I've been out here since before the late war, and have offered my hospitality to many a spy of every persuasion. For as spies must travel, so it follows some travellers must be spies. Yet I bar my door to no one. 'Tis a pursuit of men, away in the distant world, no more sinful than the making of rifles or the charging of quit-rent. Yet do I prefer an honest quarrel out in the open myself. 'Tis more manly somehow, don't ye think?
Dixon ambles closer, beaming. Yet 'tis a gormless spy indeed who'd lurk where there are no more secrets to steal.
How so? What is there that has not been visited intentionally and not 100 times? Gathering ginseng would be more profitable.
Shelby is of course also a surveyor, who ranges these mountains all about, bearing and wielding his instrument like a weapon.
Oh, I saw upon the instant how this was, darkly to Dixon. I saw how the ancient sorcerers must have enjoyed what they did. At our pleasure, we may look through this brazen tube through glass mathematically shaped, and whatever desirable scene sweeps by as we turn it, why, 'tis ours for writing down the angle. Good heavens, what power!
There is a love of complexity here in America, Shelby declares. Pure space waits the surveyor. No previous lines, no fences, no streets to constrain polygyny, however extravagant, especially in Maryland, where, encouraged by the re-survey laws, warranted properties may possess hundreds of sides, their angles pushing outward and inward, all sides zigging and zagging, going ahead and doubling back, making loops inside loops. In America 'twas ever po to simple quadrilaterals.
Eh?
Dixon nodding vaguely. He's never regarded his occupation in quite this way before. His journeyman years coincided with the rage then sweeping Durham for enclosure. Aye, and alas, he had attended at that altar. He had sliced into polygons and common lands of his forebears. He had drawn lines of ink that became fences of stone. He had broken up herds of fell sheep to be driven ragged and dingy off through the rain to gates and exile. He had turned the same covetous angles as the Welshman, though perhaps never as many, for Shelby seemed seized with goniolatry or the worship of angles, defining tracts of virgin land by as many of these exhilarating instrumental sweeps as possible.
Things to survey your domain, even if you don't own it. Here at the Allegheny crest, ye may stand and look either way, down mile after mile of the vista ye've cut, and from your eminence pretend that you own it. Every girl, every gambler, tonic salesman, and banjo player that comes down that line could easily be paying tribute to somebody. Not a lot, no worse than quit-rent. A nuisance levy, really, even if it's a song or a card trick, or 10 minutes in the hayloft.
Shelby accompanies them over North Mountain, whereupon it begins to rain and snow and continues so for the next 10 days. The cards come out, and the chap books and dice and bottles. Mason goes to sleep, requesting that he be wakened only in case of spring. Dixon tries to learn from Captain Jang something of the Luopan in exchange for instruction as to the sector. The attention we are paying these zenith stars, he suggests, has brought me to imagine an anti-celestial or backwards astrology, in which the stars must be projected inwards somehow, mapped from the celestial sphere onto the surface of our globe. At Greenwich, for example, the zenith star is Gamma Draconis, putting Britain into the terrestrial sign of Draco the dragon. Just so, the geomancer twinkles. Yet in Durham we mean something different when we say dragon. Ours are not at all the Chinese variety. Some, like the Lambton worm, lacking wings and a fire-breathing capacity, may indeed be of a distinct species. You've seen such a creature? Heard the story when growing up. As Lambton Castle lies almost upon the North Sea, we at Cockfield knew it as a Weir Valley tale, that like an ageless salmon had worked its way over the years upstream to us. At the Market Square in Bishop, as at Darlington Fair, the tale was often performed by troops of travelling actors, 6 of whom would be needed for the part of the worm. The drop was painted to suggest the sea fret whispering along the walls, mysterious shapes in the park beyond, as romantic as you please. Today, the country round Lambton is thick with collieries, and pretty much given over to staithes and chutes and waggon rails. But the river then was purer and wilder, not yet altogether converted to the service of the Christian God, though, as it happened, fishing it on a Sunday in these parts had long been forbidden. They take out pipes, which Captain Jang fills with a blend of cured vegetation that he will describe only as Chinese tobacco, courteously igniting both with embers from the fire. The heedless John Lambton, his lordship's heir, a young man as malapert in company as he is masterly in a stream, his own reach of the weir in particular, has long refused to honour this rule. One Sunday, instead of the salmon trout he believes is due, he pulls in a small snake-like thing, with a double row of horrid little vents either side of it from its head down the body, gasping open and shut. 9 pair of them. At first, he takes it for a lamprey, but lampreys have only 7 pair. This thing is different. He feels a strange cold at his temples, a conscious vibration in the fishing line. It seems to him almost that the creature is gazing into his eyes, with a look of intelligent evil. Just then his friend Reginald comes galloping up with a couple of pack-horses. "All right then, John, come along. There'll be no Moors left by the time we get to Jerusalem." "What?" "The crusade! Oh, bother, you said you'd come. I say, what's it on your line?" "Ghastly thing. Throw it back in. Let's go bash old Abdul, what? Yes, but Reggie, I'm not sure the river's quite the place for it. Best interests of the fish and so on. Here, look ye. Here's this hole with some stones round the edge. I'll just chuck it in here, shall I?" "But isn't it someone's well?" "Some tenant or something, who cares?" And with one of those knightly flourishes, the young fool, damned in the instant, actually tosses the worm into the well. "Oh, John!" cries Reggie. "That's so amusing." And thus cheerily the lads are off to the east, where a number of desperate adventures wait them.
Meanwhile, the worm is far from idle, having almost immediately begun in that womb of wet stone to grow. Local people hear it thrashing about, and the bravest, as they peer down into the echoing dark, may almost see it. Soon the water has acquired an unpleasant taste, metallic, sour, heavy with a reptilian musk. Buckets let down do not come back up. Creaking noises are heard at night as the well's casing is brought under some enormous force. Till one morning, as the sun rises, so up over the rim of the well appears a great blazing pair of eyes, the closely set, purposeful eyes of a predator. Slowly, with no appearance of effort, it begins to ascend from the well, accompanied by a terrible poisonous odor. Flowing up over the edge, indeed it keeps coming for longer than it should. Everything living in the area, including the vegetation, stop what they're doing and attend. The worm seems quite hungry. Taking its time, the worm proceeds to one of the bats or islands in the river where it sets up its base of operations. Its needs are simple: food, drink, and the pleasure to be had from killing. It eats sheep and swine. It drains milk from cattle 9 at a time. The number 9 recurs in the tale, though the reason is dark, and careless dogs, cats, and humans are but light snacks to it. Around it, a circle of devastation appears, pale and soiled, which no one enters, and which the world must keep shifting for, a little at a time as it goes on widening. The worm each day venturing a little further from its base, till at length the circle of terror advances to include a direct view of the battlements of Lambton Castle itself, the final sanctuary, surely inviolable, although the people in the castle dare not try to organize an exodus. For the worm, when it must, can travel at great speed, faster than horses can gallop. They have watched in terror many chases to the death across the tide plain below, as, once alerted, the worm has easily cut its victims off in the open, far from any refuge or escape. So there begins an obsession by the worm. The chapel is never empty now. The steward has begun taking inventory. Rationing lists are in early but serious negotiation. Days once idle are now filled with defensive chores. Engineers tried to get the trebuchet on the roof into working order, tweaking the shape of the sling-release hook. The worm is by now grown so large that it may comfortably coil round the entire castle. One day there will come to it some sign, the call of a raven, the exact shape of a moon, the racing shadow of a cloud, which will lead, by an unreadable train of serpent thought, to a convulsive breaching of these walls and a merciless search within. A face suddenly looming in the roofless sky. A feast. No one can say when. The evil one has Lambton Castle literally in its embrace. The local folk keep a vigil, blending in against the brush on the sombre hillsides, calculating how fast they'll have to move when the creature turns its attention to them. Days pass, presently weeks. The worm continues to enlarge its zone of emptiness, but with a change of centre, returning now after each excursion to coil about the castle, where it lies all night digesting loudly its day's predation. It is into this increasingly desperate siege that John Lambton now returns from his crusade. At first look, impaling foreigners seems to have agreed with him. He is tanned and fit and easy in the saddle. But beneath the hearty mask lies a dread of what he will encounter. Approaching the castle, he can smell the worm long before he sees it. He would have much preferred a dragon, dragons having from time to time in County Durham chosen to infest the roads and lay desolate the countryside, it falling usually to such known anti-draconical families as the Latimers, Wyvilles, or Mowbrays to respond. But those creatures were winged and clawed, fire-breathing, noble in conformation, the reptilian detailing ever harmless, almost an afterthought. Nothing like what John Lambton, rounding the last bend before home, beholds, recognizes, and understands as his own creation. Something he must now before God deal with. Time has not been kind to the worm he threw in the well. It had been unpleasant enough to look at when only elver size. Now, despite what he has seen in the east, he must labour not to turn away. The 18 vents have grown astonishingly, and hang pulsating, each surrounded by a deep black annulus of something glistering and corroded. The face has lost the youthful malevolence that Lambton remembers, has rather become, deep in its abandonment, now purely a weapon in the service of bloodlust, a serpent's gift for paralyzing its prey with a certain gaze that the potential luncheon, once returning it, is helpless to defy. Even Lambton, though at a safe enough distance, finds it strangely attractive. He has not exactly been to the Holy Land. Where he ended up, in fact, was Transylvania, this being one of the very last crusades, taken up more in a privateering spirit by one Cardinal Cesarini and a party of adventurers from many lands, who, by breaking the truce of Szeged and then losing at the Battle of Varna, helped prepare the way for the Turks, who were to capture Constantinople a few years later. During a long Iliad of hard soldiering and small, mortal, never decisive engagements amid dramatic hilltops, haunted castles, mysterious flocks of bats that always seemed to be lingering about, Lambton one night, seeking diversion, had visited the encampment of a band of gypsies, who included in their number a sibyl widely respected for having successfully foretold every wedding, birth, adultery, and flow of wealth in this locality for longer than anyone could remember. Solemnly she informed him of the exact situation prevailing at Lambton Castle. "Then must I hasten home to destroy this monster." "Shall I prevail?" "Watch not. I do not do deaths. I am far too cheerful. You want to see a Romanian for that sort of thing?" "'Twould be little more than a sporting contest," young Lambton talking fast. "No more violent than jousting, really." "Me lord, please, my time is as precious as yours. What I can do is bring in a priest here, divide the fee, arrange an oath for you." "Anything," he assured her, "but quickly." The oath was fairly simple. He read it over a few times, couldn't find much wrong with it, so willingly knelt beside his sword and vowed that if God should allow him victory over the worm, he would sacrifice unto him the first living thing he then happened to see. "There are penalty clauses," the priest helpfully pointing them out upon the long piece of parchment he'd just signed. "If I prevail, then so drenched in blood shall I be that bloodshed will weigh less upon my conscience than it does even here in Transylvania," avowed the open-faced yet sombre young heir. "Therefore I shall not default." Once back in Durham, however, having come to think of God under the aspect more of fortune than of anything more churchly, he understands that his duty also includes providing what he can himself on earth to shorten his odds. Choosing from among the small crowd of youths always to be found when the worm is away, about the approaches to the castle seeking engagement as runners, Lambton arranges for his father, immediately the worm's destruction shall be signalled by a blast upon a hunting horn, to send out one of the castle hounds. Neither Lambton thinks of this as cheating.
It will be a legitimate sacrifice. Every one of those dogs is like family. Young Lambton next rides up to Washington, the Colonel's ancestral home, in fact, to consult with the armour-smith who fitted him out for his crusade. Galloping toward the glow of the forge, visible for miles, now and then reflected in the weir, he considers his basic tactical problem, which is the worm's reported ability, even hacked into separate pieces by conventional sword work, to reassemble itself and fight on.
"I've been looking into this very difficulty," the armourer greets him. "Glad you came by. Here, come and see."
Inside the shop, lit by the lurid glow of the coals, with a sweating apprentice staring at them unfathomably, gleams a suit of armour, to young Lambton's exact measurements, provided all over with hundreds of firmly attached sword-quality blades, whose honed edges flicker with sanguinary light.
"Perfect. It won't be able to use its coils. It'll have to come head-on, and happen I'll get lucky with my pike."
They discuss tactics far into the night. He returns with the armour packed in straw. For the first time he understands that everywhere about, for leagues, sleep souls in real bodies mortal as any in Hungary, impossible longer to ignore, and that at dawn, by way of their dreams, will they all wake knowing what is to happen that day. Young Lambton chooses to wait out upon the worm's own bat, the river flowing swiftly by on either side. Birds are subdued, treed. For the benefit of observers, of whom there are many, he kneels a moment, appearing to repeat his sacred oath, before rising to put on very carefully, piece by razor-keen piece, his bloodletting suit, till all at last is ready. Then he hears it. The unimagined tons of wet and purposeful flesh moving a clatter through the reeds, ever closer, till out of the riparian mist emerges, towering, the savage head, the death-like face of the great worm. It hisses in a long exhalation. When the smell reaches him, young Lambton smiles grimly. "Plenty of time to vomit when we're done, thanks." The fight is slow, bloody, repetitive. A dream, fever-shot, unwaking. It lasts most of the day. Small boys approach as close as they dare. Adolescent rogues comment upon the weaponry, the suit, the hacking technique. Townsfolk watch from the hillsides, the red, thrashing immensity filling the river, and the tiny, glittering night. To his obstinacy there seems no limit. Those who remember him as a flighty and lazy child marvel at the change. "Before he went off to Jerusalem, he'd have run away, the bugger." Young Lambton fights on. At last, after too many cuts deeper and deeper, the worm's capacity for self-repair is overcome. It lets out a series of last, liquid, hateful screams, echoing up the valley all the way to Chester Street, and perishes, to be borne away, most of its blood ahead of it, already halfway to Dogger Bank, chunks of flesh forever separate, out into the North Sea, where even the most voracious of fish will only pick at it. With the last of his strength, Lambton climbs to the now delivered castle, stands before it, and blows upon his oliphant. The dogs inside hear it, and all start barking at once. They grow so agitated that none of the Lambton servants dares approach them. Meanwhile, blissfully having forgotten about the terms of the oath, vertiginous in a storm of emotions, the elder Lambton can think only of seeing his son again. He is an aged man, but he runs as he can over the drawbridge, arms held out. "John! Oh, my boy!" He is, of course, the first living thing young Lambton sees. "Eh?" Young John just stands there almost too tired to realize what has happened. Now, by the terms of his contract, 'tis his father he must kill. It would be easy, so foolish in his transport is the old man, that a single embrace, folding him tightly but without mercy into the bladed vambraces and breastplate of the worm-stained armour, would do the job. He could say he had been too exhausted to think. Then again, the oath was taken in Hungary. As God exempts England from many of Europe's less agreeable obligations to history, so surely must oaths taken in foreign lands, at which foreign priests and gypsies attend, be without force here. He allows himself this sophistry. It delays acting upon what he already knows, that he cannot kill his father, that he must break the oath, as he once consciously broke the truce of Szeged. Thus, already corrupted, why shouldn't he? He lets go his sword, the image of the cross he has sworn upon, lets it fall, turns, walks away looking for someone who can help him out of the edged and now perhaps even venomous iron weapon he is wearing. Henceforth, when attending to internal business, he will put it on again and again for the rest of his life. The penalty stipulated in the contract, to remain in force for 9 generations, one for each pair of holes in the creature, was that no lord of Lambton die in his bed. Under this gypsy curse, one by one, they drowned, they were killed in battle. Wakefield, Marston Moor, sure 'twas none died in bed. The last, the 9th lord, was Henry Lambton, and one of my letters from Durham brought me, whilst at the Cape, news that he died 3 weeks after the transit of Venus, riding across the new Lambton Bridge in his carriage. Halfway between shores, murmurs Mason, his mortal transit how brief. Never to reach Lambton, his own bit of earth. Actually, he was heading the other way, says Dixon, out over the weir into the world. Another adventure. Cruelly served, it seems to the Reverend. 9 innocent generations. Whatever aid against the worm young Lambton invoked, its source required blood sacrifices. Because he spared his own father's life, it cursed him and his line most grievously for hundreds of years. What agency could be so remorselessly cruel? Is it possible that at the battle in the weir the wrong forces won? Why, Christ won that day. Dixon, whose present state of religiosity is a puzzle to everyone, appears to find it curious that anyone could think otherwise.
Christians won anyway, pronounces Captain Shelby.
Howbeit, Reverend Cherrycoke suggests, the worm may have embodied an older way of proceeding, very like the ancient alchemists' tales, meant to convey by symbols certain secret teachings. 'Tis that worm in that well, that's the signature here. Set in a tent-opening twilight breeze off the mountain flowing in around him, flaming autumn sky behind him, Evan Shelby is suddenly taller, more sly and cruel than he seemed at first meeting, with a way of rolling his eyes to convey Celtic madness.
The ancient figure of the serpent through the ring, or sacred copulation, a much older magic, and certainly one the Christians wanted to eradicate.
Thoughts that in my line of work are too often denounced as Stukely-esque, or at the least Stonehengical, adds the Reverend.
Not to mention Masonic,
Dixon broadly pollicating his partner. But Mason is hundreds of chains removed into morosity, accepting without full attention a glazed jug of the local white corn whisky from the captain, who continues,
Nevertheless, sir, the Serpent Mound, which is at Avebury in England, looks very like one I have seen to the west of here across Ohio.
They might have been built by quite similar races of people, Red savages in Britain? Reverend Cherrycoke, a bit puzzled.
Sir, when you go out there and talk to them about it, Captain Shelby insists, the Indians tell you that the serpent, as the other earthworks unnumbered of that country, was already ancient by the time their own people arrived. Indians speak of a race of giants who built them. I had to hide all night once, within the coils of some serpent. They fancy the fiercer animals. All night the Shawnees kept their distance, and I even managed to sleep. Briefly, but in great comfort, somehow certain they would never venture close enough to find me. I woke strangely energized. The foe had vanished. The dawn was well underway.
In the distance, a wench shouts, "There, Tom! You've ripped me bodice again!" Captain Shelby rolls a paternal eye outdoors in her direction. Nothing that passes here must escape him. The surveyors, enjoying previous acquaintance eastward of here with wilderness squires upon the model of Captain Shelby, have already discussed his character.
Large eyebrows, Mason had opined, betray a leaning to pugnacious eccentricity. There is a passage in Pliny to that effect. Or there ought to be.
We're about as far from Philadelphia here as Durham from London, Dixon offered.
Much further, if you figure in the trees and things, precipices, gorges, and it seems quite like home. West being for Americans what north is for Geordies.
An increase in likelihood of local power lying in the hands of eccentrics. More independence, more Scotismus, as they'd say. And brows of dauntless courage and considerate pride waiting revenge. The Reverend had quoted the Milton upon Satan. And really the odd thing, the captain's eye now rolling back fiendishly to play full upon Dixon,
is that from the level of the ground, why, it seems but a high wall of dirt. The only way even to make out the serpent shape of it is from 100 feet straight up.
Dixon reddens, believing for no reason that Shelby somehow knows of his childhood flights over the fells.
There must be a hilltop, a tall tree close by. Not close enough to spy down upon it from, regrettably, sir.
Anyone who wonders what imps look like in their middle years would be perhaps more satisfied with Shelby's phiz at the moment. Malice undiminished, with a daily schedule that leaves him too little time to express it.
Then
Mason catches himself about to ask how Captain Shelby can know what the plan view looks like unless he has himself gained an impossible altitude, noting also the thicketed eyebrows of the Welshman waiting, rearranged, for just this question.
You must appreciate this is no idle drudgery, not some band of savages groping about earthbound for the correct shape. Rather, 'tis a sure artist's line, the curve sweeping in preordained accommodation to the river.
If I grow too rhapsodic,
pray set the dogs upon me. You would need to see one of these works to understand.
Chapter 61. So, quite early the next morning, there they both are, about to go visit one of the local mounds with the possibly unstable Captain Shelby as their guide. The frost along the tent rigging bleached in the last of the moon, their breaths upon the air remaining white for longer than 'twould seem they ought. Mason and Dixon step out of the perimeter into the wild, now as entirely subject to the captain's notions of grace as any Romans lured by promises of forbidden knowledge in the care of an inscrutable druid.
"Come along," cries the captain jovially. "We need to be there just at sunrise." "Folly," Mason mutters.
"Aye," Dixon replies.
You'd have preferred the moonlight, I guess, and an owl or two.
Down by the creek they fall in with the path Shelby means to follow. The North Mountain rears above them, soon to catch the first light at its crest. Trees fill with whistling. Squadrons of cloud go rushing in the sky. The breeze has a cold edge. Dead leaves are everywhere. Soon all odour of wood smoke has faded behind them. That of ripeness, come and gone, enfolds them. And then something else.
There's a new barrel mill in the neighbourhood. Smell it?
They are coming near the bank of a creek. Shelby, eyebrows wrinkling together, takes hold of his shot bag and begins to toss it lightly in his hand. He seems eager to begin firing at any target that may present itself.
Grist millers, he declares, discover there is more money in grinding out cheap barrels for rifles for the savages. Philadelphia money. Here, up this way.
Mist is gathered in the hollows, thick and cohering, blinding, whilst carrying to each the breaths and mutterings of the others. Everywhere between these white episodes, the clarity of the dawn slowly, piercingly emerges.
This ridge, another valley, the captain exhorts them, and we are there.
Over the crest and down to ford, and then follow the creek through a gap in the hills to another stream, where, in the angle of confluence, its tip just catching the first rays of the sun, stands Captain Shelby's mound.
"Hey!" cries Dixon. "Why, 'tis a great cone! Regular as Silbury Hill."
Captain Shelby's head at an admiring angle. Mason, slow to enthusiasm, sniffs the air.
"No fermented maize fumes about, but then 'tis still, so to speak, early in the day. My sacred word."
The Welshman rolling his eyes heavenward, producing, however, an effect more of madness than of piety.
"Come, boys, come."
They are boys. They approach the giant solid, alone upon its promontory as light slowly envelops it, dyeing it a cold, crystalline rose. Mason's first question, though he refrains from asking it aloud, is, might it be under invisible guard? And how zealous are they? Shelby, watching his face, knows gleefully enough his apprehensions.
"How do the Indians hear about fancy spectators like us?" Dixon asks. "They laugh. They but appear a solemn people, worshipping laughter rather as a serious, indeed holy force in nature, never to be invoked idly. This mound is something they understand perfectly, that white people do not, and show no signs of ever doing so, is a source of deep amusement for them."
Is there a way inside?
"There shouldn't be, but there is."
The Welshman's eyes tighten. It was broken into years ago, perhaps by some larcenous fool who had it confused with a pyramid. His disappointment was the only good to come of it, for he found nothing. No ancient corpses, not even copper bracelets or tobacco pipes. For Indians never built it.
"Eh?"
cries Dixon, who's been peering into the opening.
"Do ye see this? How these layers are set in? Mason, that device Mr. Franklin showed us is Leyden jar. Remember all that fancy layering inside it?" "Yes," impatiently, "but those were gold leaf, silver foil, glass, philosophical materials."
A quick glance toward Shelby.
"Whilst these,"
having a squint,
"seem but different kinds of refuse. Dirt, ashes, crushed seashells. Not likely to be an ancient Leyden battery, Dixon, if that's what you're thinking." "I marvel no one taught you this, Mr. Mason, for there is lengthy knowledge of such things, according to which alternating layers of different substances are ever a sign of the intention to accumulate force.
Not necessarily electrical neither. Perhaps, Captain, these substances Mr. Mason so disrespects may yet be suited to forces more telluric in nature, more attuned, that is, to death and the slower phenomena. Mason is shaking his head, having no idea how to control ranting like this, genial though it be. He's long known that leadership is not his best quality. Captain Shelby is staring at them both with apprehension more than curiosity, for he has seen the deep woods and its mysteries quite derange more than one visitor from the sea-coast and beyond. Deciding to place his faith in reason, you'll note how the sunlight has been creeping down the cone, a progressive warming of the structure. The diameters of each infinitesimal ring at each moment being the crucial values. Did either of you bring a compass? Here's one. Dixon, regarding his needle, feels himself begin to drift somewhere else, off at an angle to the serial curve of his life. Mason peers over his shoulder. Right into Dixon's ear. Ugh! Leaping away. Mason, don't do that! He struggles to refocus, in fact, to remember where he is. The needle is swinging wildly and without pause, rocking about like a weather vane in a storm, Dixon pretending to gaze at it knowingly. Mason a squint. Well, thank you for allowing us to witness your experience. Aye, very helpful indeed. Shelby would have preferred the slow chatter of three men in the early morning with naught more to discuss than the day ahead. This structure happens to be quite in the projected path of your line, he informs them. When at length your vista has arrived here, the mound will become active as an important staging house for whatever it may be, with an attempt at a chuckle, though it comes out too loud and imperfectly controlled. To quote Mr. Tox in his famous Pennsylvaniad, a force intensifier, as 'tis styled, a geomantic engine in the wild, whose task is sending on what comes along as brisk as air and several times as strong. Welsh in origin, it goes without saying. How so? Welsh Indians? Oh, absolutely. Only a few days west and south of here. 'Twas in The Turkish Spy but a few years since. The Cymry, Captain Shelby explains, having first come to Britain from far to the east. Some say Babylon, some Nineveh, their fate ever to be westering. America but one of their dwelling places, the ocean nearly irrelevant. Hugh Crawford believes they are the Tuscaroras. Come along. He leads them uphill again to what seems the ruin of a wall, encircling part of the hilltop, where he stoops and brushes away some dirt. Here, inscribed in a roughly dressed stone, they see a line of brief strokes, some pointing up, some down, some both ways. These are all over the British Isles. 'Tis a writing called Ogham, invented by He Gadan the Mighty, who let the first Cymric settlers into Britain. As ye'll note, 'tis useful for those who must move on quickly, yet do wish to scribble down something to commemorate their presence. What does it say? Well, as nearly as I can make out, astronomers beware. Surveyors too. This means you. Of course, I haven't read any of this for centuries, yet 'tis indisputably Old Welsh. As you describe this line, opines the professor back at camp, the marker stones set at regular intervals, a cascaded array of units, each capable of producing a force. I do suspect we have the same structure as a laden battery, and, need I add, of a torpedo, with the head aimed close by Newcastle.
or the other way, were the cascade reversible, the emitted blast being as easily directed westward as east. Either direction 'twould be a pip of a weapon, even with your marker stones placed no further than Sidling Hill.
Why fire at Sidling Hill? Dixon, all innocence.
Not at the hill, chuckles Captain Shelby, at what's coming over the hill.
Pontiac? The French?
Too late for them. One day one of you'll risk a peep over the ridgeline, and then you'll see. More mountains, says Mason. Exactly. Mountains such as these, which may be lived among the year round. Therein ever rocks the cradle of rebellion. Sooner or later, something up here will grow hungry or hopeless enough to want to descend to the plain, to stoop like hawks upon rich Chesapeake, aye, the metropolis itself. If the black boys so easily had their way with the British regulars at Shippensburg, who knows what wonders are yet possible out here, over the North Mountain?
Yet removing trees to create a pair of perfectly straight edges is to invite Shah, as Captain Zhang, ever eager upon the topic of the line and its visible expression upon the landscape, with its star-dictated indifference to the true inner shape or dragon of the land, will be happy to indicate to them. They came from the sky. They prepared to emplace these webs of right lines upon the earth. Then, without explanation, they went away again. Their work is being continued by the Jesuits, inscribers of meridians, whether in blind obedience to some ancient coercion long expired, or in witting complicity with it, who can say? Captain Zhang can of course imagine Jesuits guilty of anything, including conspiring with extraterrestrial visitors to mark the living planet with certain signs for motives of their own, motives they do not discuss, especially not with their Jesuit hirelings. "Hearken, gentlemen, someone wants your visto. Not your line, nor the boundary it defines. Those are but a pretext for the actual cleared straight track. In the domain of very slow undulations we're discussing here, wood is as much an element as air or water, living trees in particular, producing a force that might interfere in too costly a way with whatever is to be sent up and down this line. Earth withal is a body like our own, with its network of points disposed along its meridians, much as our medicine in China has identified upon the human body a like set of lines invisible, upon which, beadwise, are strung points where the flow of qi may be beneficially strengthened by insertions of gold needles. So, this arrangement of oolite shafts, at least partly inserted into the earth, you see, it is suggestive."
"Do we want to hear this?" Captain Shelby inquires plaintively. "Hold. 'Twill be legal evidence of his insanity. Allow him to." "Ah, yes then, Captain, you were saying, and how fascinating, that you believe the planet Earth to be a living creature,
Exactly as the creatures microscopic upon your skin believe you to be a planet. They may be arguing even now about whether or not you are a form of life. Each time you step into a tub, there comes upon them another universal flood, with its animalcular Noah, and another re-inhabiting another chain of generations, to them how timeless till the next wash."
"Some reason that bottle isn't moving more briskly?" Dixon wishes to know.
"Thank ye. Now, Mason, don't tear the hump, but the captain's right."
"Right?"
"Consider, we've an outer and an inner surface, haven't we? Which, mathematically, 'tis easy, using fluxions, to warp and smooth by small continuous changes into a toroid, with openings at either end, leading to
"Hold!" cries Mason. "An inner surface? Are you by chance seeking analogy between the human body and the planet Earth? The Earth has no inner surface, Dixon. Have you been to its end to see?" "Though I come from pretty far north," Stig puts in, "yet there's a lot more north of even that, out of which now and then a sail will appear upon the horizon. A snow-craft approach all the day long, and at evening at last put in at our little village. Everyone crowds into the inn by the light of bare-fat candles to drink cloudberry flip and listen to the visitors' tales of a great dark cavity up there, mirrored overhead as by a water sky, funnel-shaped, leading inside the earth to another world. Grant me patience, O Lord." Mason, with a bleak expression, holding his head. "When 'tis not the 11 days miss him from the new style or the Cock Lane ghost, yet abides the hollow earth, as a proven lure and sanctuary to all that too lightly bestow their faith." "Why," snorts Dixon, "half of all the philosophers in Durham are hollow earthers." "That accounts for Emerson," hisses Mason. "Who was the other again?" "Lud Orphery," glowers Dixon. "Marvellous chap, and he ever spoke highly of thee." "Dixon, pray you, think. If Newton's figure is correct, if the density of the earth on average is between 5 and 6 times that of water, then the shell of this hollow earth of yours, be it hundreds of miles thick, would have to possess some quite impossibly high density to make up for the empty interior. At least, say, 12 times that of water, maybe more. Where is the evidence of this? Solid rock is but 2.5 times as dense as water. What more could be down there?" "Precisely what the Royal Society would wish to know." "You've not, that is, mentioned this to—" pausing to consider how not to give offence. "Some believe me, some didn't. Some took me for a Jesuit agent angling for a northern expedition of some kind. Mr. Birch, bless him, immediately went off to make converts. Others ask questions that, after term, more or less rude. My mining background and so forth. A Geordie descends into the earth just once and right away everyone starts to get ideas." Dixon, on now like a tree full of ravens, with his hollow earth and enthusiasm, Mason judges too developed to be argued away without investing more time and patience than he possesses. Withal, he is to open himself to the seductions of melancholy and its own comfortless phantoms to call anything even as remotely hopeful as this into question. No more doubts for Mason just at the moment, thank you, considering however less serviceable to him as his days spin onward they are proving to be. "China may once have been another planet," Captain Zhang is now speculating, "embedded into the earth through some very slow collision. Long ago, all populated, with its language and customs arriving from the east-northeast, aiming for the Pacific, overshoots, plows into Asia, pushes up the Himalaya range, comes to rest intact, which is how, until the first Christian travellers, it remains." Taking this courteously, if not perhaps seriously, Dixon replies, "Yet, from all we know from Newton onward, how could the mechanism of its approach have been other than swift and cataclysmic? Why, if, within the last few miles of mutual approach, a repulsive force were to come into play between the Earth and the Chinese planet, acting counter to and thus slowing the collision, by analogy, of course, to Father Boscovich's theory of repulsion, at very close distance among the primordial atoms of nature." Dixon shakes his head, as if to clear some passage within. This is Jesuit physics. Why are you telling us this? Why must you ever be subtle? Is this what Jesuits believe to be the origin of China?
Sarpasso does. The Chinaman beams and nods, as if Dixon has just understood a joke. The night before they set out westward again, Captain Shelby, from behind a can of his own ale, brewed in the shed adjoining, his face composed, inquires of them, where is the third surveyor? Mason, mistrustful, looks about as if this newcomer might be at hand. Dixon, understanding Shelby to be posing a riddle, is pulled between loyalty to Mason and despair at his slowness in these matters.
Pray, Captain,
he feels obliged to play in,
what third surveyor is that? For we are but two. Why, chuckles Shelby, you are wise men from the east, and everyone knows they come in threes. That's a canny one for fair.
Mason is less amused. The captain's discourse verges upon impiety. Furthermore, it seems a bad omen.
Well, it's like the 13th guest, isn't it?
Yet reported sightings of the supernumerary figure now begin to drift in. He is seen often in the company of an animal that most describe as a dog, though a few are not so sure, for its eyes glow as if all the creature's interior be a miniature of hell. The best time for a sighting seems to be at around sunset, just as the axemen are leaving off work and heading for the mess tent, the wind changing here in Pennsylvania as between this world and the next, when one may catch him flitting across the visto behind the party, back at the edge of visibility. Black cloak, white wig, black hat, white stock, black breeches, and so forth, on foot, carrying a three-legged staff, with an instrument of some kind affixed. A rumour goes round that he is a surveyor of surveyors, independently hired by the line commissioners to keep an eye upon the first two. But where are the rest of his party? Other interpretations are less earthly. A figure that might arouse no comment in Philadelphia, in these parts 'tis esteemed a wonder, particularly as it shows no sign of having made the passage from there to here, not anyway upon the ground, nor through the forest. Presently in camp the phrase "resembles the old gentleman" spoken low is being heard in reference to the third surveyor. It having been long understood out here, as Captain Shelby explains, that if one wishes to convey a certain item of spiritual property in consideration of a sum to be paid in advance, why such a contract may be arranged.
The old gentleman is always interested, always buying.
Even this long at the trade, as Shelby relates it, still resentful about his exile from the infinite, descended here among the harsh gradients of space, subject to the cruel flow of time, denied the future and the past, and thus his omniscience, whilst, as to drafting contracts, left slightly worse at it than the average Philadelphia lawyer.
So when Brother Pritchard lives just over the ridge there, without the gentleman's noticing, decides to sneak in a force majeure clause that turns out to contain the phrase "acts of God," why, there's a legal crisis. The gentleman wishing to nullify the contract and get his money back. Pritchard seeking to keep the money and his soul as well. Very, very expensive lawyers, all from Philadelphia, are engaged by both parties. The journals and broadsiders get hold of the story, and quite excessive indeed grows the commentary that follows in prose, verse, and caricature. The gentleman, having virtually invented public sensationalism, which is reckoned indeed upon his own torrid shores as entertainment, has no illusions about anyone's motives or the chances for great harm in his case, yet, naively, as others would say disingenuously, he clings to a belief in justice. Well, I don't know what you may have heard about what we call justice up here, his solicitor advises him, But don't set your hopes too high. Just enjoy your time in town, visit the shops, take in a show.
Hell, of late, has been growing so congested that the gentleman is happy enough to come up to Pennsylvania. Even Philadelphia in the morning rush seems to him a prairie desolate, and who even knows how many years this lawsuit may take? To him, as to the deity, 'tis the blink of an eye.
Damned souls! You think I even like damned souls? I go down to that route called processing. See them crowding in more and more every day. I grasp the situation, but don't enjoy it. Who could enjoy it? Upon consideration, I think you're better advised not to sue in any of our courts. You could get fried like a fritter, and counsel along with you. Don't you have any, machinery for resolving this out there in the cosmos, wherever you come from? A legal system, us? Ah, what for? We're a rubbish tip, sir, for all your worst cases. Not that we get to pick or choose, though we do have to deal with the consequences for eternity, of course. Yet there I go complaining again. Oh, and by the way, I'm anything but out in the cosmos, no, being but Earth's devil. Local lad working in fact for his omnipotence these days, yes. Once an equal and respected adversary, now but another contract employee. Whoa. And forget about luncheon. Does he even write? Once a century, maybe. If any of these damned souls could see the misery I get, maybe they wouldn't groan so much. Howbeit, my lord, my best advice is, drop the case. Suppose we just go for the money. He can keep his soul, but posting this kind of debit isn't going to amuse my commissioners. Style it an investment. Say the huge sum was to ensure his corruption. You were developing a damned soul. Already used that one too much. They shut me down a few sessions back, alas. But you seem like a mortal of some ingenuity. Perhaps from time to time we could chat. Those would, of course, be billable hours. Chapter 62. In the Canolaways on the 22nd of April, the first point of Aries, it snows all night, 4 inches of it upon the ground when the axemen wake and merrily begin to form it into missiles or stuff it down the backs of one another's breeches. Springtide. Mason puts his head out the tent flap and is caught in an intimate avalanche down the side of the tent. Dixon has his hat knocked off by a snowball and goes chasing Tom Hines round the cook wagon. I dreamt of a city to the west of here, Dixon tries to recall, scrying in his coffee mug, the wind blowing wood smoke in his eyes. At some great confluence of rivers, or upon a harbour in some inland sea. A large city, busy, prospering, sacred. A sylvan Philadelphia. Well, yes, now thou put it that way. I hope you are prepared for the possibility that waking Philadelphia is as sacred as anything over here will ever get, Dixon. Observe you not, as we move west, more and more of those forces which cities upon coasts have learned to push away and leave to back inhabitants. The lightning, the winter, and indifference to pain, not to mention fire, blood, and so forth, all measured upon a scale far from Philadelphian, whereunto we, and our royal commission, and our battery of costly instruments are but fleas in the flea circus. We trespass each day ever more deeply into a world of less restraint in everything. No law, no convergence upon any idea of how life is to be. An interior that grows meanwhile ever more forested, more savage and perilous, until, perhaps at the very longitude of your city, we must reach at last an anti-city, some concentration of fate, some final condition of abandonment, wherein all are unredeemably alone and at hazard as deep as their souls may bear. Lost creatures that make the very Seneca seem Christian and merciful. Chirpy today. Yet do I wish thee joy of thy dreams, Mason. And now the ones just before thy wake are most pleasant to thee, having myself by then been long awake from reluctance to revisit the horrors of my own, and so able to observe thee. How then? Do I talk in my sleep, is that what you're saying? Oh, aye, but thou needn't worry. No one would make it out. 'Tis all another language. I'm talking another language in my sleep, Dixon. Don't see what the wimwam's about. Possession. That is somebody else's soul possessing my body whilst I sleep. That's what it's about. Why, aye, whilst thou're away dreaming, that's what some would say, and others would add, what of it? Don't squint, asked the Reverend. Thou've a dream body. What use to thee's the solid one for the time thou sleep? Here's some wondering soul who may have been centuries without sleep, who may have indeed forgotten what sleep feels like, who, had winding sheets pockets to carry it, might have offered pounds of gold for even a quarter hour's rest. And here thy body is, as an inn in the wilderness, heated, drained, provisioned, and but for a beating heart and a dormant brain, vacant. Surely 'tis only the mildest of inconveniences. Then tell me, Mirth, where might this alien ghost be whilst I'm not dreaming? In what sort of humour? Busy looking for another habitation, I'd imagine. Apprehensive? Well, this won't do, will it? Not if I feel this way. Here, why not have Captain Zhang round some day to stand just outside, listen closely, and see what he can make of it? Too intimate. Half the camp is it. Some take it for Indians. Axemen say, if so, 'tis a nation they have not yet encountered. Later in the day, as they emerged from a wood line, Mason gesturing eastward to where the encampment has swung into view, a flight of sail. Something awaits directly in the path of our parallel. Too sure of itself to feel obliged to come forward and meet us. And lo, what is to become of this rolling gypsy village we've brought with us? Late sun, early shadow in the tent riggings. Pots a-clattering, kitchen smoke sucked out of vents by the wind passing over. None of this may be about either you or me. Our story may lie rather behind and ahead, and only with the transits of Venus never here in the present upon the line, whose true drama belongs to others. Darby, Cope, Tom Hines, Mr. Barnes. Some new hire we don't even see. And when 'tis all done I shall only return to Sapperton no wiser, and some day wake up and not know if any of this happened, or if I merely dreamed it. Even this very moment, Dixon, which I know is real. Oh, dear. For a while, at any rate, it appears to be the drama of Stieg, the merry axeman, with everyone else scurrying round out of sight, switching wigs and coats, appearing in the proscenium only when needed. And whom has Stieg ever needed? As Mrs. Eggslap is apt to sigh, even in his hearing. But Stieg, working diligently upon his axe-bit, requires as near to perfect clarity of mind as he may achieve. It is this apparently single-minded concentration that at length draws the attention of Light Fingers McPhee, in the midst of whose rummaging through Stieg's sea-chest, Stieg makes his entrance, axe in hand. "What is this?" he inquires. "Ha! What is this?" Brandishing an unrolled sheet of parchment covered with elaborate seals and antiquated writing in some other language, possibly Swedish. Steig holds out his hand. Give it. McPhee gazes at the axe-bit's shining edge, considering. Indians! He yells. What does it mean, Indians? Steig asks of an empty tent, for McPhee has zipped away. Steig roars and chases after him as they go kicking over laundry kettles, tripping over tent guys and causing tents to collapse, stopping at the commissary to throw potatoes and onions at each other furiously for a full minute, till in rides Captain Shelby's co-officer out here, Mr. Joseph, Continuation Joe Warford, who detains them both, and after all have proceeded to the cook tent, has a look at the mysterious parchment. Swedish, is it, Steig? Latin, Steig replies. Now then, Steig, out with it, demands Captain Shelby, or them yingle-youngling days is past and gone. Very well. I am here on behalf of certain principals in Sweden, who believe that the Penns, being secretly creatures of Rome, took illegally the original Svanson land upon which Philadelphia would later come to sit, and thus that the whole metropolis has never ceased to belong rightfully to Sweden. What? Swedish Jacobites? Exclaims Dixon. Sort of thing? Why, Steig? Amid the glitter of your great world, the flame of our cause may be easily overlooked. Yet it burns hotly enough that certain hands long accustomed to thievery durst not venture too close. Swedes have been here from the beginning, living among the Indians in peace, with no need to obtain their land falsely. Indeed, for Penn, Swedes were but another tribe of Indian, residing within his American grant, whose priority there he found no less irksome, which is why, at bottom, there ever was a boundary dispute, and these astronomers are come here at all. Steig, cries Mrs. Eggslap, I had no idea. Why, you can talk. I'll go bail for him gladly, your grace. Surely, protests the camp lawyer, Mr. Barnes, if this be a Swedish claim, 'tis advanced in less than timely way, sir. 80 years and more, kings have come and gone. How do you expect a fare in this? I am but an agent, sir, for a greater view of motive and interest beyond our own simple desire for justice you might ask among your Jesuitic acquaintance. If that's a remark about me, Dixon in full truculency. Gentlemen, ladies, cries the Justice of the Peace. Must I read the Riot Act? I do so, I am told, most affectingly, having been compared indeed with Mr. Whitefield, though I take him far less donations, of course. This seems to many a blatant request for a bribe, though others maintain 'tis but innocent joking. Now then, Steig, give us your account, man. Do any of you know, Steig inquires, what I have come down to you out of? The frost eternal, the whiteness abounding beneath that all-night sun. In the Royal Library in Copenhagen lies an ancient vellum manuscript, a gift from Bishop Brynjolf to Frederick III, containing tales of the first Northmen in America, of those long winters and the dread miracles that must come to pass before spring, the blood, the ghosts and fetches, the prophecies and second sight, and the melancholy suggestion that the new continent Europeans found had been long attended from its own ancient days by murder, slavery, and the poor fragments of a magic irreparably broken. To enter the Capes of Delaware was thus for me to pass the Pillars of Hercules, not outward into the simple mysteries of an open sea, but inward, branching, narrowing, compressing toward an enigma as opaque and perilous as any in my travels. All day we ascended, and at dusk, finally approached Philadelphia irredempta, ceaselessly a clamour in the torchlight, headlong, as if in continuous arrival from the future. The Mesopotamian idol of the Swansons as vanished as Eden. As I stood among the hectic mobility at dockside, uncertain as to my next step, a foreign hand tapped at my mantle. A voice bade me good day using my Christian name. I shivered, though I seldom do ordinarily. 'Twas not a voice I knew, yet, terribly, I knew it well. Unprepared for any reception here, none the less I went with him through the necessary exchanges of counterseals and words that may never be written down and the like. I stammered some kind of thanks for having been met. I can remember no longer what it looked like. A closed carriage approached. "Hold!" cries Captain Shelby. "What is this? Elect Cohen's Bavarian Rosicrucians? Come, Stieg, admit it. You're not Swedish at all, are you?" "Sir, 'tis for you to work out. Let us say that my people are of the north, northern, and very white, so white in fact that you British to us appear as do Africans to you."
He pauses, as one telling a joke pauses for laughter, but all are silent, puzzling how white that might be. Stieg presses on.
"The first thing we learn to do, however, before we even learn to fish, is to impersonate Swedes. For our nation much prefer to remain unmolested, in return for sending south a few emissaries now and then, like sacrificial youths and maidens, into the sin-laden world, posing as Finns, Swedes, the odd Hungarian, a corps of intermediaries for hire, of whom I am honoured to be one, working as an agent for Swedish Jacobites unnamed."
Mr. Warford writing vigorously.
"My contract runs for a year. By next year, Sweden, Dusky Olaf, as we like to personify the place, may no longer wish to pursue his claim. Then I shall have to be an agent for someone else."
His eyelashes stirrings of light, his brow pale and trackless as an Arctic shore.
"No question I shall find work with some American province. After Mr. Franklin's success in London, colonial agents will be much in demand, as hard put to meet the standards he has set."
"What I don't quite grasp," says Mr. Warford, "is how felling trees all day is going to help the Swedes take Philadelphia back."
"Healthy exercise," replies Stieg. "Learning the pioneer arts, in particular the production of vistos. Ja, vistos to us may prove quite important, as the shape of a lance once held within it the shape of the tilting lists wherein 'twould be used. So do these Lancaster County rifles, with an amazing fidelity, create their own vistos of moving lead, straight as a ray of light for a mile or more. Quite terrible for the unfortunate squirrel over the next ridge-line, who imagines he has found safety."
"You anticipate an armed attack against Philadelphia?"
"Is that so fanciful? The Paxton boys nearly succeeded last year, didn't they? And those were Scots, Welsh, Irish, southern races. Imagine next time a band similarly aroused of healthy Swedes."
"Should you be sharing their intentions this way, sir?" Stieg shrugs genially.
"Nothing is certain. Were the time ever to come, the continent should know."
"Aye, and you'll fare as well as Braddock did," declares Mr. Boggs. "For there's no room for you European antics over here in the woods."
"Braddock's visto was not wide enough," declares Stieg. "Correctly prepared for and executed. Techniques from the Prussian plains, where science and slaughter were ever fruitfully conjoined, remain unsurpassed."
"Tell 'em, soldier," at Juja Sabo. If it's not fit for cavalry, it's not fit for war. The future's out west, not creeping round these woods. Bugs in your hair, notes Eliza Fields. Too much grain in the daylight as grease in the candlelight, adds Patience Eggslap. Yep, if it hadn't been for trees, I'd probably never have found Stieg.
Was I lost?
Stieg inquires.
When?
Terrain begins to get banky, as Dixon styles it. There are not as many settlements, forges, sawmills, or planted fields. The last market roads are crossed, the three between Antietam and Conococheague, the Fort Bedford Road, and finally Braddock's Road, lingering, prolonged, gazing north and south for whatever traffic there might be, each road abruptly too soon behind them. They have entered that strewn and charred theatre of the late war, where Indians are still being shot by white men and whites scalped by Indians, who yet pass upon their forbidden trails and watch invisibly from the forests. And there's no one who can tell the surveyors whether or not 'tis a district any more in reach of the Treaty of Paris than were Pontiac and his armies the summer before the surveyors arrived in America. Hickman, Gibson, and Killig, veterans of Braddock's defeat, depressed the spirits of the company with tales of that tragedy, of how the bears came out of the trees to feed upon the corpses of English soldiers. A defile of ghosts growing with the years, more desperate and savage to settlers and Indians alike. You'd not wish this line to pass too close to them, I shouldn't think.
Do ye's damage,
nods Alex McLean. Their last 10-minute arc segment, this time out, lands them about 2 miles short of the summit of Savage Mountain, beyond which all waters flow west, and legally the limit of their commission. They set a post at 165 miles, 54 chains, 88 links from the post marked west, and turning, begin to widen the visto, moving east again. Axe blows the day long. From the ridges they can now see their visto, dividing the green vapours of foliage that wrap the land, undulating stump-top yellow, lofty American clouds are sailing above, and, this day from the summit of Sidelong Hill, I saw the line still form the arch of a lesser circle very beautiful and agreeable to the laws of a sphere, as Mason records.
Yet,
he confides to Captain Jang,
this unremitting forest, it disturbs me. Far, far too many trees.
Consider, replies the geomancer, Adam and Eve ate fruit from a tree and were enlightened. The Buddha sat beneath a tree, and he was enlightened. Newton, also sitting beneath a tree, was hit by a falling apple, and he was enlightened. A quick overview would suggest that trees produce enlightenment. Trees are not the problem. The forest is not an agent of darkness. But it may be your visto is.
Are we in danger at this moment?
Mason might be joking, but for an anxious undertone. Shah takes time to accumulate and accelerate, explains Captain Zhang. At this stage, only those of heightened sensitivity like myself can even feel it. But I am uncomfortable. May we move off the line a bit? To rule forever, continues the Chinaman later, it is necessary only to create among the people one would rule what we call bad history. Nothing will produce bad history more directly nor brutally than drawing a line. In particular, a right line, the very shape of contempt through the midst of a people, to create thus a distinction betwixt them. 'Tis the first stroke. All else will follow as if predestined unto war and devastation. Wait, objects Mr. Dixon. It's as plain as pudding that Pennsylvania and Maryland are so different that thy fatal distinction was inflicted upon these shores long before we arrived.
Poh, sir, goads Mason. The provinces are alike as Stacy and Tracy.
Except for the Negro slavery upon one side, Dixon points out less mildly than he might,
and not the other.
If you think you see no slaves in Pennsylvania, replies Captain Jang, his face as smooth as suet, why, look again. They are not all African, nor do some of them even yet may never know that they are slaves. Slavery is very old upon these shores. There is no innocence upon the practice anywhere, neither among the Indians, nor the Spanish, nor in the behaviour of the rest of Christendom, if it come to that. On June the 14th, they stand atop the Allegheny Divide. From now on, any settlers they find are here in violation of Penn's and Bouquet's edicts. Here the party will cross not alone into Ohio, but into outlawry as well. At last, running water becomes the underlying unit of measurement. Planets hold their courses, constellations stately creep on. Napier's bones click in the surveyor's tents, and quietly, calmly, everything keeps coming back to water. How it inhabits the land, how it gets on with the dragon beneath. Mapped at last, Maryland is revealed as but a set of lines meant to frame Potomac to the west and Chesapeake to the east. Dry land is included, but the map is of water. Beyond the dividing mountain, Savage, the waters all run to the westward, Mason enters in the field book. The first note, which our line will cross if continued, is the little Yockiogeny, running into the Monongahela, which falls into the Ohio or Allegheny River at Pittsburgh, about 80 miles west and 30 or 40 north from hence. The Ohio is navigable for small craft by the accounts I have had from many that have passed down it, and falls into the river Mississippi about 36.5 degrees of north latitude, longitude 92 degrees from London, which empties itself into the Bay of Florida. This is how far one day at the Savage Mountain summit takes his desire or his quill.
Who sent you boys out here like this?
There are about 6 of them. Some afterward will say 7. They are wearing hats made from the fur of raccoons, opossums, weasels, and beavers, and holding long rifles with octagonal barrels and packing a pistol or 2 each. Even the horses are glaring all but carnivorously at the party. A dilemma. Say the name of either proprietor, and they are agents of the enemy. Say Royal Society, and 'twill sound like working for the king, who's even less popular out here than the Penns.
Run in a line east and west, Dixon finally says, for some gentlemen who'll pay for something that looks good on a map. Lot of boys for just a simple straight line, ain't it?
We could use more in this, suggests Tom Hines, perhaps not as aware as those axemen who've taken refuge behind the trees how easily the visitors may be provoked.
Lots of trees need falling. Ask the steward, Mr. McLean. It's 3 and 6 the day, and we'll keep ye fed.
For how long?
Far west as they let us go. Could get day to day after a little... Hail! Sounds good to me. 'Tis your wife that's good, Lloyd. This is that damn proclamation line's what it is. No, it ain't. That runs the other way, all along the Allegheny Ridge line. This is something else. Why are you chopping down all these trees?
You're sure welcome to haul away what you need.
This all right with Colonel Bouquet?
Out here, the colonel would be a ruthless sort of chap to run up against. The hero of Bushy Run has his own plans for America, and a good many friends among the high Whiggery as well, as who must not in these times. His scheme is to tessellate across the plains a system of identical units, each containing 5 squares in the shape of a Greek cross, with each central square controlling the 4 radiating from it, though as to their size no one is agreed, some saying a mile on a side, others 10 or an 100. Ohio and the western prairie beyond presenting such enigma that no one knows what scale to work at. "A prison," suggests Captain Jang, "set thus moving west into instant control."
"Dozens of such schemes each year," shrugs Captain Shelby, "and they all fail."
"Bringing close of the day," replies the Chinaman, as if receiving instruction from elsewhere, "when one of them succeeds." Chapter 63. On August the 4th, Mason reports a great storm of thunder and lightning, the lightning in continued streams or streaks from the cloud to the ground all round us, about 5 minutes before the hurricane of wind and rain. The cloud from the western part of the mountain put on the most dreadful appearance I ever saw. It seemed to threaten an immediate dissolution to all beneath it. "Thy sort of weather," Dixon, chewing upon more than smoking a Conestoga cigar, supposes.
"Look at that cloud. Awful. Don't you pray in situations like this?"
"Of course, but I didn't imagine deists did so much."
"This is no pervading influence. This is as personal as it gets. All it'd take be one bolt of lightning."
A huge apocalyptic peal strikes directly outside, arriving together with a volume of light unknown even at midday. Again are the party returning eastward into memory and confabulation. The physical world from gusts to eclipses must insist upon itself a bit more, so claimed are the surveyors in their contra-solar return by might it be's and if it were's, not to mention what was that's. Next day, whilst yet west of Gunpowder, crossing Biter Bit Creek, they pass near a house which is just reaching the cusp of a monthly, indeed lunar, whim-wham they have on previous occasions managed to avoid. It seems that each time the full moon ascends to bathe in her flavid stain the steeps and crevices of that country, Zepho Beck creeps from his bed waking his wife Rhody, who then waits for as many heartbeats as she may bear, before stealing out after Zepho as he proceeds to the creekside, and, selecting a young birch of a certain diameter, crouches before it, bares his teeth, finger-combing his hair back from his face with creek water, approaching the tree closely enough to sniff the bark, and smell the fluids of life coursing beneath before falling upon it, and, in a short though hideous turn of gnawing, his eyes throwing crazed yellow flashes all about, bringing it down. With his wife watching secretly and in some agitation, Zepho sheds his clothing to reveal a dense fur covering his body, enters the water, dragging with him the slain tree, and moves upstream, flapping his feet, now grown webbed to propel and steer him, sleekly round several bends till coming upon a great dam being built by legitimate beavers, who of course all go swimming for their lives as soon as they see Zepho, for they know him, as this has been happening every full moon. Perhaps indifferent to their social rejection, he sets to work separating his tree into poles, sticks, and withes, and placing them wherever in the structures of dam or lodge he feels they need to go. The next morning he is found downhill from his house beside the fishing pond, lying among remnants of gnawed shrubs, with fragments of half-eaten water lilies protruding from his mouth.
"Castoranthropy,"
Professor Vohm shaking his head.
"And haven't I seen it do things to a man? Tragic.
Yes, and you might ask the Indians that you meet how all the other beavers like it, says Rhodey. Other, madam? Well, you've but to look at him when he's the way he is. The hair, the teeth, the tail, for goodness sake, they seem to regard him as another breed of creek life, welcoming his help with the construction. Yet in the month's lull before his next fit, obliged to waste their time putting much of it right again. I love him, but Zepho's no carpenter. Look at this place. Lord in his mercy, and it gets worse. He believes the Indians are out setting traps for him, aiming to capture him and trade his pelt for weapons. Sometimes he does say scalp, but mostly 'tis pelt. An advanced case, nods the professor. They are in the barn where Zepho has been brought, much to the perplexity of the animals there, who must conflate the being who feeds them with this wild creature. The Indians I have consulted know everything that's going on, and if it's any comfort, at least Zepho's not alone. There's been an Ulster Scot with a taste for swamp maples paddling about all summer, up Juniata, a son of Dublin down by Cheat. In fact, enough castamorphism among white folks out here since we first started settling to populate a good lake of our own. These Indians are certainly no strangers to the idea of a giant beaver. He figures importantly in tales of how they and the world began. He claims a fourth of the Delaware nation under the beaver totem. He is a protector, sustainer, worker of miracles. Zepho during the full moon, however, is not exactly what they have in mind, failing somehow to be sinister or powerful enough, nor, to be direct, do they ever find him quite beaver enough. As the phenomenon lasts but a night and a day, whilst beneath every other phase of the moon, he appears to be the Zepho of old. "How can you go on wanting me as your husband?" he cries. "Beaver for a day don't seem like much, Zepho. You've seen everything I can turn into." "Mighty kind of you, Rhodey. In fact, too kind. What is it you're cooking up now?" "Nothing, Zepho. Just how women flit from one daydream to another, and all at once I had this idea for a contest." "Rhodey!" "Make us a fortune. Suppose you and that Swedish axeman Stig were to—" Wait, dear, it wouldn't work. A dozen things must be perfect. The bark has to taste right. The age of the tree, its vital emanations. Nor's it quite fair, Professor Vohm adds, for Stig's indifferent to what he chops down, knowing he can fell anything with that Swedish bit and custom handle. A hickory or an alder, an oak or a peach, it matters little to Stig. The equations are the same, but for the arboreal coefficients. Details of importance to a beaver are absorbed in a single brutal downswing, after which all is over. You're saying it's a mismatch? Listen, tree for tree, I can match anything that Swede can do. There's the Zepho I married. And so, at the full moon of August the 5th, the two lumbermen meet upon the Visto. Mason and Dixon bring out and carefully adjust the Royal Society clock, winch up the weight, and set the pendulum a tick. The contestants are to proceed side by side, each being responsible for half of the Visto's breadth. At the end of 2 perfectly measured hours, the slain trees will be counted. If the numbers happen to be equal, then Zepho and Stig will each fell 1 more tree, and the fastest will be winner. "All set," booms Mr. Barnes. "Gentlemen, let's clear us some Visto." A chorus of Mrs. Eggslap's young ladies have turned out to lend support to Stig. "Swing that axe! Chop that tree!" On, Stig! On! To victory! Stig strikes for them an athletic pose, then another. He has more than enough time, hasn't he, to get to work, and these girls are also... Stig! What is this? He narrows his gaze, looking about. Zepho is already well out of sight, over the next rise, in fact, having left behind a 5-yard swathe of trees horizontal and neatly separated into trunks, branches, and withes. Stig grips his axe, assaulting his side of the vista with so much fury that the first tree is coming down before he is really prepared to avoid it. One limb in consequence catches him fairly across the arse, sending him asprawl. He takes some time to arise, and when he does, he's limping. It proves but a sprain that he is able in the next 2 hours to work out, yet not enough to come up appreciably upon Zepho. "I thought I was perfect," as Stig will recall later. "What happened?" "Sometimes," Mrs. Eggslap will begin, "'tis hard to be a woman." By now 'tis well past sunset, and the full August moon has risen. Expecting its rays further to enhance Zepho's performance, Guy Spit, the pass-bank bully, is sending agents round to make side wagers as to the total number of trees felled. Imagine his consternation when Zepho, seeing the risen orb, screams and runs for the nearest shade. "Impossible," mutters Professor Vohm. "Unless—" "The light!" Zepho screams. "The moon, Rhodey! It's almost... Ah!" Mason looks at Dixon. Dixon looks at Mason. "The eclipse!" both cry at the same time. They have only now remembered the eclipse of the moon due to start later tonight. Zepho is morphosing back to human and not enjoying it much. Stig requests that the contest be declared void, and Guy Spit collapses in tears. His only intelligible word, ruin. "'Tis well," murmurs Rhodey, trying to ignore the vast hands full of fur Zepho is shedding all over her apron. "There is a promising lawsuit in this, if we can prove those astronomers knew about it in advance."
"We assume the one would have no effect upon the other," protests Mason. "And we certainly didn't use the knowledge to win any money, did we?"
Dixon raises his eyes piously. "How could they not be connected? Zepho, my own, speak to me." "Not even a Philadelphia lawyer could win with an argument like that." "In ancient days," notes Captain Zhang, "they'd have been beheaded. Indeed, it nearly happened to a pair of astronomers legendary in China named Shi and Ho." The next evening, Zepho, yet in mental distress over his unpremeditated rehumanizing, and the topic of Mason and Dixon's lapse having again arisen, the captain tells the story of Shi and Ho. Chapter 64. Once, so long ago that no one is sure of dates anymore, though some say it was during the reign of one of the Hia emperors, upon the first day of autumn in the Xiu or moon station of Fang, an eclipse of the sun occurred, which the court astronomers Shi and Ho failed to predict. Not just predict accurately, but predict at all. Instead of diligently observing the heavens and doing the calculations, they had been spending most of their time roistering into town at late hours, abusing wine, drunkenly pursuing notorious courtesans, not all of whom were women, falling into public latrines and losing great portions of their royal stipends to all sorts of thieves, from adventuresses to gaming table bullies, until one strangely lit noontide clogged and neuralgic, weaving their way back to their quarters in the palace, they notice something about the shadows of the trees. The sunlight that is able to pass clear of the leaves and strike the roadway, instead of the usual more or less round dots amid a general shade, presents instead a mindlessly repeated spill of identical crescents, each growing imperceptibly narrower and sharper as the stupefied philosophers watch, slowly realizing that they are seeing the moon moving onto the disk of the sun, carpeting the ground by the bleary, shimmering tens of thousands as far in every direction as they can see.
"We may be in trouble," says Ho. "Thanks for doing the brainwork on that."
They hurry on in the livid, decadent noon, stepping among the slow-stirring, bright lacework, their faces averted from the event above. Dogs howl all over the city. Chickens stop what they are doing and fall asleep. Babies cry. Pigs briefly acquire the power of speech, saying, "Hush! Hush!" The light continues to seep away until all individual shadows are dissolved in a general gloom, tense and baleful. Inside the observatory, a great tower of imported Rajputana marble, a winding stairway leads upward to the observing platforms. She and Ho ascend, bickering.
"We did the reductions correctly, didn't we? You looked it over, right?" "Well, I didn't check every digit. I assumed that if you were doing your job, I wouldn't have to."
At the highest platform they stand, two miniature robbed wastrels trying not to look into the black rays of totality, whilst, far below, with an eruption of cymbals and fifes, a great voice declares she and Ho henceforward unto eternity enemies of the Emperor, and condemns them to death.
"For what?"
Ho, terrified, squeals at his partner. "What did we do?"
"We made the Emperor look bad. As a child of heaven, he's supposed to know all about these wonders in advance."
"'Tis only an eclipse, only shadows. What harm to the kingdom could result?" She cackles.
"As above, so below.
Eclipses indicate for all to see that something is wrong in the very heart of the state.
Though with this Emperor, if anything goes amiss,
his shoes failing to fit, his luncheon disagreeing with him, whatever it is, he'll blame it upon the eclipse.
That is, upon us."
Ho groans. "Our heads? For a little indigestion?"
"Why they call them heads of state, I suppose."
We are in danger. What do we do?"
"Escape," reckons she.
Looking earthward, they now see below them a body of men in dark, gleaming armour gathering into columns in the damaged light.
"How?"
inquires Ho, his voice higher than usual. "Fly?"
"An excellent idea."
She now producing a gigantic sky-blue kite of some strong yet light silk stuff, strengthened with curious bamboo ribwork, furnished with apparatus for steering.
"Quickly!"
They can hear the clamour of soldiers' feet echoing in the stairwell. "But will it hold our combined weights?" cries Ho, as his colleague, having attached these wings, now roughly embraces him.
"Depends what you ate for breakfast."
As together they step from the aerial platform into pure altitude.
"Well, I had the rest of the duck, about 6 dumplings with pork sauce, then... Ah!"
As they go plummeting toward the terrain below, clutching each other in terror, as, above them now, upon the platform they lately occupied, appear the first of their pursuers, gazing after them in that afflicted light, with faces too small to read any more. They wait for arrows. Above stares the black disk of the sun. In the reduced visibility, the astronomers have lost all sense of how fast they're falling. Indeed, have no idea of how far they have already travelled from the palace and their pursuers. It is really only after considerable time has passed, without having smashed into the ground at high speed, that she, the quicker of the pair, grasps that they have been gliding after all. By then, the lunar visitor has begun to pass from the sun's face, and the landscape to grow increasingly readable again. "Look!" she, pointing behind Ho. "Some army, and on the move! Look at that plume of dust!" "Where?" Ho turns to look. "And coming our way too. What do you suppose it is?" "Wait," it occurs to she. "Ho! 'Tis us! Elementary optics! If we can see them—" "Yes, yes." Ho waits. She waits for Ho. At length, "Oh, of course you mean, then they can see us too. For this I am risking my life. Why don't I just drop you off here? It would also make my escape that much easier." "Suit yourself, of course. And my arms are getting tired. Well, so are mine. Some embrace." "All right, then, off you go." She, opening his arms abruptly. Ho clutches wildly back at she, but is already in mid-air, with nothing more to expect in the way of embraces but the wind of his descent. So intently have the astronomers been bickering, however, that Ho has failed to notice how closely by now their craft has elapsed to Earth. In fact, he falls no more than 10 feet, and that into a small willow-fringed lake belonging to the lands of Lord Huang, a very rich trader with 7 eligible daughters. As Ho flounders about in the lake, his partner lands on top of him, and then the pair of wings upon them both. They haul themselves to shore and stagger about, soaking wet, beginning, as their relief at being alive fades, to argue again. "You just let me drop," Ho recalls. "Much higher, and you would have murdered me. This is strange. I'm here talking to not just a murderer, but my murderer." "I knew we were almost down," she says. "Do you really think I'd drop you any more than 10 feet? "Well, I don't know. Would you have dropped me 20 feet? People can get killed falling 20 feet. Not into the water." "Oh, suppose it had been but a giant reflecting pool and only inches deep." "I could see 'twas far deeper by the colour of the water, not to mention waves upon the surface. So, after this close assessment of our landing area, why did you not choose to share any of it?" "You seem more interested in screaming." "I was reluctant to interrupt, but you let me believe you were killing me. When I hit that lake, I thought, so, this is it, here it is, the world of the dead. Wet, cold too. They don't let you breathe," so forth. Eventually realizing I was underwater, of course. "Thank you, Ho. But for the kind of help you need, your college must keep a list they can refer you to, and as I've said many times, there is no stigma. There are excellent remedial programs for cases like—" "Excuse me. What are you doing?" "Pissing." Somewhere out in the pale green maze of the willows, there's a chorus of merry comment from the daughters of Huang, who customarily go about everywhere in company. Soon Ho has wandered out of She's sight, calling, "Girls, girls! Here it is! Over here!" About then, their father shows up with a platoon of armed retainers, demanding to know how She has penetrated so far inside his boundaries. Unable to come up with another story on the spot, She tells the truth. The Lord thinks he is confabulating, but the eclipse part of it has his interest. "Stargazer, eh? Can you predict when the next eclipse will happen?" "Of course. The moon. You want moon eclipses, I could do those too. I made more yuan on one deal today than you would ever have seen in your life working for the Emperor. All as a result of your wondrous eclipse. A warehouse full of silk let go for nothing.
because its owner thought this was the end. If I'd known beforehand, I could have done more than one deal like that. No wonder the Emperor wants your heads."
Reflexively, she grabs his head, as if to assure himself of its continued attachment.
Needless to say, this will pay quite well. Same deal for your partner, of course. Where is he, by the way?"
This is answered by a slow crescendo of conversation, advancing upon them through the ornamental forest of birches all around.
"Keep those swords ready, boys,"
advises Lord Huang, beginning to betray some annoyance. Out of the trees bursts a dishevelled and uncontrollably giggling Ho, his arm around the eldest of the girls, who is kissing him passionately, whilst her sisters, raw and roseate and smudged, frolic about them. "Papa, this is Ho, and we wish to be married this instant." "Yes, Papa, oh please," chorus the rest, as Li gives Ho a push, sending him staggering in her father's direction. Ho's robes are torn, upon all exposed skin are fingernail scratches. There is green scum from the lake clinging to his hair. He leers in a friendly way at Lord Huang, but isn't sure what to say.
"Have we a deal?"
mutters the Lord to she, who shrugs.
"I see no problem, then. Welcome to the Huangs, my boy. Ho, is it? You, like your excellent coadjutor here, have passed into a new realm. Your emperor was answerable to heaven. Here must we answer to the market, day upon day unending. For 'tis the inscrutable power we serve, an invisible-handed God without mercy."
In the weeks and years to follow, she and Ho, ever one step ahead of the Emperor's hired blademen, travel far, gain respect, and make fortune upon fortune. Not the least of their successes being erotic, at one time or another in varying combinations too, some of them quite entertaining with all 7 daughters. She and Ho are frequently mistaken for one another. In their early careers, an inconvenience; in their later years, a source ever fresh of occasion for glee. Periodically, one or the other, repenting of his life, makes atonement to heaven by forswearing drink or gluttony or mahjong. As seldom if ever are both astronomers repentant at the same time, at least one may pay his duties close attention. As a result, no longer does she and Ho fail to plan for eclipses, solar or lunar. Lord Huang, however, continues to extend himself upon a faith in the astronomers ever in need of reconvincing, wagering ever more stupendous sums upon the elliptic innocence of everyone else, not only silk merchants, but presently bankers, other lords, and their generals, until the terrible day when she or Ho or both, whilst casting calculations for an upcoming total solar eclipse, with fingers greased from the giant platterful of dim sum, which, having given their personal gold chopsticks away as tokens of desire to the operatic personage Miss Chen, they are absent-mindedly eating from by hand, happen to miscount enough critical beads of the abacus to throw their prediction off by hours. Meanwhile, dressed as a Chinese sub-deity in red, yellow, and blue, and a number of gem tones, having already commanded the sun to darken with no result, Lord Huang finds himself far from home, waiting before a fateful river-bank and a humorless army. The contempt in the front ranks grows more and more open, as the loss of Huang's credibility spreads backward through the host. The sky continues as blank as a hired astronomer's face, the sun as relentlessly beaming as an idiot. In one version of the tale, Huang is saved just in time, and in his rage banishes she and Ho, who end their lives in the western desert, beggared and holy, living on what few drops of water and grains of rice the day may bring them. In the other version, Huang is assassinated by his own fretful troops, whereupon the sun at last begins to darken, the army is smitten with terror and contrition, and the astronomers, who appear to have been waiting but this moment all their lives, are easily able to take over Huang's lands, fortune, army, and harem of daughters, who, ageless as the Pleiades, which Chinese girls know as the 7 Sisters of Industry, attend the stargazers faithfully till their days be run. Chapter 65. All the month of November, Mason and Dixon run the East Line, 11 miles, 20 chains, 88 links from the post marked west in Mr. Bryant's field, now marked east as well, eastward to the shore of Delaware, from which the 5 degrees of longitude in the original grant were to extend. It is a task they might have subcontracted out to any dozens of local surveyors. Industrious pair, speculates Captain Jiang, unless you be rather jealous to possess the line in its entirety. As who would not, Dixon replies. 5 degrees, 20 minutes out of a day's turn, time enough for all sorts of activities. Eat the wrong fish, fall in love, sign an order that will alter history, take a nap. A globe full of people, and not one is ignorant of the worth of 20 minutes. Each minute a pearl lets slip, one after the next, into oblivion's gulfs. Or 21 minutes, if you add another 1/4 of a degree, twinkles the Chinaman. Crossing Ohio, as you might say. It was 5 1/4 degrees that the Jesuits removed from the Chinese circle, in reducing it to 360. Bit like the 11 days taken from your calendar, isn't it? Same questions present themselves. Where'd that slice of azimuth go? How will it be redeemed? Perhaps your 5 degrees of vista were meant to be a sort of repository. The surveyors exchange grimaces. What now? Can he be serious? Have they another fictitious Spaniard in the offing? Wouldn't each degree simply have been widened by just a hair to make up for the loss? Dixon gently, in a voice Mason has heard him use with pack horses that the Killig brothers, their packmen, vouch are daft. So that in some way, so should I imagine, congenial to the Oriental beliefs, thy missing degrees are distributed indistinguishably throughout the entirety of the circle? And what may that slender blade of planetary surface they took away not be concealing? Jiang, dementedly on, oblivious. 21 minutes of clock time and 11 million square miles. Anything may be hiding in there, more than your Herodotus, I, nor immortal Munchausen might ever have dreamt. The fountain of youth, the 7 cities of gold, the other Eden, the canyons of black obsidian, the 8 immortals, the victory over death, the defeat of the wrathful deities. History is ever secret. Lands whose surveys will never be tied into any made here, in this priest-tainted 360. Blue seas as oceanic depths called into being by Mathesis alone, without shores, nor any but their own weather blowing in from nowhere upon the official globe. Nor ought we to be forgetting the heavens, as above, so below, stars beyond numbering, planets unsuspected, planets harboring life, morally intelligent life. An extra sign of the zodiac, though of course running a bit narrower. Yet might it stretch out north to south, perhaps even all the width of the semicircle. A dragon, a Pennsylvania rifle, a surveyor's line.
Am I content with this? Was that your question, Dixon?
I didn't see anything.
Of course you did. You were muttering over there. I heard it. happen I may have audibly wondered how one with so much investment in the matter of the 11 days could be much offended when the hysteresis be expressed in degrees, and taken at the correct scale, declares Captain Jang. What is there to choose? Both are experiences of that failure of perfect return that haunts all for whom time elapses. In the runs of lives in company as alone, what fails to return is ever a source of sorrow. And a lively issue among the metaphysical, I am sure. Mason attempts to beam. The even yet more compelling question just now, however, being, are you planning on growing particularly violent any time soon? You cannot shame me. I have lost shame, as one loses a boar at an assembly, creeping behind, whispering you should have left her in Quebec. Your fate was never to bide this long amid this continental folly. Folly that you, yourself, are now fallen into. Sounds like half the axemen, notes Mason. The half who aren't passed themselves over that Jusia, adds Dixon. This quite exceeds, sirs, the unsophisticated grunting of backwoodsmen. She was the captive ward of my life's great enemy, though any sight of her, even at a distance, begin in delight, soon enough shall his evil features emerge from and replace those beloved ones. Yet do I desire, not him, never him, yet given such terms to desire her clearly, I must transcend all shame, or be dissolved beneath it. And you're doing an excellent job, exclaims Mason. Isn't he, lads? They return to Harlan's in early December and get busy with the Royal Society's degree of latitude. No telling if they'll ever take the West Line west of Allegheny. All is in the hands of Sir William Johnson. Pleasant gentleman, recalls Captain Jang, though what in distant parts be judged madness, the wanderer may not say or even know. Like others of the party, he is apt now and then to drop in without prior notice at the Harlans, who were ever happy to have the company. Advent sees the forming of something near a club for the purpose of discourse upon the topic of Christ's birth. Repairing after dinner to the horse barn, Captain Jang and the Reverend Cherrycoke being observed among those in faithful attendance. The astronomers prove less consistent, though willing to pronounce upon points of chronology or astronomy or both, such as the star that brought the Magi. 'Twas either a conjunction of planets, Dixon opines, or a comet. In 7 B.C., according to Kepler, Jupiter and Saturn were conjunct 3 times, and the next year Mars joined them, Mason declares. No one who was out at night could have failed to notice that. It must have been the most spectacular event in the sky. Again, in perhaps 12 B.C., Captain Jang points out, appeared the late comet of 59, whose return to our era Dr. Halley predicted. The tail tapered ever toward the sun, thus able to direct your Magi, or perhaps mine, after each sunset to the west. Gentlemen, surely, the Reverend, as mildly as he may, advances, Christ was not born any time before Christ. If, says the geomancer, like all Christian nations you accept the reckoning of Dionysius Exiguus, then Herod died in 4 B.C. Yet the Gospels have him alive when Christ was born. The taxation decree that brought Mary and Joseph to Bethlehem may have been as early as 8 B.C. There are a number of these strange inconsistencies, unless the death of Herod be wrongly dated, for Dennis the Meagre, as we know him, was an agent of God. God should have found another agent, remarks Dixon in the same side-of-the-mouth delivery as Mason. Mr. Mason,
the Reverend turning to shake his index.
"I didn't say that," Mason protests. "Did I?"
Chapter 66. Just talk, Stieg. Spring winds howl outside the tent. Mrs. Eggslap is in an emerald green sack with Watteau pleats, all disarranged at the moment, as is her hair. A stout candle of Swedish wax burns in a candlestick of military design.
"To Thorfinn Karlsefni's settlement at Hopp,"
relates Stieg, who in lieu of smoking a stogie has begun to inspect his axe blade for flaws perceptible to him alone.
"At the mouth of one of the rivers of Vineland, the Skrellings come to trade pelts for milk. What they really want are weapons, but Karlsefni has forbidden anyone to sell them. Upon the second visit, Karlsefni's wife Gudrid is inside the house tending Snorri the baby, when, despite the new palisado and the sentries, a strange small woman comes in, announced only by her shadow, fair-haired, pale, with the most enormous eyes Gudrid has ever seen, and asks, 'What is your name?' 'My name is Gudrid,' replies Gudrid. 'What is your name?'
'My name is Gudrid,' she whispers, staring out of those eyes.
And all at once there is a violent crash and the woman vanishes. At the same instant, outside, one of the Northmen, struggling with one of the Skrellings who has tried to seize his weapon, kills him. With terrible cries, the other Skrellings run away. The Northmen decide not to wait their return, but to go out to them upon the cape. The sea roars against the land. The sea wind bears away the cries of the wounded. Blood leaps. Men fall. Most of those slain are Skrellings, their bodies splayed and vaporous in the cold. None but Gudrid ever saw the woman whose visit announced this first act of American murder and the collapse of Vineland the Good. In another year, Karlsefni's outpost would be gone, as if what they had done out upon the headland under the torn banners of the clouds were too terrible, and any question of who had prevailed come to matter ever less as days went on, whilst the residue of dishonour before the gods and heroes would never be scoured away. Thereafter, they were men and women in despair, many of whom, bound for home, miscalculated the route and landed in Ireland, where they were captured and enslaved.
Oh, Stieg!
These are tales of the westward escapes, of Helgi and Finnbogi, and Thorstein the Swarthy, and Bjarni Hajolfsson. Rogues and projectors and fugitives. They went without pretext, no Christ, no Grail, no expectation beyond each day's turnings to be haunted by ghosts more material, less merciful than any they'd left at their backs. They found here again, as in Greenland and Iceland, firths and fjords. Something immense had harrowed and then flooded all these coasts. So that's why the Swedes chose to sail between the capes of Delaware. They thought it was another fjord. You fellows do like a nice fjord, it seems. Instead, they found Pennsylvania. Some surprise.
Some surprise. Stig.
Yeah, Patience.
Do we really need the axe right here, like this? This season, hanging just over the horizon, spreading lightless mantle and pale fingers across the sky, the great ghost of the woods has been whispering to them, though reason suggests the wind. No, no more, no further. Such are the words the surveyors have been able to bring to their waking bankside from this great fluvial whisper.
"Reminds me of a lass from Escombe," remarks Dixon.
Jointly and severally they have continued to find regions of panic fear all along the line. Dixon, in the great cave whose gothicity sends his partner into such raptures, but wondering in some fretfulness what might be living in it large enough to need so much space. Whereas 'tis Mason who stands sweating and paralyzed before the great death shade of the forest between Savage Mountain and little Yokio Jenny. "A wild waste," he will write, "composed of laurel swamps, dark vales of pine through which I believe the sun's rays never penetrated," which evokes from Dixon, at his lengthiest, "great uncommon lot of trees about." Together they are apt to be come upon at any stretch of the chain, no telling when, by the next unwelcome visitor that waits them. Nor, though nightfall is traditional, will any hour be exempt. This is none of the lesser agents, the white women or black dogs, but the presence itself, unbounded, whose visitations increase in number as the party for the last time moves west. One day, having failed to fall asleep, and as they often did continue to sleep through the nightly death of the sun, up instead faces Vermilion amid the clank and bustle of preparations for the evening mess. Mason and Dixon hear the voice, stirring the tops of trees in a black swift smear down the mountainside and into the shade, more to plead than to pronounce. "You are gone too far from the postmarked west." It is there. Neither surveyor may take any comfort in suspicions of joint insanity.
"Thank'ee,"
Mason mutters back to it.
"As if we didn't already know."
"Myself, I'd love to see that cunny old post again," adds Dixon helpfully. They know by now where they are, not only in miles, chains, and feet, but respecting as well the dragon of the land, according to which any place beyond the summit of the Alleghenies, wherever the water flows west into the continental unknown, lies too far from the countryside where, quietly, unthreatened among the tall grey stalks of the girdled trees, beneath roofs tarred against the rain, the wives knead and flour, and the does rising is a miniature of the great taken breath of the day, and where voices in the wind are assumed into the singing of the congregations, the wagons rumbling upon the roads of packed and beaten earth, the lowing, the barking, the solitary rifle shot close to supper time from over in the next valley. Here the surveyors, as many of the party have come away as if backward in time beyond the range of the furthest spent ball of the last friendly Pennsylvania rifle. The implication of the ghostly speech is clear to them both. They will soon be proceeding, if indeed they are not already, with all guarantees of safety suspended, as if, whatever spared them years ago at sea, were now presenting its bill. Here, the next interdiction, when it comes, will be not with the clamorous stench of sea battle, but quieter than wind, final as stone. Abdominal fear and thoracic indignation at the same moment visit both surveyors. To have come this far, and yet, by the scale it is assumed, the denial is so clearly meant to be heeded. Be they heedful or not, 1767 will be their last year upon the line. Conditions hitherto shapeless are swiftly reduced to certainty. Having waited upon Sir William Johnson to negotiate with deputies from the Six Nations, assembled at German Flat, upon Mohawk as to the continuation of the line beyond the Allegheny crest, the surveyors loiter week upon week in Philadelphia, drinking at clubs, dancing with city belles at shore parties, along the sand beaches, playing two-handed whist, their judgment in everything from fish to pipe-fellows grown perilously unreliable, as the air oppressively damp. Howbeit, They get a late start this year, not reaching the Allegheny front until July, a full year since they left off their progress west. Sir William Johnson is to be paid £500 for his trouble. Their last spring out, passing by way of Octorara, they find the Redzingers and their neighbours all at a barn-raising nearby, a geometric maze of beams a-bang with men in black hats. Louisa waves to Peter up straddling a lower girt, smiling over at one of the Yoder boys' hardware jokes. Mason and Dixon drop ceremonial plumb lines here and there, and Captain Zhang pronounces the location acceptably within the parameters of his luopan. He has rejoined the party after a mysterious absence over the winter, during which the cobra-brain pearl he'd shown them has deflected at last the will of the Jesuit. Through its influence there had appeared in P. Sarpazo's path an irresistible offer to travel to Florida and be one of the founders of a sort of Jesuit pleasure garden, of dimensions unlimited by neighbouring parcels, though the topic of alligators has so far adroitly remained unaddressed. There are parsnip fritters, breaded fried sausages, rhubarb dumplings, souse and horseradish, ham and apple schnitz und knepp, hickory nut cake, and shoe-fly pies. Armand, bravely spruced up, even drops by, though his heart, he will assure anyone who asks, is desolated, with a strangely festive pudding he has whisked together, loaded with currants, candied violets, dried apricots, peaches, and cherries, chopped fine with almonds and rejuvenated in raspberry brandy. He is surrounded immediately by various small children. Louisa leads her husband over by the hand with the sacred finger, and the men meet formally at last. Armand finds himself looking upward at this very large German, who continues to grip the equally oversized hammer with which he has been whacking at beams and plates all day, meanwhile regarding Armand as a boy might a bug. Or perhaps, "How is the duck?" Peter blurts. "She told me about it, Louisa." Armand almost blurts back, "The duck is excellent," but wagering it is a religious question, replies, "I see the duck seldom of late. Perhaps by now she has taken in her charge so many other souls as troubled as my own that there remains less time for me. Perhaps as she has continued upon her own way, I have even passed altogether from her care. But time surely by now no longer matters to her." Peter, now curious, "No longer passes the same way, I mean." The Frenchman shrugs. "Yet we few fortunate objects of her visits remain ever tight in time's embrace," sighing as if for the duck alone. "She then enters and leaves the stream of time as she likes." Louisa, tossing her eyes vigorously skyward, slides away to attend to another load of loaves and biscuits. The lads, whose flow of saliva has begun to escape the best efforts of their lower lips to contain it, proceed to eat their way from one end of a long trestled table to the other, through hams and fowl, custards and tarts, fried noodles and opossum a la modes, all the while deep in discourse upon the deepest topics there are. The instruments arrive on the 7th of July at Cumberland, thronged and ablair with skin-wearers and cloth-wearers ever mingling, Indian and white, French and Spanish. Ladies pack pistols and dirks, whilst coarser sisters prove to be saintlier than expected. Poisoned by strong drink, pioneers go bouncing cheese and skittle-wise from one pedestrian to another, raccoon tails askew, daring hooves and wheel rims, and the impatience of a street full of business folk who must mind their watch time often to the minute all day long. Riflemen sit out on the porches of taverns and jingle their vent picks in time to the music of African slaves, who play upon banjos and drums here, far into the night. The place smells of heartwood and animals and smoke. Great wagons with white canopies styled conestogas form up at the western edge of town. An uncommon stir, passionate shouting, herds filling the street, as one by one each machine is brought round and its team of horses hitched on, proceeding then to the end of a waiting line, where all stand, be it snow or summer, patient as cows at milking time. "Thing about out here," cackles Thomas Cressap when they go to pay him a visit, "is it's perfect. It's a damn utopia's what it is, and nobody'll own to it. No king, no governor, naught but the sheriff, whose delight is to leave you alone, for as long as you do not actively seek his attention, which he calls fucking with him. As long as you don't fuck with him, he don't fuck with you. Something, huh? About as intrusive as authority ought to get, in my own humble opinion, of course. And there's, to be sure, the usual rotten apple among sheriffs, that, excuse me, gents, goddamned Lancaster sheriff, old Smith. We had pitched musket battles with him and his army of Pennite refuse. Course, back there, you probably only heard their side of it. Mr. Sam Smith entertained us with an account at Petchway perhaps 3 years ago. We sure entertained him that night. Said it was 55-14. Close enough. Called you the Beast of Baltimore. That I was, and the Maryland monster as well, and I'm even more dangerous today than I was then, for there's little I fear in this world, and nothing I won't undertake, long as these damned knees don't betray me, that is. Ask any of these louts how I do with a pistol. Eh? He produces a highwayman's model with a short, rounded-off grip and a 12-inch octagonal barrel. All flash, you say, meant but to strike fear. I didn't say that, says Mason. Nor I, adds Dixon. Here, you, Michael's one. Get up there about to the first fence and throw this. Here, this jug up in the air for the old Bible patriarch. That's a good boy. But it's full of whatever your name is. Now, we don't want to bore our guests, do we, with the details of the tax laws and how they differ between the two provinces. So just get your wrong side the creek arse out to that fence. The boy is running already halfway there. Cressap gazes after him. See that attitude? Don't know where he gets it. Just as happy to have a sheriff about if you want the truth. I thought I was an untamable kid, but that young Zack there... Ready, Grandpa? Patch, ball, grease, rod, powder fine and coarse, all in a strange blur. The fastest loading job anyone there, including the Reverend, who's seen a number of them, can recollect. Heads up! Hollers Cressap. The jug sails slowly, end over end, in an arc skyward, as Cressap, arms straight, aims, tracks and fires, whereupon, being struck, the jug explodes in a great ball of flame, whose wave of heat fans their astonished faces. Samuel Smith tell you about that one? That army of his started off with 85 men, but 30 ran away after the first couple of these jugs exploded, so it was more of an even fight. I took a few precious breaths to curse myself for ever settling so close to the limits of Maryland, yet, as I foolishly trusted, south of the 40-degree parallel, and wagering that the real Susquehanna would prove a more potent boundary than any invisible line drawn by astronomers or surveyors. Oh, that's right, you're one of each, ain't you? So sorry. And that surely no sheriff of Lancaster would mount the naval expedition he did. God! Boats? There was sailboats and there was rafts, there was bateaux oared by matched 26-man African slave crews. There was even sailing ships out there upon broad Susquehanna that night in the dark of the moon.
30 years ago now, but I'm no closer to forgetting it. For most of the settlers about in the places they'd come from, troops of horsemen upon the roads late at night were far from rare. But, being invaded out of that midnight river by a small brigade, betrayed by me own boundary line, as ye'd say, taken by total surprise, I suppose once in every lifetime it's necessary. They descended upon my land with all the pitilessness of an army in full sunlight, and proceeded to build a camp and dig in to obsess us. And 'twas my young Daniel who was the hero of the battle. The younger Cressap, now 40, who's been eating enthusiastically though in silence, pauses and shrugs. Active sort of lad, his father says. Ran about making one mistake after another. They catch him, set him out of their way. When they're not looking, he finds their powder, wraps what he can in his handkerchief, throws it in the fire. Daniel grimaces, shaking his head. Dove for cover. Waited. Nothing. The handkerchief got a little charred. Then they were really angry. What a sight they made trying to retrieve that powder out of the fire. Everybody waiting for some great blast. I didn't know if I should be laughing or pleading for my life. 'Twas their call, as it is ever. Our house burned down, one of us murdered with his hands in the air. Father and son are exchanging looks. The rest dispersed into the woods. They took me back across Susquehanna to stand trial in that dismal— Let me put it this way. If America was a person, and it sat down, Lancaster town would be plunged into a darkness unbreathable. On the way over the river, I was able to put one of my bold captors in the water, where they all set upon him with oars and rifle stocks, thinking 'twas me. Some of them in their eagerness losing their balance and falling in as well. I couldn't get the ropes off, and was trying to stay out of the river in this water-borne panic of oxen. To be fair, 'twas vile Sam Smith saved my life, for most of them would as soon have tipped me in and let me sink. 'Twas only when we got to Columbia across the river that they placed me in chains. Though I did knock the blacksmith cold with them. The shame. A brother immigrant who more than any should have known better than to manacle another such at the bidding of some jumped-up peewit working for the pens. Sirs, that is my side of it. How does it match up with that of Smith, who must have known that sooner or later you'd see me? He seemed not quite as hale as you, Dixon recalls. Can I forgive him his life? I've done with all my crying about that. And howbeit I was released at last, justice not so much prevailing as injustice, having early exhausted itself, retiring and leaving it to Providence as to Samuel Smith's capacity for further harm outside of Lancaster County. My family and I removed westward, settling in Antietam, at that time upon the frontier, where, by trading honestly enough in skins and furs, we soon found ourselves at the verge of a fortune. Alas, our shipload of pelts upon which we had borrowed heavily, approaching the Channel, was surprised by one of Monsieur's privateers. And like that, 10. Our creditors all showed up in a single stern-faced crowd, so many that some were obliged to walk and stand in animal shit. I waved this very high Toby special about, appealed to their shame. But we were all too perilously extended. The seat by Potomac, which at last I had begun to feel was mine, was thereupon seized, as pitilessly as our fortune at sea, and we must again reassemble and take up our lives and move west, eventually settling here, where Potomac forks, and ways converge from all over the compass, and the fort lies less than a day away. Perhaps I am not meant to govern a great manor like the scalp-stealing fiend Shelby. Perhaps I am ready for this sort of village life. Third time lucky sort of thing.
Nor must we ever be moving again. It is Megan, another of Michael's batch. Hair all afire, spirited, no respect at all for traditional authority. She knows how to read, and she's reading him Tox's Pennsylvaniad. "'Twas after Braddock fell, the times out here got very difficult indeed. Nemacolin and I put that road in years earlier, chopped damn near every tree. We were the original Mason and Dixon. We cut our visto too narrow for poor Braddock, but who was expecting an army? We went by compass. I felt that cold magic in the needle, sirs. Something very powerful from far beyond this forest, whose bark had never felt the bits of salt, as Tox puts it so well. As for Nemacolin, I believe that he lived in a world where magic is in daily operation, and the magnetic compass surely is small turnips. What will the Mohawks that are to join us think of our instruments then?" Dixon wonders. "They'll be curious. Good idea to satisfy them on all questions, wagering that they may not ask the fatal one, 'Why are you doing this?' If that happens, your only hope is not to react. 'Tis the first step into the quagmire. If you be fortunate enough to emerge, 'twill not be with your previous optimism intact."
"Why am I doing this?" Mason inquires aloud of no one in particular. Damn, that is an intriguing question. I suppose I could say it's for the money, or to advance our knowledge of... regard thyself. Thou reacting, says Dixon. Just what friend Chris up here said not to do. Thou doing it. Why not, as the Stoic ever says? You might yourself advert to it profitably. What crime am I charged with now, ever for thou how convenient? Wait. You're saying I don't take blame when I should, that I'm ever pushing it off onto you? Wasn't I said it? Dixon's eyebrows headed skyward, nostrils aflare with some last twinkling of geniality. I take the blame when it's my fault, cries Mason. But it's never my fault, and that's not my fault either. Or, to put it another way, I tell the pit pony too, why don't thou? Children, admonishes the patriarch. Let us be civil here. Am I not a justice of the peace after all? Now, which is the husband? This is greeted by rude mirth, including presently Dixon's, though not even a chuckle from Mason, who can only at best stop glowering. This is taken as high hilarity, and the corn continues to pass round, which Mason is obliged to drink, the unglazed rim unwipeably wet from the loose-lipped embraces of mouths that may recently have been anywhere, not excluding, from the look of the company, live elements of the animal kingdom. Dixon, being a grain person, is having a generally cheerier drinking life than Mason, as, the further west they go, the more distilled grains and the fewer wines are to be found, until at last even to mention wine aloud is to be taken for a French spy. At Cumberland, as yet Mason hasn't dared ask, though if it's to be found anywhere 'twill be at the market every day, Sundays as well, lying spread up to the grey stone revetments, beneath the black guns, the shadows of the bastions, the lookouts curiously astare, Indians from the far interior, with not only furs to trade, but medicinal herbs too, and small gold artifacts, drinking cups, bangles, charms from fabled lands to south and west. Upland Virginians come with shoes by the wagon-load, Philadelphia mantua makers with stitch-by-stitch copies of the modes of London and Paris,
booksellers from the brick ravines of Frederick, with the last confessions from Covent Garden, piemen and milkmaids and women of the night, life stories spread upon blankets, chuck-farthing games in the ditch. Everywhere sounds of metal a-clang in the forges, squeaking rhythmically in the mud street. Bells in the church, iron nails poured in jingling heaps, specie in and out of purses. The skies are biblically lit, bright yellow and slate blue and purple, and the munitions wagons, whose horses in a former life were humans who trafficked inland, pass, going and coming, laden and empty, darkly gleaming in long streaks down their sides from what storm-light the condition of the sky will allow. Dogs run free, feel hungry, and accordingly impatient, often get together in packs and hunt.
"Has no one heard of the black dog in these parts, then?" wonders Dixon. "The South Mountain dog. He'd best step cautious round my snake. Here's £half-a-crown, says your snake won't last a minute with my Ralph. Done, you bugger."
No one, of course, is asking the dogs who would prefer sleep or a good meal. But these packs are running according to different plans. Life here is not quite so indulgent or safe as back east in the brick towns. There you forage for food already dead. Here they encourage you to answer to the wolf's commandments to kill what you eat and eat what you kill, and somehow to try to resist the jackal within, ever crying for carrion. Not all do. At the fort, you may always find commissary garbage, tidbits from officers who want favours, more temptation than a dog ought to resist. Every dog upon the post at one time and another has succumbed. This helps enhance the harmony within the pack, for they are sharing a sin. Snake, who has a reputation as a ratter, is less fond of eating his prey than of killing them. Chasing rats is a good pastime, combining speed and the art of getting a step ahead, as well as perfecting solitary fighting skills. For he cannot depend on the pack being there every time he might need it so, and he figures that if he can slay a rat, he can slay a squirrel with no trouble, up a tree, down a hole, the idea being never to let it get there, to interdict. When Mason approaches him in a friendly way, he decides to trust him rather than take the trouble to bare his teeth for nothing. All about, the humans and their children come and go, eating upon the run, flirting, having disputes about money. The scents of food, small fires, and other dogs are everywhere.
"Hello, Snake?"
The man down on his haunches, keeping a fair distance, no wish to intrude. Snake raises his head inquiringly.
"I'm assuming that Norfolk Terriers, like other breeds, maintain a web of communication among them, and I was but curious after the whereabouts these days of the learned English dog, or, as I believe he is also known, Fang."
Snake ponders. His policy with strangers, indeed with his very owner all these years, being never to reveal his own power of speech, for he's known others, including the credulous Fang in fact, who've trusted humans with the secret, only to find themselves that very evening in some assembly room full of smoke and noise, and no promise of dinner till after they've performed. Not for Snake, thank you all the same. Something must be getting through by way of his eyebrows, however, for the man is now smiling, lopsidedly trying to seem cognizant.
"You are said to be fond of rats. Our expedition chef, Monsieur Allegre, is preparing as we speak his world-famous coup de haricot, if that be any inducement."
More like an emetic, Snake thinks, but does not utter. Fond of rats? Who is this idiot, anyway? All I'd require would be a nod after I say,
Has he gone north? South? You haven't nodded. East? Then only west remaining. I'll take that as a nod, shall I? Mason, Dixon looming vaporous of ale, the bright glacis behind him. Are thou quite comfortable with the logic of that? The man grumbles to his feet. Snake, snake, snake. If there remained a farthing candle between us and Monongahela yet unsnuffed, be certain, Ensign Enthusiasm here would find and snuff it. Yes, once again, Dixon, you have saved me from my own poor small hopes, so relentless. Thanks ever so much. Happen thy impetuosity be no candle, rather an ill-considered fire. From watching humans out here over the course of several winters, Snake recognizes between these two a marked degree of acidity. They walk away now, gesturing and shouting at each other. Snake puts his head back upon his paws and sighs through his nose. Old Fang, who after all could claim to know Fang's true story. Some saying he did it to himself, others blaming the humans who profited from his strange abilities. 'Tis not Snake's way to inform on another dog, and withal, who knows what that human was up to, wanting to see him after so much time. The surveyors face each other before a hazy ground of blue distance and ascension, the blue silences that await them. I know something is out there that may not happen till we arrive. I am a northern Brit, a semi-Scot, a gnome's intimate. We never err in these things. Gone too far as usual. When will he ever learn? Never. I know what thou wish to happen, what thou hope to find. 'Twould be the only thing that could have brought thee to America. And you say you think you can feel. Don't know what it is. Herd of buffalo as easily as light from elsewhere. Something of about that impact. You promise? You're not just trying to be encouraging in that cheery way you put on and off like a wig? I wouldn't joke about that, not with thee. With young Hickman, perhaps, or Tom Hines. Who are, what, 12, 10? They think they'll live forever. Of course you can all joke about it. The gents locate an ale barrel in the shade. A Virginia boy, 7 or 8 or thereabouts, comes running up to quiz with them. I can show you something no one has ever seen, nor will anyone ever see again. Mason squints in thought. There's no such thing. Ha-ha! The lad produces an unopened goober pea shell, exhibiting it to both astronomers before cracking it open to reveal 2 red peanuts within. Something no one has seen, popping them in his mouth and eating them, and no one will see again. The gents, astonished, for a moment look like a matched pair of goobers themselves. Chapter 67. Within the fortnight, they are joined by a delegation of Indians sent by Sir William Johnson, most of them Mohawk fighters, who will remain with the party till the end of October, when, reaching a certain warrior path, they will inform the astronomers that their own commissions from these 6 nations allow them to go no further, with its implied corollary that this path is as far west as the party, the visto, and the line may proceed. This will not come as an unforeseen blow, for Hugh Crawford, accompanying the Indians, informs the surveyors of it first thing. Sort of like death. You know it's out there ahead, though not when, so you'll ever be hoping for one more day at least. We'll be crossing Indian trails with some regularity. These don't trouble the Mohawks in particular. But ahead of us now, there's a track running athwart the vista north and south, known as the Great Warrior Path. This is not merely an important road for them, but indeed one of the major highways of all inland America. So must it also stand as a boundary line, for when we come to it, we shall not be allowed to cross it and go on. It'll take us 1/4 of an hour. We'll clean up every trace of our passage. What are they worried about? The running surface? Their deerskin shoes? We'll resurface it for them. We'll give 'em moccasin vouchers. Mr. Mason, they treat this trail as they would a river. They settle both sides of it so as to have it secure. They need the unimpeded flow. Cutting it with your vista would be like putting an earthen dam across a river. And how far from Ohio? With a slight break upon the word. Some 30-40 miles. Crawford as kindly as he can, having himself a history of disappointments out here again and again. Yet the path is over Monongahela, silently adding Soco Stumbre, as he's heard the Western Spanish say. One gets used to it. His is a face, however, difficult for Mason or for many to read much sentiment in. So written upon it is it by so many years of hard sunrises, elements outside and in, left to rage as they might. It's a fine road. I've had to use it now and then. If the wind and moon are right, you can fly along. Sometimes they chase me, sometimes it was me after them. We've chased these damned mountains through and through, canoeing for our lives down these mean little rivers. Made some respectable fortunes, lost 'em in the space of a rifle shot. As many of us taken or destroyed over the years as got back safe. Ups and downs steeper than the Alleghenies, gents. I've been captured, I've escaped. We've been friends and enemies. They owe me years out of my life, parts of me not working so good. You'd have to ask them what they think I owe back. But I know 'em, not in any deep or magical way, rather as you may know those that you've shared matters of life and death with. And although on paper it may look like only a few short steps from the warpath to the River Ohio, I beg you both, be most careful. For distance is not the same here, nor is time. At least they told us beforehand, Dixon supposes. Watching an Indian slip back into the forest is like seeing a bird take wing. Each moves vertiginously into an element Mason, all dead weight, cannot enter. The first time he saw it, it made him dizzy. The spot in the brush where the Indian had vanished vibrated, as an eddying of no colour at all. Contrariwise, watching an Indian emerge is to see a meaningless darkness eddy at length into a face, and a face, moreover, that Mason remembers. He grows apprehensive and soon kickish. I respect them and their unhappy history, but they put me in a state of anxiety unnatural, he complains to the Reverend, out of all measure, unto the apparition of phantoms. How's that? I see and even touch things that cannot possibly be there. Yet they are. Can you give me examples? There may lie a problem, for I am closely sworn not to. Makes advising you difficult, of course. Yes, and some of them are pips too. Shame, really. Whilst you so amiably quiz with me, says the Reverend, Mr. Dixon seems quite content in their company. Oh, young jollification. Drinks with priests, roysters with pygmies, aye, I've seen that. What cares has he as long as the tobacco and spirits hold out? And withal, throughout from first sip to empty bottle, he is troubled by no least inkling of sin nor question of fear. He is far too innocent for any of that. No, 'tis I who am anxious before the advent of these visitors how strange, who belong so without separation to this country cryptic and perilous, passing, though never close, as shadowy and serene as deities of forest or river. So, cries Mason, turning desperately to the visitors, you're Indians.
Mason, that may not be quite. As Hugh Crawford is translating, they hope that's what he's doing. The Mohawk chiefs, Hendricks, Daniel, and Peter, the Onondaga chiefs, Tanadorus, Sachahandix, and Tondego, the warriors Nicholas, Thomas, Abraham, Hananhirayoa, John, Sawatis, Jemmy, and John Sturgeon, the women Sosina and Hannah, all are examining Mason and Dixon and the instruments, having earlier observed the sector arriving in its pillowed wagon, mindfully borne by the 5-shilling hands, impressive in its assembled size. Learning that 'tis used only late at night, some presently are there each time to watch, as the astronomers lie beneath the snout, the brass elongating into the heavens, the great curved blade, the sweeps of stars converging at the eye, so easily harmed even at play, hostage like this beneath the instrument poised upon it. The first time they see the sector brought into the meridian, the Indians explain that for as long as anyone can remember, the Iroquois nations as well have observed meridian lines as boundaries to separate them from one another. Not rivers nor crest lines. Captain Jang is amazed. What did the Jesuits think of that?
We learned it of them.
One story, Hendricks adds.
Others believed 'twas not the Jesuits, but powerful strangers, much earlier. Who?
The same, declares Jang, whose interests we have continued to run across evidence of, who, for the term of their absence, are represented by Jesuits, encyclopedists, and the Royal Society, who see to these particular routings of Shah upon the surface of the planet by way of segments of great or lesser circles.
Shall we resign our commissions? Is that what you're saying?
Then somebody else does the same thing, the geomancer shrugs.
Then thou go to work on 'em, for thy commission is to stop it, not so. All that about Sarpazo was snuff. He thou would hang, after all. His dog first gives out that he is mad.
Excuse me, Mason says. I think that he you would hang his dog first gives out that he is mad. Why would anyone hang his dog? No, 'tis he who wishes to hang, sends his dog to run round acting peculiar, perhaps wearing signs about its neck, or strangely costumed, so that whenever its owner does hang, people can say, "Ye see, 'twas madness, for the dog gave out he was mad." Yes, that would all no doubt be true if that were how it goes. But 'tis not how it goes at all. It goes... And so on, records the Reverend. This actually very interesting discussion extended till well past midnight that night. If I did lose full consciousness now and then, 'twas less from their issueless bickering than from the demands of the day, as part of the tribute we must pay merely to inhabit it. That night I dreamed, I pray 'twas dream, that I flew, some 50 to 100 feet above the surface, down the Vistos straight west. First dream I had that ever smelled of anything. Cut wood, sap, wood smoke, cook tent cooking horses and stock. I could see below the glow of the coal we cut from outcrops so shining black. They must be the outer walls of hell, almost like writing upon the long unscrolling of the land. useful about the waggoner's forge, a curiosity beneath Mr. McLean's oven, and to Mr. Dixon, who knows his way round a bit of coal, a quotidian delight. His brother George learned years ago how to make coal yield a vapour that burns with a blue flame, and with a bit of ingenuity with kettles and reeds and clay to seal the joints, why, it may even be done in the midst of this wilderness, as Mr. Dixon promptly demonstrated. And that is how I verify 'tis no dream but a form of transport, that unearthly blue glow in the otherwise lightless desert night. The Indians come to look, but they never comment. They have seen it before, and they have never seen it before. The line makes itself felt. Through some energy unknown, ever are we haunted by that edge so precise, so near. In the dark, one never knows. Of course, I am seeking the warrior path, imagining myself an heroic scout. We all feel it looming even when we're awake, out there ahead someplace, the way you come to feel a river or creek ahead before anything else. Sound, sky, vegetation may have announced it. Perhaps 'tis the very deep subaudible hum of its traffic that we feel with an equally undiscovered part of the sensorium. Does it lie but over the next ridge? The one after that? We have mileage estimates from rangers and runners, yet for as long as its distance from the post marked west remains unmeasured, nor is yet recorded as fact, may it remain a shimmer among the few final pages of its life as fiction. Were the Visto to have crossed the warrior path and simply proceeded west, then upon that cross cut and beaten into the wilderness would have sprung into being not only the metaphysical encounter of ancient savagery with modern science, but withal a civic entity, four corners, each with its own distinguishable aims. Sure as Polaris, the first structure to go up would be a tavern, the second, another tavern. Setting up businesses upon the approaches for miles along each great conduit, there would presently arrive waggon-smiths, stock auctioneers, gun-makers, feed and seed merchants, women who dance in uncommon attire, lanthorns that burn all night, pavements of strange metalling brought from afar, along with all the other heavy cargo that now streams in both directions, the fleets of Conestoga wagons, ceaseless as the fabled herds of buffalo. Further west, sunlit canopies abillow like choir-sung promises of flight, their unsparred wheels rumbling into the soft, dairy nightfalls of shadows without edges, though black as city soot. Festive lanthorns, by contrast, shine through the glass of the swifter passenger conveyances that go streaking by above the fields, one after another, all hours of the day and night. Aloft, these carry their wheels with them barely scuffed by roadway to be attached whenever needed. Singing and gaiety may be heard passing through the airy gulfs above. Newcomers to the lay-born life are advised not to look up, lest, seized by its proper vertigo, they fall into the sky. For it has happened more than once. Drovers and army officers swear to it, as if gravity along the Visto is become locally less important than rapture. One night, yet east of Laurel Hill, Mason asks, "Where is your spiritual village?" The Indians all gesture straight out the line, west. "God dwells there?" "At the horizon." They nod. "And where is yours?" asks Hendricks. Mason rather uncertainly indicates up. Dixon cocks a merry eye. "What's this, only at the zenith? Not something a little more all-encompassing?" Waving an arm to illustrate. Surveyors and Indians have been out looking at the stars, discussing the possibility of life upon other worlds, whether and how much our awareness of such life might figure in our awareness of God. God, then vis-à-vis gods and other topics of such interest to my profession that I felt obliged to listen in.
"What puzzles us about stargazing," says Daniel, "is that you are ever attending them, and never they you." "Have they attended you?" Mason, unprepared to believe it. "Many times. Never all at once, usually but one at a time. Yet they do come to us."
"Sounds like fishing," supposes Dixon. "The Indians like that."
"Sky fishing,"
says Hanan Hirioa.
"Shouldn't someone explain about the bait?"
young Jemmy whispers, loud enough to receive a number of looks from his party ranging from amused to annoyed.
"Eh?"
Dixon encourages him. "Tell me, and I'll give thee the secrets of my amazing bread lure, famous the length of the weir and beyond for bringing them in."
"You spoke of it first,"
Hendricks reminds the lad. "'Tis the safety of your soul," says Jemmy. He has lately been out upon his trial of passage from child to adult, having found his protector, a bear, who walked toward him on her back feet with her arm extended in the precise Six Nations gesture for peace. Now, however perilous the trails may grow, she can be summoned in an instant. Yet I had to risk all to bring her in. I had to fasten all that I was upon a line I could not break. And wait, sleepless, starving not only with my body but with
"Parsonical interpolation,"
shouts Uncle Lomax, my spirit. What, Lomax, may not a Mohawk youth possess a needful spirit?
"Thank thee, Jimmy."
At any rate, Dixon now replied, "My bread lure's a bit safer than tha, and here's how it's done." Whereupon they withdrew out of my hearing, so that regretfully I quite missed the information. "Oh, cuz, what stuff!" "I have witnessed this bait in action, madam. I saw Dixon bring in fish not even native to the region, let alone the creek. Fish never seen before in those parts. Salmon trout out of farm ponds you'd think couldn't hide a frog. Chesapeake rockfish well over the Allegheny Ridge. The rarely encountered inland tuna. All with that miraculous compound of his. I have personally taken with it sea bass of weight unknown, but that it required two of us to carry one back to the cook tent. Withal, trout innumerable, even as close by other anglers drowsed at their rods, hoping at best to intercept some unwary perch. Believe me, if I knew the secrets, I should be producing this receipt from a mill by the hogshead and wallowing in revenue.
"See that group of stars over there?"
Daniel points to the Big Dipper.
"We call it the Great Bear," Mason instructs them. "So do we,"
betraying no surprise.
"And that bent line of stars by it?"
"The bear's tail." The Indians are merry for some moments.
"Bears, in your country, have long tails?" "That is a very long tail, Bear."
"Are you sure it's not something else? Those stars you call a tail are the hunters who come after the bear.
Where are your hunters?"
Mason indicates Boötes and the hunting dogs.
"So styled officially, though in practice, we call 'em the hounds."
Mason remembers from his youth a market night, all of them in the bed of the wagon, lumbering home late from Stroud. The sun went down and the stars came out, and Charlie went on about the stars. "The schoolmaster calls it Ursa Major, the bigger of two bears, and that's the little one there."
"My father called it the baker's peel,"
his father told him. "Mine always said Charles is Wayne," recalled his mother. "Charles was the name of a great king over in France." "Hurrah!" cried Hester. "Here we all are, riding in Charles's wain." And it was one of the few times he could remember his father laughing too. Mason looked up at his parents' faces turned aside, under a great seeded sky without a moon, under the unthinkable leagues of their isolation. He would remember them all together like that, as if they lived at the edge of some great lighted sky structure, with numberless lanthorns hung and shadows falling everywhere, and pathways in upon which, once having ventured, he might account his life penetrated and the rest of it claimed. He thought he knew every step he had taken between then and today, yet can still not see, though the dotting of every last I in it be known, how he has come to the present moment, alone in a wilderness, surrounded by men who may desire him dead, his kindred the whole ocean away, with Dixon his only sure ally.
Are we in danger?
He sees little point in not asking.
Oh, sure, and ask the Mohawk, cries Daniel. If the topic be danger, he knows all. And let's not omit violence, terror, weaponry. Am I leaving anything out?
Sorry. I'm sorry, Mason mumbles. Daniel sniffs and shakes his head.
Scalp but one white man. Everyone starts assuming things. Yes, of course you are in danger. Your heart beats. You live here,
gesturing all round.
Danger in every moment. May I ask about vegetables, at least? Esculents notable for their size? That won't offend anyone? I am not one of your vegetable-wise Mohawks. You need to talk with Nicholas.
All the way back to the tents, Mason catches Daniel casting him glances, no longer of curiosity, but of judgment rendered. In camp, they find Nicholas conducting a discussion upon the very topic. He is amiable in responding to Mason's inquiries, even when these carry an anxious undersurge.
Far, far to the north and west,
Hugh Crawford translates,
lies a valley, not big, not small, a place of magic. Smoke comes out of the mountains. The earth rumbles. Springs of fire run everywhere. Volcanical activity,
Mason helpfully.
In this valley, plants, vegetables, grow big, very big. Big corn. Each kernel's more than a man can lift. Big turnip, 6-man crew to dig out but one. Big squash, big enough for many families to eat their way into and then live inside all the winter. Very big, big hemp plant.
The Mohawk is upon his feet, pretending to look in astonishment at something nearly straight overhead. Dixon, as if suddenly waking, inquires,
Well, how big's that, Nicholas?
Late in the season, to climb to the top of a female plant is a journey of many days, Redcoat. They beam mischievously at one another, a look that Mason in his excitement does not pick up, babbling,
Because of the volcanic soil, obviously. A marvel. Crawford, ask him about carrots.
Big, the Indian replies directly, smiling and nodding. Mason notices that everyone is nodding.
Hemp plant, Dixon reminds Nicholas.
Many people, he explains, even from far away, make the journey and ascent. In earlier times, they climbed to a limb wide enough not to roll off of, and camped there overnight. But 'twas a fixed season and a growing demand. Soon the great limbs grew crowded. Some travellers were not careful with their campfires, starting larger fires soon put out, though not before producing lots of smoke. Big smoke. Depending upon the winds, often climbers were delayed for days. The first longhouses began to appear upon the sturdier branches, each season's pilgrims sleeping in them overnight, then travelling on upward, others remaining to wait for them, smoking meanwhile resin broken from some bud nearby and wrapped in a piece of leaf, the whole being twisted into a great cigar. Soon Sheds were added to the limb-side inns, serving as depots for the jobbers who buy direct from the bud. Bands of renegados arrived to attack and rob the enterprisers, who accordingly must band together in armed convoy. Yet desperate men will assault even these vertical caravans. 'Tis a lively time out there upon the stalks. This valley, how far away is it? Dixon with a dark breathlessness, as if, upon the right answer, he will immediately rush off into the night. Gesturing toward gentle Alioth,
Too far. You would not go, Redcoat.
Perhaps I might. Nicholas is laughing now.
Perhaps. No need to.
Patiently he tells the story of the giant hemp plant again, making his voice loud on words such as jobber and resin. Mason gets a glimmer.
He's trying to sell us something.
Frantic now, the Mohawk is making wild smoking gestures, puffing imaginary smoke right in their faces. Smoke? Says Dixon. Thee mean smoke? Oh, sublime succedaneum!
He thinks he's back at the Cape.
Mason's eyes cast skyward,
where he grew so abstracted that I had to keep reminding him of the date of the transit, aye, even upon the day itself. How he attended the clock and telescope as closely as he did remains a mystery.
Dark hath many mysteries, Dixon replies. One being that talking about things while not exactly causing them to happen does cause something which is almost the same, though not quite. Unless it is possible to smoke a potato. That is, the first of the giant vegetables does not seem all that large. Remarkable at some fair in the country, perhaps, but hardly the faith-challenging specimens that lie yet a ridge-line or two away further west, where they are soon to be found ever larger, abandoning the incremental, bringing into question the very creation. I don't see it, Dixon, apologetic. There'll always be a few very large specimens of anything that I like. This is acre upon acre and cannot be God's work. West of Cheat, they discover Indian corn growing higher than a weathercock upon a barn. What they take for a natural hill proves but the pedestal for a gigantic squash vine thicker than an ancient tree trunk, whose flowers they can jump into in the mornings and bathe in, sometimes never touching the bottom. Single tomatoes tower high as churches and shiny enough to see yourself in, warped, spherical, red as blood, with the whole great sweep of forest and river and visto curving away behind. And the smell, apothecarial, estral, musk-heavy. One must bring along a bladder filled with fresh air, and now and then inhale from it if one does not wish to swoon clean away in these gardens titanic.
Did ye hear someone going fee-fi-fo-fum?
Mason frowns. And yet, might these not be the products of human art?
Folly. No philosopher, however ingenious, not Mr. Franklin himself. Look at it, for heaven's sake. You can't see the top, like some damned palm oasis here.
My guess is it's the top of a carrot, replies Dixon. Though of some size, of course. Yet let us further imagine that where there is a vegetable patch, there must be someone, something, tending it. I suggest we—
Too late. You're welcome, sirs, though you're not supposed to be here.
'Tis a group of farmers, despite whose middling age and height, proximity to any of the plants in their care gives the look of serious elves.
Rifle's back at the barn, so I can't kill ye. Yet you're Brits, by the look of ye, so we cannot trust ye's neither.
Why keep it a secret? Why not rather notify the Pennsylvania Gazette?
We but look after these, for others who are absent pending their return,
in the meantime being allowed the free use of all we may grow. They are invited to follow. The seeds are stored in sheds especially built for them, each able to shelter one, at most two, for the winter. In the spring, planting but a few of them is a communal task, easily comparable to a barn raising. Last year's potato, lying in the giant root cellar dug beneath the nearer pasture, is assaulted by adze and hatchet and taken by hand carts to the kitchen to be boiled, baked, or fried in as many ways as there are wives on hand with personal receipts.
"Nothing!"
cries the head gardener.
"Wait till ye see the beet."
The beet is of a circumference requiring more than one entryway. All who pass much time going in and out, whether for reasons of residence or investigation, or indeed nutrition, eventually acquire a deep red indigo stain that nothing can wash away.
"Like Geordie Pitman, though more colourful," it seems to Dixon. "Which is less reasonable all round? Ever to place thy life's wages upon a large though finite vegetable upon the earth, or a like-sized vein of coal beneath it? The beet at least yez can see. Yet does it live," declares their guide. "You don't mean—"
Mason markedly less eager to have a look inside now.
"We are as garden pests to it. It suffers us, we being unworthy of its full attention. It understands what we say."
Mason's eyes fallen into an alternating squint, with one right-left-right cycle taking about a second.
"There are schools of thought as to that. Another lively question is, does it remember the days when we were bigger than beets? Yes, by about the same proportion, do you notice, the beets are now bigger than us. Now that the tables are turned, do they harbor grudges? Do they have a concept of revenge? Perhaps for insults we never intended."
Chapter 68. By this time they're making a mile or two per day. On the 7th of August, they cross Braddock's Road at 189 miles and 69 chains. 32 chains further on, they cross the road a second time. The next day, a mile and 35 chains beyond that, they cross it a third time.
"I'm not content with this, Dixon. Not at all."
3 agents for Philadelphia land speculating interests are said to be out here this summer, scouting real estate. Harris, Wallace, and Friggs. The metropolitan cabal back there, 'tis said, goes upon the hope of the next purchase of the Indians of as much trans-Alleghenian land as possible. The settlers having been served eviction notices last year by Captain Mackay and the Highland 42nd, and withal surveying itself about to be proclaimed a crime, £50 fine and 3 months in jail, these gentlemen suppose they may take over the rights out here for virtually nothing.
3 months for surveying? Mason marvels. And if someone's been doing it all his life? Aye, and think of the money. Is that £50 per act of surveying? Per diem, perhaps? Thank ye, friend Mason.
Before crossing the big Yochio-Jenny, in the evening after mess, the surveyors gather all who followed the party undaunted this far.
Now, like Prospero, must I conjure you all away, for from here to the warpath we'll have no time for gentle recreations, but must stand watch and watch for as far west as we may." "What? No musicians? The Indians love our music." "The Indians will need their ears for other tasks."
"We must go back to that fort, then. We'll wait for them at Cumberland."
"A long way, sister. So far we've enjoyed an escort of Mohawk fighters, best in the land, who'll be protecting us on the way back.
Might get lucky and hook up with a band of axemen headed home.
They'll be long gone, absorbed like hailstones into the earth."
"Well, I'm not languishing by the banks of Potomac.
I'm up for some place with lamps outdoors and purses full of idle specie. Anybody for Williamsburg?"
They arranged to keep the sector at the house of Mr. Spears, where Braddock's Road meets the bank of the Yocchio, and go in search of the ferryman, Mr. Ice.
"They expect a ferryman to be silent,"
announces he, his eyes a-glimmer, taking his coat and draping it over his head so as to hood his face.
"Well, welcome aboard. Smoking lamps lit on this craft."
On shore his brother-in-law is letting out the line, allowing them to be taken by the stream, as his nephew upon the further side waits to begin hauling them in. Exactly at the middle of the river, for a moment no one can see either father or son. To appearance, the passengers stand upon a raft in a boundless body of water.
"Now here is what they did to me and mine."
And the last Ice proceeds to tell every detail of the massacre that took his family in the dread days of Braddock's defeat. Time, whilst he speaks, is abolished. The mist from the river halts in its ascent. The frogs pause between croaks, and the peepers in mid-peep. The great black cobbles of the riverbed stir and knock no longer. The dead are being summoned. The ferryman's grief is immune to time, as if in exchange for a sacrifice of earthly freedom to the flow of this particular stream.
"You think this is some kind of penance? Hey, I enjoy this. Such looks on passengers' faces when they hear how the flesh and bones of those I loved were insulted. They are used to tales of Frederick's ranked automata, executing perfect maneuvers upon the unending German plain. Down here in the American woods, that same war proceeded silently, in persistent shade, one swift animal death at a time. No treaty can end it, and when all are dead, ghosts will go on contending. 'Twas the perfect war. No mercy, no restraint, pure joy in killing. It cannot be let go so easily."
The Youghiogheny, coved and willowed and sycamored, has no fish in it that Mason has been able to learn of.
"Yeah, you'll hear that," says Ice. "Yet everyone up and down this river knows of the great school of ghost fish that inhabit it. Pale green, seldom seen, 2 sets of fins each side, and a tail like a dragon's. They travel unmolested where they will, secure in the belief that no angler in his right mind would dare attempt to catch any of them. And that, sir, could be where you come in."
Dixon is trying to nudge Mason alert, but owing to the darkness not always connecting. Mason is already simpering like a milkmaid.
"Who, sir? I am but a country coarse fisher after the odd chub or roach. Whatever the mills haven't killed or chased off actually is usually what I settle for. And goodness, why, this fish of yours sounds far too much for my light rod skills, being so very, as ye might say, big."
"Mason," Dixon, not often a mutterer, mutters.
"Up to 5, some say 6 foot long," Ice avows. "Big as a man or woman, pale as a floating corpse. Yet these do live, though few have dared. Some of us out here have taken ghosters. I could show you more than one, stuffed and mounted. No question of eating them, of course. Indeed, no question trying to hang one over the hearth, given the wives who object to looking at them for long. Or at all.
The Yocchio, as it comes down off the mountains of Virginia, descends very rapidly, very dangerously. You might not want or even be able to wade in it. Some think it's the fall, the very speed of the flow that creates those ghosters. No one knows. Their entire lives are engulfed unceasingly in change. They never come to rest. They never know an instant of tranquillity. One wonders what must their idea of death be. Ice's feigned smile nearly unendurable. How are they going to deal with eternal rest? Unless this world be already their purgatory and they no longer classifiable as living fish. And what of those who seek them? Ghosters are accorded a respect comparable to that shown the dead. If we get out upon this river tonight, says Mr. Ice, perhaps we'll see a few. They like it just after the rain. In the sunlight, they show up against the black rocks of the riverbed. In the dark, they glow some. For one another, they do. Us, they pay no mind. In a way, that could prove an advantage to an angler bold enough. Pray you. Mason's hands upon his bosom. Mr. Ice abruptly turning to Dixon. Forgive me, sir, if I stare. Yours is the first redcoat to be seen in these parts since Braddock's great tragedy. The only ones out here with opportunity to wear one being the Indians who from the corpses of English soldiers took them. Even to these savages, even intoxicated, 'tis too much shame ever to put a redcoat on. Yet I find it a means when in the forest of not being innocently mistaken for an elk. Nor should any mistake me for a tearful fool, advises Emmanuel Ice, merely upon observing how I must battle against a daily sadness. The graves of my family are in back of the cabin up that meadow, near the line of cedars. I visit every day, yet grief too solitary breeds madness. At my work, I meet a good many of the public who travel in these parts, who will sometimes, like you, let me bend their ears with my particular woes. It keeps away the madness. Hey, you think it's over out here, Redcoat? It's not over. The fall of Quebec was not the end, nor Bouquet's success of Bushy Run, nor the relief of Fort Pitt. For there is ever a drop in the cup left, another shot to be fired, another life to be taken off cruelly in unmediated hate. Every day in this forest life somewhere. The last dead in this have not yet been born. Young Horst will now pass among ye with a raccoon hat. The contribution is 6 pence. Thanks to audiences like you, this place is proving to be an elf's treasury.
But this is horrible, protests Mason. Mr. Ice, how can you use your private tragedy for the mere accumulation of sixpences?
How sinful is that? Mr. Ice wishes to know. Were any of you out here then? Not since Westphalia, such evil. Without restitution, what's the point? Here's my opportunity to redeem some of that terrible time, to convert enemy rifle balls to gold. How can any person of sense object to that? Meanwhile, there all of you are, accosting strangers in taverns, spilling forth your sorrows gratis. One day, if it be his will, God will seize and shake you like wayward daughters, and you will thenceforward give nothing away for free. Between Laurel Hill and Cheat, the account book shows at least 111 hands on the pay list, not including the surveyors, various MacLeans, and those forever omitted from the official books. Once over Laurel Hill, they are in the country of the old forts. All across these hilltops are the ruins, ancient when the Indians first arrived. Broken walls, fallen nearly to plan views of themselves, act as flues that the wind must find its way past, in a long moan, with a rise at the end of it, as if posing a question. The fort at Redstone lies upon the site of one. The creek below is crowded with rocks with lines of glyphs inscribed on them. Nobody can read them, but all believe they are grave markers. The old stories say the forts were built and later abandoned by a nation of giants, who possessed a magic more powerful even than that of the English or the French. Fortifications, says Dixon. Against what? The Indians laugh. Each other, maybe. Now and then you'll find these gigantic bones, says Hugh Crawford. Human? Inquires Mason. Sure seem to be. Been there a long time. Everyone out here knows of the old forts. When it becomes very dark and the thunder gusts come sailing in over the ridgeline, fanciful uncles tell nieces and nephews that the giant people are back, loud as ever, seeking to reclaim their country, redeem it. Some bite at this, some do not. Within the broken perimeters lie monoliths that once stood on end. Recumbent, the Indians believe. They are dead or sleeping, upright they live. Likenesses neither of gods nor of men, but of guardians. Guardians of helpers. They live. They have powers. In England, you see, Mason feels impelled to instruct the Indians. They mark the positions of sun, moon, some say planets through the year. They are tall like men for the same reason our sector is tall, in order to mark more closely these movements in the sky. Small differences mean much to you. There is power in these. The finer the scale we work at, the more power may we dispose. The Lancaster County rifle is precise at long range because of microscopic refinements in the finish, the rifling, the ease with which it may be held and aimed. There you control the microscopic, control the world. Listen to me, defecates with pigeons. Long before any of you came here, we dreamed of you. All the people, even nations far to the south and the west, dreamt you before ever we saw you. We believed that you came from some other world or the sky. You had powers, and we respected them. Yet you never dreamed of us, and when at last you saw us, wished only to destroy us. Then the killings started. Some of you, some of us, but not nearly as many as we'd been expecting. You could not be the giants of long ago who would simply have wiped us away, and for less. Instead, you sold us your powers, your rifles, as if encouraging us to shoot at you. And so we did, though not hitting as many of you as you were expecting. Now you begin to believe that we have come from elsewhere, possessing powers you do not. Those of us who knew how have fled into refuge in your dreams at last. Though we now pursue real lives no different at their hearts from yours, we are also your dreams. As they have come west, the visto has grown sensibly wider, and the hands have tended more and more to be in it as little as they may, in the daytime, as to sleep up and down its centre line at night. The axemen begin to depart unannounced, as the army might say, desert. Cheat is the Rubicon, Monongahela is the Styx. At last there are the Indians and 15 axemen newly hired and Tom Hines. Somebody has to cook. And after the first terrible poker invisible up the arse, after allowing themselves a moment to see if they wished to begin screaming and flinging themselves about, Mason and Dixon noticed the Indians, politely enough, yet unarguably watching them, to see how they will react. Hendricks seems fascinated. What do they believe waits them on the other side of the river that sends them away so fast? They said Shawanese, Delawares, Mingoes. Someone said a tribe whose name they've never heard. A tribe with no name? He translates quickly for his companions, as if trying to finish before being careened by the gathering sea of mirth.
We know that tribe. We are afraid of them too, the tribe with no name.
The Indians sit and smoke, continuing to laugh for what to Europeans might seem a length of time far out of proportion to the jest. The day passes, the night deepens. The absence of the axemen is felt at eardrums and elbow joints, as in the sleeplessness attending watch and watch, as the days of their westering, even the most obtuse of the company can see, are rapidly decremented, as in a game of darts, to 0, waiting, moment upon moment, the last fatal double. Chapter 69. One day, yet east of Cheat, a light snow descending but scarce begun to stick, several of the party observe a girl chasing a chicken across the vista, when an odd thing happens. Smack at the very centre, directly upon the line, the chicken stops, turns about till its head points west and tail east, and thenceforward remains perfectly still, seemingly fallen into a trance. The girl, after guarantees from both surveyors of the chicken's safety, moves on to other chores, whilst the day wheels over and down into dusk, and everyone in the crew comes by to have a look at the immobile fowl, for as long as their obligations may allow.
"'Tis well known,"
various ancient Pennsylvanians and Marylanders assure the surveyors,
"that placing a chicken upon a straight line'll send it nodding faster than ever a head put under a wing."
The girl, returning to fetch her hen, agrees briskly. "Chicken on a line? Thought everybody knew that." Dixon's idea of thrift is offended.
"Well, that's an attractive nuisance, isn't it? What's to keep them all from wandering in at any moment? Every clucker clear to Ohio and back to Chesapeake lining up, going into a daze, presently thronging the Visto. We could have a chicken's black hole of Calcutta here, except that, being in America, they'd all have to be removed gently one by one, wasting days, lest any fowl keeper whose stock has suffered even a feather's molestation call down, among these lawyer-crazed people, a vengeful pursuit after reimbursement upon a biblical scale that may beggar our mission."
Mason groans.
"Shall wise doctors one day write history's assessment of the good resulting from this line vis-a-vis the not-so-good? I wonder which list will be longer." "Ark, ark! You wonder, that's all."
One of the enigmata of the invisible world is how a voice unlocalized may yet act powerfully as a moral centre. 'Tis the duck speaking naturally, or rather artificially.
"What about care? Don't you care?"
"This Visto is a result of what we have chosen in our lives to work at." Dixon, bewildered that the topic is even coming up.
"Unlike some mechanical waterfowl, we have to, what on our planet is styled, work." "Running lines is what surveyors do," explains Mason. "Thank'ee, Mason," says Dixon. "And one of the few things stargazing's good for is finding out where you are exactly upon the surface of the earth. Put us two together with enough axemen, you have a sort of Visto engine. 2 clients wish to have a Visto for one of their boundaries. Here we are. What other reason should we be together for?" "Thank'ee, Dixon," says Mason.
Later that night, and as he hopes out of the duck's hearing, Mason says,
"I've been thinking about that chicken today. Aye, I know how lonely it gets out here, though aren't they said to be moody? Only a moment, dear colleague, pray you. Suppose right lines cause narcolepsy in all fowl, including—"
"The duck," Dixon exclaims.
"Why, aye, as in the Chinaman's refrain, there's all that bad energy flowing there night and day. Bad for us, anyhow. But for the duck, who knows? Mightn't it rather be nourishing her, helping to increase her powers? Even uncommonly so. Exactly. 'Twould explain her relentless presence near it. Yes, the trick, should we wish to play it, would be to see to her perfect location upon the line, symmetrically bisected. Facing east or west, what matter? She can turn upon a farthing however far she goes. Pond la vie, offers Armand, feeling like a traitor. She still fancies them? A decoy. We need a painted wood representation of a duck. Tom Hines is the very man, sir. Hand him a pine log and he'll carve ye a quacker ye can't tell from real even close enough to scare it away. It must look like an automatic duck, not a natural one. Tom does a better job on the decoy than he knows. Soon, the duck is spending hours stilled, companionably close to the expressionless object. One day, in an access, she throws herself upon it, going to bite its neck, and of course the truth comes out. Would? For a moment it seems she will sigh, ascend, accelerate once more back into her realm of velocity and spleen. Instead, well, it's a beginning, she says. It floats like a duck. It fools other ducks who are quite sophisticated in these matters into believing it a duck. It's a basis. Complexity of character might develop in time. Quiet, good-looking, ever there to drop in on after a long tour of flying. And where there's one withal, why there's more of the same. Famine to feast. Who needs bright conversation? And that's why, around these foothills, some nights when the wind is blowing backwards and the moon's just gone behind the clouds, you can hear the hum of her going by, due west, due east, and that forlorn come-back call, and then folks'll say, "'Tis the Frenchman's duck out cruising the line." Why doesn't somebody set her free? The children of settlers up and down the line want to know. Go in, get her, bring her out. Not so easy. Anybody finds a chance to try it, she disappears. She's like a ghost who haunts a house, unable to depart. A ghost usually has unfinished business. What think you detains the duck? A simple, immoderate desire for the orthogonal, in the opinion of Professor Vohm, which cannot allow her even the thought of life away from that much straightness, the leagues of perfect straightness, perfect alignment with Earth's spin, flying back and forth east and west forever, the buffeting of the magnetic currents, the ebb and flow of nations over the land surface, the pulse and breath of the solid planet, the dance with the moon, the entire great massive progress round and round the sun. For a while after becoming a resident of the Visto, the duck accosts travellers for miles up and down the line, ever seeking Armand. For a chance at revenge, it is worth slowing into visibility, besides giving her an opportunity to chat. Here, producing from some interior recess a sheaf of notices in print, clipped from various newspapers and street bills. Here, voilà, with the flouteur and the tambourine player, in the centre, 'tis moi. Listen to what Voltaire wrote about me to the Count and Countess d'Argental. Sans la voix de l'amour et la canard de vos chansons, vous n'auriez rien que fit ressouvenir de la gloire de la France. All right? L'amour. Who's that? Some soprano. Fine. I'm a big artist sort of feel. The glory of France certainly knows how to share a stage. You think it was easy every night with those two musicians? Listening again and again to that ordure? You'd think now and then a little Bezzozzi at least. Any Bezzozzi would have done. Relief? Forget it.
Not in the rooms we worked. Took all my stage discipline not to start quacking along with those grand high C's. One admires the man, genius engineer, but his taste, musically speaking, runs from none to doubtful. The true humiliation came at the end of each exhibition, when Vaucanson actually opened me up and showed to anyone who wished to stare any bas mondain the intricate web-whizzing of wheels, levers, and wires, unto the last tiny piece of linkage, nay, the very falling plummet that gave me life. Nowadays it's self-morphosed so as to fall without end. They pointed, tittered, sketched exquisitely in the air. Indignity absolute. He would never allow anyone's the least suspicion that I might after all be real. Inside me lay truth mechanical. Outside was but clever impersonation. I was that much his creature that he owned the right to deny my soul. His undoing was in modifying my design, hoping to produce Venus from a machine, as you might say. My submission was not yet complete enough. In the years before the next war, as public tastes veered in quite another direction and we were left becalmed, each in the company of few but the other, his demands grew less and less those of a man of science. He wished rather to hear sounds of affection and contentment in his presence. He got nothing more abandoned than wing caresses, perhaps a beak bite. A limited repertoire, but all the same, one felt compromised. He wished to control utterly not an automaton, but a creature capable of love, not only for drakes and ducklings, but for himself. The approach of his middle years, the winds blowing as from an untravelled north. 'Tis on their way back east for the last time that the duck learns to hold perfectly still in the air at any altitude, and remain there whilst the earth spins beneath her. She understands that she may now shift north or south to any latitude she likes, without being restricted any more to the line and its visto. But she is curious about where else the parallel goes. She ascends one evening after mess, and as the party with their tents all go rolling away into the shadow, they in their turn watch her, poised above the last lit meridian, recede over the horizon and vanish. Next morning here she comes, roaring in at well over 700 miles per hour, coasting to a smooth stop and settling upon the cook tent's peak with not a feather out of place. "Interesting planet," is her comment. "I have been o'er the foot of the Italian boot, close by Bukhara and Samarkand. I can't wait to do the equator. Ye have tapped into but 5 degrees of 360, 20 minutes of a day. It would cause you astonishment and distress to learn of your minor though morally problematic part in." "A global scheme! I knew it!" Dixon beginning to scream. "What did I tell thee?" "Get a grip on yourself, man," mutters Mason. "What happened to we're men of science?" "And men of science," cries Dixon, "may be but the simple tools of others, with no more idea of what they are about than a hammer knows of a house." "Ah," sighs Euphemia, "all too true. The life of an automaton cannot, however conceived, strike anyone as enviable." "Excuse us, Aunt," ventures Depew, "but did we understand you to say—" "Don't get her started," Bray hisses. "Have you, Aunt," Ethelmer fiendishly pretending interest, "really shared the life of—" "Shared? Why, in my own student days in far-off Paris, France, I was obliged to keep starvation off my sill by pretending to be an automaton oboe player. My manager, Signor Drivelli, actually under the statutes of the two Sicilies we were man and wife, not only charged admission but also took bets on the side as to how long I could play between breaths.
Zabby, pleads Mr. Lespark, speak with her about this sometime, could you please, it being your family?
What was your best time? Asks Ethelmer. Never went longer than 20 minutes or so, but I could have easily tootled on all night, the secret being to sneak charges of air in through your nose, using the cheeks as a plenum for storage, as 'tis in the bagpipes. The music written for oboe is notoriously lacking in places to breathe. The notes just keep coming, 16 or 32 of them every time you tap your foot. Not to mention the embellishments you're expected to put in yourself, for no extra fee, of course. The principal reason so many of us go insane being not from forcing air into a small mouthpiece, but in all the sneakery and diversion of attention required to keep blowing. In India, they understand how important the breath is, being indeed the soul in different form, and how dangerous it is to meddle unnaturally with the rhythms proper to it. As Dixon becomes possessed by the horizon, Hugh Crawford is seen to walk to and fro shaking his head, presently muttering softly. Mason corners him behind a wagon.
Out with it, sir. Things are too precarious here for you to be concealing your opinions from me.
Not concealing.
Withholding, maybe.
Mason, losing his composure, lunges for and attempts to strangle the guide. They slip and stagger in the newly fallen leaves.
Very well. Mason, off! Off!
Timmy, this is a mountain dulcimer that I put together by hand once when there wasn't much else to do. And in a wild notescape, almost minor, almost Celtic, commences an uncommonly amazing hammering and plucking. When Mason appears soothed enough, "Now, I've seen Mr. Dixon's ailment before. Yes, with trappers, with traders. With rangers and strangers, the Frenchies out there call it rapture de West. Brother, sooner or later it's going to take ye away to the sunset along with the rest. So 'tis hey, ye dirt farmers, I'm gone for the prairies, and over the mountains and down to the sea. If I get back some day, though the world shine as morning, yet ever will sunsets be beckoning to me." But out under the moon, Chestnut Ridge and Cheat behind them, and Monongahela to cross into an overture of meadow to the horizon, lowlands become to them a dream whilst under a spell, the way it gives back the light, the way it withholds its shadows. Who might not come to believe in an eternal West, in a momentum that bears all the way? Men are removed by it, and women from where they were, as if surrendered to a great current of westering. You will hear of gold cities, marble cities, men that fly, women that fight, fantastical creatures never dreamed in Europe, something always to take and draw you that way. Mr. Crawford puffing meanwhile upon an Indian pipe, whose bowl, finely carved of soft stone by a Quebec Frenchman he had dealings with years ago, depicts a female head of classical beauty, her locks spilling beyond obsessiveness, all blackened with fire and grease, smoked out of for all those years, having held 1,000 stems from reeds stirred by the mists of Niagara to cane at the mouth of the Mississippi. You recall to me myself in my first days out here, up all night, going west by way of the stars. It's said some have a gift for it, like dowsing, and can run true bearings indefinitely under the most obscured of skies. Many of Colonel Byrd's companions running the line twixt Virginia and Carolina possessed the gift, When the party split, with half going round the Great Dismal, and half right across becoming detained in that Cyprus purgatory for weeks, 'twas the Westering's certainty that got him through safe. I've even managed to keep my latitude for the odd few seconds, so I take an amateur's interest, and thus far, by my estimate, you are hardly the width of a pipe stem out. As to what draws Mr. Dixon, I don't mean to present it lightly. We say the Westerings got him. And I also tell you this so you'll know that when—" here Mason draws a sharp breath— "something requires an unpremeditated cessation to the line, well, Mr. Dixon may not be inclined to stop. He wouldn't take a chance with his—" But the guide has put a hand upon Mason's arm, motioning with his head as Dixon comes into view. He has been wandering among the tents and wagons, looking troubled, very tall and out of scale in the uncertain dinner-time light. By the time he's out of earshot again, it has occurred to Mason, "You said what? An unpremeditated cessation. Is there something else I should know?" There is, nor does it take long in coming. Mortality at last touches the expedition. William Baker and John Carpenter are killed by the fall of a single tree on September the 17th, a Thursday. 'Tis possible they signed up together and worked together. Their names are entered together in Mr. Maclean's records. The next week, Carpenter's is entered by mistake, to be followed by a trailing line over to a row of zeros for days worked in the week. Moe must have forgot. So may the bookkeeper's page be haunted. A ghost entry, John Carpenter's soul lingering, William Baker's to appearance having moved on. This is a disaster. Mason curled as a dying leaf, disposed to give it all up. You agree, don't you, Jeremiah? You know it doesn't happen. It never happens that two are killed in the fall of a single tree. Their people have them. They'll be safe. Too vexed in reassuring himself to see Mason's point. You were the one looking for a sign, weren't you? Well, there's your miserable sign. Why aren't you reading it? 'Twas a tall old chestnut. They set their wedges wrong, and then it fell where they hadn't guessed it would. What else, pray? Damn right, pray, snaps Mason. Somebody better around here. They sit in the tent, coffee growing cold. Mason waiting for the sector to arrive, Dixon waiting for Mason to burst forth with, "Well, what's the fucking use, really?" To which Dixon will have to come up with an answer and not take too much time either doing it. Geminity hath found a fleshless face. No second chance, 'tis death that's won the race between the line in all its purity and what lay massed within the mortal tree. Timothy Tox, The Line. No question, beyond cheat, they move in a time and space apt, one instant to the next, to stretch or shrink. As a chain's length may, upon the clement page, pass little noticed, whilst in an ambuscade may reckon as, perhaps, all, or nothing. When the sector arrives, they set up upon a bluff overlooking Monongahela and watch the culmination of stars in Lyra and Cygnus, correcting for seconds plus and minus of aberration, deviation, precession, and refraction, whilst in cabins nearby the wives of the new hired axemen gather, and those axemen who may come through and out the back to take white maize whiskey out of a tin cup. Soon as the party have stepped west of Monongahela, Indians of nations other than Iroquois begin showing up to have a look at them. The Delaware chief Catfish, his lady, and his nephew arrive in the first days of October, all dressed as Europeans might be, and confer apart with the Mohawks, exchanging strings of wampum with them. Stranger and native alike confess ignorance of Catfish's mission in these parts, far from his village, and as if disguised in coat, waistcoat, breeches, and cocked hat.
"Looking for business,"
is how Hugh Crawford translates it, adding,
"It is usually best in these cases not to inquire too closely."
A few miles further on west, 8 Senecas going south to fight the Cherokees come and stay over in camp, obtaining powder of Moe McLean, along with some paint.
"Materials of war. I'm not sure we can write these off,"
Mason cautiously suggests to him. The commissary glares as if presented with an opening for some violence.
"Well, they're Southern Indians," he explains instead. "They are snakes down there, poisonous, no human feeling. Whereas these Seneca, well, there are Indians. We live in, as off, the same forests. If we can help 'em along, it ever pays to have a friend or two out here, gents."
And at the final station by Dunkard Creek, as Mason records it in his Memoranda for 1767, the venerable Prisquetum, Prince of the Delawares and brother to their king, pays them a call, and is presently describing for them the great unbroken meadow of the west, whilst Indian visitors pass by in all directions, staring or amused, sometimes in drink as well, regardless of the hour. All figures relating to their daily ration of spirits having been negotiable since the party crossed Monongahela.
"It's like Covent Garden on a Saturday night," Mason grumbles. "What have we become? A show they all must see, or lose credibility among. Whatever Indians have for fops. I ought to just go over and inform that old coot. Mason, he's 86.
And why should traffic not be brisk? These people freely travel an arrangement of high roads connected upon a scale continental that nothing we know of in North Britain can equal, making us little different from the strollers who work the inns along the coaching roads of more civilized lands. Can't speak for thee, but I rather welcome all this mixed society, not as formal this way as it might become," swinging his head westward. "Heaven help us if we run out of whiskey. As it is, Moore's got distillers clear back the other side of Monongahela working back shifts by the light of the moon, and wagons that do and don't make it through, all so that our guests here will be taken care of.
Peace, merriment. Take joy of thy rude hurricano. Give no thought to what may lie beyond the moment's mean horizon. Fatum in denario vertit, but don't let that stop you. Allow me rather to assume as well thy own burden of worry, being a self-sacrificing gent in a curious sort of way. Here, Mason, mind thy wig now, for these are all good lads. They drink but in moderation, no more riotously than in Wapping, I am sure. Oh, now am I entirely sedate, thank ye.
Safest things to act insane, of course, Mr. Crawford advises.
How's that?
We style it doing a Chapman. A trader by that name, captured near Fort Detroit at the time of Pontiac's rising, famously having escaped execution by feigning to be mad. These folk respect madness. To them, 'tis a holy state. As I told thee, Mason, nothing for thee to worry about.
I'd notice them stepping lightly round you.
Hitherto, as if by conscious agreement, withdrawal into folly by the one surveyor would have unfailingly provoked an embrace of sobriety by the other. So, up till now has the line been preserved day to day from frenzied impulse as from reasoned reluctance, allowing it to proceed on its way unmolested. Here, as it draws to its last halt, if anywhere, might both gentlemen take joy of a brief holiday from reason. Yet,
Too busy,
Mason insists, and far too cheerful for thou, supposes Dixon.
As the stars tell you where it is you must cut your path, so do the land and its rivers tell us where our tracks must go. Yet the stars, in their power—
Mason's melancholia so advanced that he is not fully aware of sitting wrapped in a blanket arguing religion with a Mohawk warrior, with whom he is scarcely upon intimate terms.
That only the mightiest God may command, deserve at least the one small respectful courtesy of allowing their line to cross without a mark your nation's own great path. Come, says Daniel.
Eh? Dixon looking up from his pipe.
Come where? Says Mason. Out on the path. We'll take a turn down toward Virginia and back again. Am I in condition for this?
Inquires Mason of no one in particular.
And what of all these Catawbas I keep hearing about?
Will we be allowed to smoke? Dixon wants to know. The Indian is gazing at them doubtfully.
You must see what it is you believe you may cross so easily. Follow me, though I am not entirely pleased with my back to either of you.
They proceed along Dunkard Creek, abandoning their short-term destinies to the possibly homicidal Indian. The forest life ever presenting mystery to them, too much going on night and day behind every trunk, beneath every bush. How many new Pontiacs may even now be raising forces, planning assaults, perhaps in the market for a couple of English surveyors to style a casus belli, and publicly torture before putting to death.
Yah!
Yet isn't this man entirely vouched for by Sir William Johnson, or actually said to be vouched for? Hum! Perhaps the first item of the Neo-Pontiacal uprising would be to put Johnson to death. Perhaps this has already occurred. So busy are the astronomers with these apprehensions that they nearly miss their guide's hand signal to slow down and approach with caution what lies ahead. The moon has not yet risen. The Indian steps off the path, motioning to them to do the same.
This is troubling. They've been this far up already. See what you nearly stepped on.
He crouches and fleetly retrieves a long, slender, though not easily broken, sliver of something from the trail.
Swampkin. It doesn't grow up here. They gather and splinter it, catch and kill serpents, dip the points into the venom, set them in the trail aimed toward us.
Having gathered as many of the deadly points as he can find, he bends close to a small patch of untravelled ground.
Forgive me for what I must now beg you to bear at my hands.
Carefully he pushes each point into the earth, till only bits of the blunt ends remain.
These Catawbas,
Mason falling increasingly short of perfect nonchalance.
How close are they, I wonder? Whoever said they weren't more than 2, and they were moving fast. The main body could be anywhere south of here.
'Twould be useful to know how far south, Dixon supposes.
He means let us go on into sure ambuscade and death.
Mason hastily.
He's a bit, what do you people call it?
Tapping his knob and twirling his finger beside it.
Pray, do not suppose all Englishmen to be quite so free of care.
By the time we get anywhere to tell anyone, there'll be some place else.
We'd better go back. For now, say nothing more, and try to move quietly.
Mr. Barnes is troubled at the depth of the silence that reigns.
No longer frets the intemperate jay, he mutters, with all the siskin chirpeth not. Captain, what the fuck is going on?
At either end of the warrior path, the heat, the agitation, the increasing tension grow. Never in memory, they are assured by their Mohawk escort, have Iroquois and Catawba each wished so passionately the other's destruction. Any new day may bring the unavoidable descent. With Indians all round them, the war-path a-tremble with murderous hopes, its emptiness feeling more and more unnatural as the hours tick on into the end of day, as the latent blades of warriors press more closely upon the membrane that divides their subjunctive world from our numbered and dreamless indicative, apprehension rising, axemen deserting, the ghosts of 55 growing, hourly more sensible and sovereign, as unavenged fires foul the dusk. Unanswered mortal cries travel the forests at the speed of wind. Ah, Christ! Besides west, where else are they heading, those few with the clarity to remain? They both dream of going on unhindered as the halt dream of running, the earthbound of flying. Rays of light appear from behind clouds. The faces of the bison upon close approach grow more human, unbearably so, as if just about to speak. Rivers run swifter and wider, till at last the party halts before one that mayn't be crossed, even by the sturdiest bateau, that for miles runs deeper than the height of a Conestoga wagon. Upon that final bank, an Indian will appear silently and lead the party past a forested bend to a great bridge, fashioned of iron, quite out of reach of British or, for that matter, French arts, soaring over to the far shore, its highest part whenever there are rain clouds indeed lost to sight, constructed long ago by whatever advanced nation live upon the river's opposite side. "May we cross?" asked Dixon. "May we not cross?" asked Mason. "Alas," replies the son of the forest, "not yet, for to earn passage there is more you must do." "Why shew it to us at all?" wonders Dixon. "If I did not, your great road through the trees would miss it. You move like wood boars inside a post in a great house in the dark, eating and shitting, moving ever into the wood and away from your shit, with no idea at all what lies without." "In the forest," comments Mr. Crawford, "everyone comes round in a circle sooner or later. One day your foot comes down in your own shit. There, as the Indians say, is the first step upon the trail to wisdom." They wake. Chapter 70. At the moment of the interdiction, when their eyes at length meet, what they believe they once found aboard the Seahorse fails this time to appear. It is not a faltering on either man's part, or the mistaken impression of one, or any moral lapse. 'Tis a difference of opinion. Mason, stubborn, wishes to go on, believing that with Hugh Crawford's help he may negotiate for another 10 minutes of arc. "But, Mason, they don't know what that is." "We'll show them. Let them look through the instruments or something, or they can watch us writing." "They don't want any of that. They want to know how to stop this great invisible thing that comes crawling straight on over their lands, devouring all in its path." "Well, of course it's a living creature. 'Tis all of us, temporarily collected into an entity whose labours none could do alone." "A tree slaughter an animal with no purpose but to continue creating forever a perfect corridor over the land, its teeth of steel, its jaws axemen, its life's blood disbursement. And what of its intentions, beyond killing everything due west of it? Do you know? I don't either." "Then, just tidying these thoughts up a bit, you're saying this line has a will to proceed westward." "What else are these people supposed to believe?" Haven't we been seeing with 100 blades all the day long? This is how far into your land we may strike. This is what we claim to westward. As you see what we may do to trees and how little we care, imagine how little we care for Indians and what we are prepared to do to you. That influence you have felt along our line, that current strong as the rivers, we command it. We might make through your nations an avenue of ruin, terrible as the path of a whirlwind. But those are threats we do not make, but might as well make. As the Indians wish, we must go no further. No, we must go on. For 11 days from the 9th through the 19th of October, they linger beside Dunkard Creek, the Indians keeping their distance, looking to their weapons as to their routes of withdrawal, whilst the white folk dispute. Some of the hands are back east of here, cutting the Visto to breadth, as autumn closes in and everyone is eager to be away. For there are other tasks that claim each in the party, including the surveyors, who at some point exchange positions, with Dixon now for pushing on, razzle-dazzling their way among the Indians at least as far as Ohio. Cheers the ticket. Let them have more than their daily ration of spirits. They'll be sports. Wait. You think you'll be getting through on charm? Indians all the way up into the Six Nations and down to the Cherokee know about that coat. Many have their eye upon it, and you are but the minor inconvenience from which 'twill have to be removed. The Indians grow coy and sinister. The women stare openly, steadily amused. Mason and Dixon are allowed to cross the warpath and 3 more turnings of Dunkard Creek before they can climb to a ridgetop high enough to set up the sector. At last the Dodmen have reached their western terminus at 233 miles, 13 chains and 68 links from the post marked west. Damn, we're only a few miles shy. A few? 40 miles? 'Tis easy country. We're over the last ridge. We're in the Ohio country. Mason has seen it from the top of Laurel Hill, the most delightful, pleasing view of the western plains the eye can behold. The paradise once denied him by the mills, now denied him by, he supposes, British-American policy ever devious. They decide to travel light and fast, not to take the sector nor any other instrument. Mustn't tie that river in just yet. Aye, let them all be free while they may. Mason is gothically depressive as Dixon is westeringly manic. Dixon's head, like a needle forever 90 degrees out, though it wobbles some, remains true to perfect west, whilst Mason might as well be riding backwards, so often does he look behind, certain they are about to meet an abbreviation of Braddock's fate. Mason, withal, via the happenstances of God's whimsy, is riding Creeping Nick, the same crazy animal that threw him onto the Jersey ice. Departing at sundown, keeping their latitude as best they may by Polaris, growing more fearful with every mile, they travel through the night, trans-terminal America whirling by, smelling of wild flowers and silt, and immediate lobes of honeysuckle scent apt to ambush the unwary nose. Amid moonlight, owls, smears of nocturnal colour somewhere off-centre in the field of vision, they make it to the great river just at dawn. The rush of the water loud as the sea. Stunned by the beauty of it, they forget, they linger, they overstay all practical time and are surprised by a party of Indians in elaborate paintwork. Far from your tents, Redcoat. It is Catfish and his nephew, and some friends who reluctantly lower their rifles. Having a look at the river, sir, Dixon replies. There are Catawba parties about. Mingos, Seneca.
Good thing we saw you first. How'd you sneak out past Hendricks? He never sleeps."
Mason sees it first, then, tipped by his frozen silence, Dixon. Catfish is packing a Lancaster rifle slung in a scabbard upon his saddle, with an inverted pentacle upon the stock, unmistakable in the moonlight. Mason looks over on the possibility that Dixon has a plan, and sees Dixon already looking back at him upon the same deluded hope. "Actually," says Dixon, "we only just arrived, so it isn't as if we've seen the river, if that poses any sort of problem.
And it certainly isn't as if we're planning to settle here."
Catfish with one huge hand slides the rifle out and holds it up before him, noticing the stirloop as if for the first time. He smiles without mirth at the surveyors.
"You think this is my rifle? No, I took this rifle from a white man I have wished to meet for a long time. He was a very bad man. Even white people hated him. Beautiful piece, isn't it? The sign on it has evil powers," Mason warns. "You should take a knife or something and pry it out."
"What happened to its owner?" Dixon with a look of unsuccessfully feigned innocence. The Delaware is delighted to share that information with them, pulling from a bag he carries a long lock of fair European hair, so freshly taken 'tis yet darkly adrip at one end with blood.
"This very day, my lords. Had you been earlier, you might have met."
Either Mason or Dixon might reply, "We've met," yet neither does.
"It didn't feel complete to me," Mason admits later. "I expected he yet lived, screaming about the woods, driven to revenge at any price, a monomaniac with a hole in the top of his head."
"Looking for that rifle back," adds Dixon. Coming back, setting in the last marks, crossing Jennings Run, Little Allegheny, Wills Creek Mountain, the road up to Bedford, Evetts Creek, Evetts Mountain, at all the highest points in the Visto, they put up cairns, as the ancient British lay builders and doddsmen before them, as later the Romans, for purposes more legionary than commercial. The hands keep leaving without notice. With those who stay, the astronomers, transiting from weightless obs to earthly back-wrenching toil the obs demand by way of expression, set posts every mile, these being large segments of tree, roughly squared 12 by 12 inches, and 5 or sometimes 6 or 7 foot long. First, the crew dig a deep post hole, put in the post, fill back the hole, tamping down the earth scientifically, one shovelful at a time. Then bring more stone and earth to make a cone about the post, leaving perhaps 6 inches of it visible. That is the surveyor's estimate of the mark's longevity, though, of course, angles of repose vary, and withal, Mason and Dixon will bicker by now over anything. On November the 5th, 2 things happen at once. The Visto is completed, and the Indians depart, as if, as long as a tree remained, so might they. At last, the axemen have cleared the Visto back to the post marking their last station of the year previous, east of which all lies clear all the way back to Delaware.
"There being one continued Visto," Mason writes in the journal, "opened in the true parallel from the intersection of the north line from the tangent point with the parallel to the ridge we left off at on the 9th of October last. Mr. Hugh Crawford with the Indians and all hands, except 13 kept to erect marks in the line, etc., left us in order to proceed home."
The departing axemen roam about, peering at, poking, and buying blankets, kettles, milch cows, grindstones, anything Moe McLean thinks he may sell to lighten the load,
Before the mountains, no offer too insulting.
The vendue is a protracted spectacle of sorrowful farewells, debts settled or evaded, whisky jugs a-swing upon every index, and a squirrel stuffata from the commissary tent without equal this side of the Allegheny Ridge. At length, the last of the farmers' new-bought pots and pans a-clank goes riding off into a dusk rendered in copperplate, grey and black, the hatching too crowded to allow for any reversal or return, leaving gathered by the wagons, smoking pipes, grey with fatigue and winter skylight, Mr. Barnes, Cope, Rob Farlow, the McLeans, Tom Hines, Boggs Jr., John and Ezekiel Kellogg, and the others of that faithful corps who stayed across Monongahela to the Warrior Path and the westernmost ridge, and back again. None of the hands is feeling that well. Dixon has been giving out opiated filters to all who would but gesture toward their noses, as Mo McLean is writing at furious speed chits upon Philadelphia money boxes as if he'll never see the place again, so what's it matter? Suddenly, expenditures are above £100, then £200 per week. Fiscal insanity has visited the commissary tent. Sensing opportunity, farmers with goods to sell appear from horizons all swear have been empty for hours. The snow drives in relentlessly. From the 9th to the 19th of November, another 11-day spin, there is little in the field book suggesting either a passage so difficult that there was no time for nightly entries, or events so blameworthy on all sides that they were omitted from the account. In fact, such was the level of engagement required to answer to the elements as to mark the line that there was no time for bad behaviour. This is the gradient of days in which the party must work their way up to the Allegheny crest, hastening as they may, the early winter having caught them west of the mountains. Here lie the most difficult miles of the long traverse, this ascent out of Ohio and out of the west. Unsettled by the abrupt absence of Mohawks with whom they have come to feel almost secure, as so seldom in this continent of hazard, the skies night upon night too clouded over for observations, both surveyors, cast into perplexity, drink and play whist, for sums neither will ever see all in one place at the same time, the crew meanwhile deserting day upon day, their replacements taking ever more exorbitant wages. Yet, whilst they bide in this realm of the penny foolish and pound idiotic, till the moment they must pass over the crest of the savage mountain, does there remain to them, contrary to reason, against the day, a measurable chance to turn, to go back out of no more than stubbornness and somehow make all come right. For once over the summit, they will belong again to the east, to Chesapeake, to lords for whom interests less subjunctive must ever enjoy priority. Though they have lost their race with the first snows, yet they pray they may get all the cairns dug and piled before the ground freezes too hard. The snow is already a foot deep. Traces break, a wagon skids back down the slope on its side, the canvas bellying, the animals fearfully trying to fight clear. Tent poles and spades a-clatter, a lanthorn against the low-lit day falling and smashing upon the ice. Tiny trails of flame borne instantly away. Here are the last cadre, out in the uninterrupted visto, from a certain height oddly verminous upon the pale ribboned unfolding, fairly out in the 100-league current of Shah, where every step is purchased with a further surrender of ignorance as to what they have finished, what they have left at their backs undone, what, measuring the degree of latitude next spring, they shall be newly complicit in, though if it takes them much longer to get over the ridge, even if they escape freezing solid, They may yet have journeyed further into terrestrial knowledge than will allow them to re-emerge without bargaining away too much for merely another return following another excursion, in a cycle belonging to some engine whose higher assembly and indeed purpose they are never, except from infrequent glimpses, quite able to make out. Turned in retreat eastward again, watched from cover at every step, with apprehensions instead of lessening rather mounting ridge by ridge, the party feel the warrior path engrossing more of their sentimental horizon even as it recedes into the west. Immediately upon the deaths of Baker and Carpenter begin a string of mishaps between men and trees, some nearly lethal, none unconnected. Felling mates try to keep as close as they may, often conversing more in a day than they have in all the time since they teamed up. Spending precious minutes in daily rituals of protection, all pay tolls at the gate of sunrise, good but for the one day that must be got through. Mason and Dixon look in again at the Rabbi of Prague, inquiring in particular after Timothy Tox.
"He is mad," countrymen are soon explaining to them. "What he now styles his golem does not exist."
Mr. Tox looks on with a tolerant smile.
"Because he heard it speak the same words as God out of the burning bush, Tim nowadays imagines himself Moses, with a commission from God to bring another people out of captivity."
"Out of the city," declares Timothy Tox, "where affliction ever reigns must the golem deliver them, over Schuylkill, out of that American Egypt."
"You don't want to be going into Philadelphia, lad," they warn him, "carrying folk off and so forth, nor particularly confiding in too many of those cits about the golem now, for to many of them the old knowledge is an evil they'll be as content to execute ye for as lock ye away."
"I am quite undeluded," the forest dithyrambist replies.
"As to the Philadelphians, before all the lawyers, come, does no one recall?
'Tis only by the grace that some call luck that anyone can quite escape the muck,
as ere 'mongst wax and wigs and printer's ink
seepeth the creeping sly suborner's stink." There he goes.
So do ye summon it, Tim, we're on to that by now.
It will protect me as it will protect them it sets free.
'Twas ne'er your creature to command, Tim.
Just so. It is our guardian. Mason and Dixon, each revisiting the Rabbi of Prague for his distinct reasons, attend this discussion closely. Dixon has already proposed offering Mr. Tox the protection of the party as far as Newark, near the tangent point.
"So long as he doesn't bring the golem," stipulates Mason. "He brings the golem? Well, what do they eat, for example? What are their sanitary requirements?
How shall Mo McLean, who's already striking himself daily upon the pate with his own ledgers, find the additional resources? Yet mightn't we turn the creature to some useful work? See upon the vista, pulling up the trees by their roots, clearing out all those unsightly stumps?"
"The axemen would never hear of it. Next two-story house we came to, we'd both be taken upstairs and defenestrated. Nay, I know what you seek, the neighbourhood of prodigy, the mobility awestruck, entry to saloons you have previously been unwelcome in."
Whilst Mason himself, of course, is angling quite a different stream. Here is a creature made of water and earth, clay, that is, and minerals, as if an Indian mound of the West, struck by lightning, had risen, stood, and newly awakened, with the vis fulguris surging among all its precisely fashioned laminae, begun purposefully to walk. An American wonder, one's own witness of which might even be brought back across the cold sea to the true terminable world again. Mason can think of no way to ask the obvious question as he did of the learned dog, and has been reluctant to of the Frenchman's duck. Now withal, time for this grows short. Just outside in the forest, articulate as drumming, can be heard the rhythmic approach of the cabalistic colossus Mr. Tox has summoned. Mason and Dixon place their heads upon the table and regard each other solemnly, in joint awareness of how much effort will be needed this time to believe Mr. Tox's testimony as to whatever is about to appear. As 'twill prove, the closer they escort Mr. Tox to the metropolis, the less evidence for his creature's existence will they be given, till at length they must believe that the poet has either passed, like some Indian youth at the onset of manhood, under the protection of a potent though invisible spirit, or gone mad. They leave him upon the Newcastle road, standing upon the late purple loosestrife by the ditch, glancing upward from time to time, waving his arm, then, growing still, appearing to listen. Just before he has dwindled around the last bend in their own road, Mason and Dixon see a Conestoga wagon with an exceptionally bright canopy, and drawn by matched white horses, stop beside him. Timothy Tox, without hesitation, goes around to the tailgate and climbs up under the luminous canvas, vanishing within, as if confident that the golem, whose strides are at least as long as a team and wagon, will contrive to stay close to him wherever he is taken, and whatever may befall him there. Chapter 71. Back again, tavern crawling near the wharves upon Delaware, ale stuporous, the surveyors enter the Crooked Finger Inn.
We both know what it is, Dixon.
Mason is instructing his partner.
Your hour is come, your innings, for retributive pultrification. At last you must prepare, mustn't you, for all that expression of Jesuit interest so long deferred? This next commission being, after all, the one they were engineering all along, isn't it? Yes. Another degree of latitude to put with the others they've appropriated. This is what it's all been leading to, correct? Wondrous. Now shall you, at least, finally learn, perhaps even via the Jesuit telegraph, why you are here. A blessing extended to how few. Anything I can do to help, of course. Yeah, but what's the use? The fucking use?
Dixon resting his head briefly, though audibly, upon the table.
It's over. Naught left to us but paperwork.
Their task has shifted from direct traverse upon the line to pen and paper representation of it, in the sober daylight of Philadelphia, strained through 12 by 12 sash-work, as in the spectreless light of the candles in their rooms, suffering but the fretful shadows of Dixon at the drafting table, and Mason, seconding now, reading from entries in the field book, as Dixon once minded the clock for him. Finally, one day Dixon announces,
"Well, won't they at least have a look?"
Mason eagerly rushes to inspect the map of the boundaries, almost instantly boggling, for there, bold as a pirate's flag, is an 8-pointed star surmounted by a fleur-de-lis.
What's this thing here? Pointing north? Wasn't the Legrand flying one of these? Doth it not signify England's most inveterately hated rival, France? All respect, Mason. Among brother and sister needle folk in every land, 'tis known universally as the flower de luce, a magnetical term. Flower of light? Light, hey? Sounds encyclopedistic to me. Perhaps even Masonic, says Mason.
A surveyor's north point, Dixon explains by long tradition, is his own, which he may draw and embellish in any way he pleases, so it point where north be. It becomes his hallmark, personal as a silversmith's, representative of his honesty and good name. Further, as with many glyphs, 'tis important ever to keep faith with it, for an often enormous investment of faith and will lies condensed within, giving it a potency in the world that the agents of reason care little for. 'Tis an ancient shape, said to go back to the earliest Italian windroses, says Dixon. Originally, at the north, they put the letter T for tramontan, the wind that blew down from the Alps. Over the years, as ever befalls such frail bric-a-brac as letters of the alphabet, it was beaten into a kind of spearhead, though the kinder-hearted will aver it a lily, and clash thy face, do thou deny it. Yet some, finding it upon a new map, might also take it as a reassertion of French claims to Ohio, Mason pretends to remind him. Aye, thou found me out, I confess. 'Tis a secret message to all who conspire in the dark, eh? The old Jesuit canard again. At which Armand runs in looking anxious. The duck is doing something autoerotique now. They rephrase, unconsoled. Armand wanders away. Becoming reaccustomed to this city's angular momentum is costing him daily struggle. He appears to miss the West Line and the duck it has captured and denied him. Perhaps for this map alone, it occurs to Mason. As East and West are of the essence, North need hardly be indicated at all. Need it? Or suppose you were to sketch in something less political. This has been my North Point, Dixon declares, since the first map I ever drew. I cannot very readily forswear it now, sir, for some temporary tradesman's sign. It does not generally benefit the surveyor to debase the value of his North Point by lending it to ends political. 'Twould be to betray my allegiance to Earth's magnetism, Earth herself if thou like, which my flower de luce stands faithfully as the emblem of. Making no more sense of this than he ever may, Mason shrugs. You may sit less comfortably with the proprietors than with me. Oh, they're as happy to twit a king when they may as the next lad. Ah, so that is it. Thy uncritical worship of kings, with my inflexible hatred of 'em, taken together, we equal one latter-day English subject. Much more likely twins ever in dispute, as the Indians once told us at the beginning of the world. Huz, I'm far too jolly a soul ever to fight with thee for long, because you know how your shins would suffer. Mason is able to inspect the long map, fragrant, elegantly cartouched with Indians and instruments at last. Every place they ran it, every house passed by, road crossed, the ridgelines and creeks, forests and glades, water everywhere, and the dragon nearly visible. So, this is the line as all shall see it after its copperplate morphosis. And all history, remember. This is what ye expect me to sign off on. Not the worst I've handed in, and had they wished to pay for colouring, why, they'd scarcely know the place. This is a beauteous work. Emerson was right, Jeremiah. You were flying all the time. Dixon, his face darkened by the years of weather, may be allowing himself to blush in safety. Could have used a spot of orpiment all the same. Some lapis? It is possible, here comments the Reverend Cherrycoke, that for some couples, however close, love is simply not in the cards. So must they pursue other projects instead, sometimes together, sometimes apart. I believe now that their third interdiction came when, at the end of the 8-year traverse, Mason and Dixon could not cross the perilous boundaries between themselves. Whatever happened at the warrior path, the partners are to remain amicably together, among the cheerless bogs of Delaware through nearly another year, busy with the Royal Society's degree of latitude, chaining a meridian over the same ground as the tangent line, shivering in the damp of morning after morning, both fending off the ague with the miraculous willow bark powder discovered by the Reverend Mr. Edmund Stone of Chipping Norton. Returned to the vegetational horizons, the sumac whose touch brings misery, the deadly water snakes coiled together like the rugi of a single great brain, the grey and even illumination from the sky. Their agreement to uncouple may easily have come, not after all during the crisis of the year before at the Warrior Path, but rather here, somewhere upon this peninsula, wrapped in the lambent passing of any forgotten day of mild winds. The day, as ever, little to distinguish it from others before and after, but the values entered for miles, chains, and links. And why not here, especially with leisure and opportunity at last to talk of plans for the second transit, the possibility of return to America? The story among Dixon's descendants will be that Uncle Jeremiah wished to emigrate and settle here, and that his partner did not, though in the field book as late as June the 9th, Mason is to be found rhapsodizing in writing about Mr. Twyford's seat upon Nanticoke, as he does throughout the book as to other homes, other rivers, or towns upon them. To Dixon, "Ay, how pleasing in all ways, yet address any of it too intently, or like dreams just at the crepuscule 'twill all vanish unrecoverably."
Shakespearean, correct?
Nay, transcendence. 'Twas but Masonic. Dixon gazes at the river, the gentle points and coves in the mist, the willows and loblolly pines, desiring, whilst humiliated at how impossible it is to desire any terrain in its interminable unfolding, every last pebble, dip, and rain path. For Mason, the year of Delaware is all passing like a dream. He can believe in this degree that they are measuring, but in the way he believes in ghosts. For all its massless suggestion, number is yet more sensible to him than this America that haunts his progress.
Stay? Here? Christ, no, Dixon. 'Twas an odyssey. Now must I return to the destiny ever waiting for me, faithfully. Her loom now mine to sit and toil at to the end of days, whilst she's out, no doubt, with any number of suitors, roaring and merry.
Well, suggests Uncle Lomax, it's Pope and Lady Montague all over again, isn't it? A touchy race, the Brits, unfathomable, apt to take offence at anything.
Disputes can go on for years.
Yet 'twas never that cold, declares the Reverend. Each seemed to be content in postponing a return to England and thereby to what others there expected. Measuring the degree, they may have intended to hide somehow inside the workday, surrendering, as openly as they ever could, into a desire to transcend their differently discomforted lives, through what, at the end of the day, would be but ranks and files of numerals, ever in the darkness of pages unopened and unturned, ink already begun to fade, from type since melted and recast numberless times, all but oblivion. The Delaware country their refuge, no steep grades, as level for 82 miles, they wrote to the Royal Society, as if it had been formed by art. A phrase later to be found in Maskelyne's introduction to their published observations, 1769. No hostile Indians, fresh food, cities in easy reach, obs themselves straightforward and not even all that many. To the world's eye, two veteran wise men coasting along between transits of Venus, soon to be off again for more glamorous foreign duty, where the seeing's perfect and the food never less than exquisite, and adventures ever ahead and unforeseen. Boscovich and Mare all over again. A godly pursuit, and profitable withal, if only in the value of commissions to come. Yet at the same time, silently parallel to the pleasantries of teamwork, runs their effort to convince themselves that whatever they have left upon the last ridge-top just above the last stone cairn, as if left burning, as if left exhibited in chains before the contempt of all who pass, will find an end to its torment, and fragment by fragment across the seasons be taken back into the tales preserved in memory, among wind-gusts, subterranean fires, over creatures of the wild, floods and freezes, until one day 'twill all be gone, reassumed, only its silence left there to be clamoured into by something else, something younger, without memory of or respect for what was once, across the third turning of Dunkard Creek, brought to a halt. But it does not die. It comes out at nightfall and visits, singly obsessed with a task left undone. Newcomers choose other ridge lines to settle in the shadows of. Indian priests proclaim it forbidden ground, even unto the lead mines beneath. Smugglers of tobacco, dyestuffs, and edged implements flee their storage cabins in the middle of the night, leaving behind inventories whose odd scavengers prove as little able to withstand the disconsolate spirit prevailing here, as if 'twere the point upon which was being daily projected some great linear summing of human incompletion. Failed arrivals, departures too soon, misstated intentions, truncations of desire. Even the uncommonly stolid Steeg feels it, in his perplexity, resorting more and more often to the handle of his axe for reassurance. Captain Jang, each night in his tent, shivering, continues to express concern as to the Shah situation. Returning from here will not be much better. In Shah, there is no up nor downstream. Rather a flow at all points sensible, equally harmful east or west. Our sorrow shall persist and obsess for as long as we continue upon this ill-omened line. Too often back here, they find themselves chaining through wetlands, the water usually 1.5 feet or 2 feet deep. Daylight somewhere above them indifferent, the gloom in here forcing them to shorter sights, more set-ups, closer quarters. As they stand in the muck of the cypress swamp, black and thinly crusted, each step breaking through to release the smell of generations of deaths, something in it, some principle of untaught mechanics tugging at their ankles, voiceless, importunate, a moment arrives when one of them smacks his pate for something other than a mosquito. Everywhere they've sent us, the Cape, St. Helena, America, what's the element common to all? Long voyages by sea, replies Mason, blinking in exhaustion by now chronic. Was there anything else? Slaves. Every day at the Cape, we lived with slavery in our faces, more of it at St. Helena. And now here we are again in another colony, this time having drawn them a line between their slave keepers and their wage payers, as if doomed to re-encounter through the world this public secret, this shameful core, pretending it to be ever somewhere else, with the Turks, the Russians, the companies down there, down where it smells like warm brine and gunpowder fumes. They're murdering and dispossessing thousands untallied. The innocent of the world passing daily into the hands of slave owners and torturers. But oh, never in Holland, nor in England, that garden of fools. Christ, Mason! Christ what? What did I do? Huz! Didn't we take the king's money, as here we're taking it again, while slaves waited upon us, and we neither one objected, as little as we have here in certain houses south of the line?
Where does it end? No matter where in it we go, shall we find all the world tyrants and slaves? America was the one place we should not have found them. Yet, we're not slaves after all. We're hirelings.
I don't trust this king, Mason. I don't think anybody else does either.
Thou saw Lord Ferrers take the drop at Tyburn. They execute their own. What may they be willing to do to us?
Chapter 72. First, they have to mark a meridian line, then clear a visto, then measure straight up the middle of it using levels, great wooden rectangles 20 feet long by 4 feet high and an inch thick, mostly of pine boards, with iron and brass securing the reinforcing bands, which would have served handsomely in many of these fens as dockboards or rafts, but must instead be carried carefully upright, being compared most dutifully every day with how close to 8 times a 5-foot brass standard might be fit in the length of the 2 levels set end to end, and into the daily corrections needed, the temperature reckoned and entered as well. Each plumb line is protected from the wind by a 3-foot tube. When tilted until the plumb line bisects a certain point drawn at the bottom, the level is level. 'Tis then necessary only to set it with its mate, together in a 40-foot line easily kept true by sighting down its length toward the farthest point of the visto they can see, on the assumption the visto has been truly made.
Back in Durham, we style this a squire's line, using the equipment of the gentleman who hires thee. Easy terrain, careful work, turning the telescope over and over. Bit of fancy artwork upon the plane table drafts. Careful and slow. Slow, 'tis certain.
Mason has long dropped all pretence at patience. There are days when the routine has him livid with boredom.
As Lady Montague said of Bath, the only thing one can do upon this engagement that one did not do the day before. Bad luck don't see it, shouts Dixon through his speaking trumpet, though they are close enough not to require any, causing Mason to wince. Never mind when, shall it end? Set a mark before, set a mark behind, swing the instrument, do it again the other way, fucking body and blood, Dixon. I am beside myself.
Dixon, approaching a few steps, gazes intently 1.5 feet to Mason's right.
Eh? Why, so yez are.
How does thou feel? I wonder. Switching his eyes to Mason, then back to the spot beside Mason.
Well, why don't one of thee go ahead and the other behind me? Makes it much easier to line up the marks. Ah, like a giant eye. Ever a stare.
He is referring to the target, a board about 1 foot square with concentric circles drawn on both sides, rigged to be slid in 2 grooves at the distant gesturing of the man at the telescope, till it should line up precisely upon the central wire previously brought into the meridian, whereupon the other surveyor hammers in his stake immediately below, drops his plummet string along the centre line of the target, and marks with a notch exactly where, atop the stake, the bob point touches. Then the transit instrument leapfrogs the target and goes ahead of it. Its operator sets up and takes a backsight at the eye upon the board's reverse. Then they do it all again.
I find little serious astronomy in any of this, Mason complains.
It may be the levelled and selfless pulse of it that enables them, at the end of June, the measurement done, at last to travel south together, across the west line, into peril however differently construed, leading to Baltimore, and the moment when Dixon will accost the slave driver in the street, and originate the family story, whose material focus for years among the bric-a-brac in Hull will be the driver's lash that Uncle Jeremiah took away from the scoundrel.
"No proof," declares Ives. "No entries for days allowed, but yet no proof."
Alas, beams the Reverend, must we place our unqualified faith in the implement as the tale accompting for its presence? These family stories have been perfected in the hellish forge of domestic recension, generation upon generation, till what survives is the pure truth annealed to mercilessness about each figure, no matter how stretched nor how influenced over the years by all sentiments from unreflective love to inflexible dislike.
Don't leave out irresponsible embellishment.
Rather, part of the common duty of remembering. Surely our sentiments, how we dreamed of and were mistaken in each other, count for at least as much as our poor, cold chronologies. The driver's whip is an evil thing, an expression of ill feeling worse than any between master and slave. The contempt of the monger of perishable goods for his merchandise, in its tattered braiding, darkened to its lash-tips with the sweat and blood of drove after drove of human targets, the metal wires worked into each lash, its purpose purely to express hate with, and hate's corollary, to beg for the same denial of mercy should one day the roles be reversed, gambling that they may not be, or that they may. Dixon has spoken with him already the night before in the public room of his inn. The slave driver is announcing a vendue at the dock. 20 Africans, men and women, each a flower of the tribe they have been taken from. Yet he is calling them by names more appropriate to animals one has come to dislike. Several times Dixon feels the need, strong as thirst, to get up, walk over to the fellow and strike him.
"And so I hope everyone will come down and have a look. Dusky children of the forest, useful in any number of ways. Cook and eat 'em, fuck 'em, or throw 'em to the dogs, as we say in the trade. Imagine, gents, your very own darky to order about as you please. You, sir, in the interesting hat,"
beckoning to Dixon, who raises his brows amiably, at the same time freezing with the certainty that once again he is about to see a face he knows. Someone from the recent past whose name he cannot remember.
"A fine young mulatto gal'd be just your pint of ale, I'd wager. Well, tonight, you're in luck, damn if you're not."
"Not in the market," replies Dixon, as he imagines, kindly.
"Oh!"
drawing back in feigned surprise.
"What's this, not in the market? How then may I even begin to educate you, sir, or should I say friend, upon this topic? The news, friend, being that all are in the market, however regrettably, for everyone wants a slave, at least one, to call his own."
Sooner or later, Dixon far too brightly, a slave must kill his master. It is one of the laws of springs. The herdsman of humans who has been staring at Dixon now looks about for a line of withdrawal.
"Give me engines, for they have no feelings of injustice. Sometimes they don't exist either, so I have to invent what I need."
At which point the enterpriser has edged his way as far as the door.
"Remember, tomorrow, midday at the pier."
And he is off like a shot. Attention shifts to Dixon, whose insane demeanor has vanished with the dealer's departure.
"Will you be there, sir?"
inquires a neighboring drinker, more sociably teasing than wishing to sting.
"Being one of our sights down here of interest to a visitor, you might find it diverting. Not quite as much as a horse auction, of course."
Dixon vibrated his eyeballs for a while.
"That's it. Slaves and horses. Why, and tobacco. You've never been to a tobacco auction? Say, you'll never listen to an Italian tenor the same way again.
In 55, at the grim news of Braddock's fate, Pennsylvanians had come flying eastward before the Indians, over Susquehanna, in a panic. Here in the Chesapeake slave country, rather stretched long nights of apprehension, the counting of kitchen knives, fears concealed, fears detected, fears betrayed, of poisons in the food, stranglings at midnight, women violated, horses and cash, house and home gone, as their spoliators enter the boundless continent, and everywhere the soft weight of the nocturnal breath above that water-riddled country. In his heart, Mason has grown accustomed to the impossibility between Dixon and himself of affection beyond a certain enclosure. They have spent years together inside one drawn perimeter and another. They also know how it is out in the forest, over the coastal ranges, out of metropolitan control. Only now, far too late, does Mason develop a passion for his coadjutor, comparable to that occurring between public school students in England.
Oh, please, Wick, spare us. Far too romantic, really,
mutter several voices at once. Say, then, that Mason at last came to admire Dixon for his bravery, a different sort than they'd shown each other years before on the Seahorse, where they'd had no choice, nor quite the same as they'd both exhibited by the warrior path. Here in Maryland, they had a choice at last, and Dixon chose to act, and Mason not to, unless he had to. What each of us wishes he might have the unthinking grace to do, yet fails to do, to act for all those of us who have so failed, for the sheep. Yet Mason offered his admiration, so long and unreasonably withheld only to provide Dixon fodder for more rustic jokery.
All? Pray thee, Mason, shall I have a special uniform for thou? Something with a cloak to it? Mantua length would be better, wouldn't it, than all the way down? For I would need access to my pistol.
There, unavoidable in the street, is the slave driver. And he's driving about half his drove, who through some inconvenient behavior remain unsold. He is screaming, having abandoned all control and striking everywhere with the whip, mostly encountering the air, even with the movements of the Africans limited by the chains, having failed to inflict much injury.
You fucked up my sale! You fucked up my day! You fucked up my business! Now I owe money, plus another night's lodging, plus another night's victualling.
I'll just seek assistance, then, shall I? Mason making as if to flee.
Mason, thou are the only one nearby who knows how to watch my back. Would thou mind, frightfully?
And before Mason can stir, Dixon is down the steps and into the street.
That's enough!
He stands between the whip and the slaves with his hat back and his hand out. Later, he won't remember how.
I'll have that. You'll have it to your head, friend, if you don't step out of my way. These are mine. I'll do as I damned please with my property.
Townsfolk pause to observe. Dixon, moving directly, seizes the whip. The owner comes after it. Dixon places his fist in the way of the oncoming face. The driver cries out and stumbles away. Dixon follows, raising the whip.
Turn around! I guess you've never felt this. You broke my tooth. In a short while, that's not going to matter much, because in addition, I'm going to kill you. Now be a man, face me, and make it easier, or must I rather work upon you from the back like a beast, which will take longer and certainly mean more discomfort for you. No, please, my little ones. Oh, Tiffany, Jason. Any more? Soames!
Dixon reaches down and tears from the man's belt a ring of keys.
Who knows where these go?
We know them by heart, sir, replies one tall woman in a brightly striped headcloth. With the driver protesting the usefulness of his life, the Africans unchain themselves.
Now then,
cries Dixon merrily. A not at all friendly crowd by now having formed.
And as we're in the middle of town here, the Africans advise him, sheriff's men'll be here at any moment. Don't worry about us. Some will stay, some will get away. But you better go, right now.
Despite this sound counsel, Dixon still greatly desires to kill the driver, cringing there among the wagon ruts. What's a man of conscience to do? It is frustrating. His voice breaks.
If I see you again, you are a dead man.
He shakes the whip at him.
And dead you'll be ere you see again this instrument of shame. For it will lie in a Quaker home, and never more be used. Don't bet the maiden house on that, snarls the driver, scuttling away. Go back to Philadelphia, someone shouts at Dixon. Good withdrawal line or two here yet, reports Mason.
Thrusting the whip into his red coat, Dixon steps away, Mason following. At the first brick prow of a house to block them from view, they take to their heels, returning by a roundabout and not altogether witting route to the stable where their horses wait.
Here, rebel old gal, I'm pleased to see your face.
Dixon has brought a small apple from a fruitmonger's barrow, but the horse dives anyway beneath the giant flaps over his coat pockets and goes in to inspect, lest something should have been overlooked. At that moment of equine curiosity, with Mason occupied in saddling up, Dixon understands what Christopher Mayer must have meant long ago by instrument of God, and his obligation henceforward to keep silence upon the topic. They are very conscious of leaving town, with luck for the last time, observing everything as through some marvellous specs that make all come sharp and near. Sailors sit upon curbstones outside the front doors of the taverns that have intoxicated them, vomiting the surveyors on with a strange elation. Traffic in the street brings and takes its own light, lanthorns upon carriages projecting in swooping shadows upon the crooked meridians and parallels of the brick walls, every leafless tree, every desire-driven pedestrian and street-weary dog. In low-ceilinged rooms at right angles to the street, wagon drivers stand in glum rows drinking as if out of duty, protected from the snow that promises at any moment to begin, though from little else, least of all the road and its chances. Women pull their shawls in against the night. Young people singly and paired, bound for twilight assignations, sweep up and down the steps of row houses and along the curbsides, from which the steps rise in all the traceless promise of first lanthorn light. Now that the surveyors must leave, they wish to stay. In an onset of turning evil, Mason imagines the streets full of row houses multiplying like loaves and fishes, whirling past like spokes of a giant wheel, whose convergence or hub, beyond some disputable prelude to radiance, he cannot make out. They are soon enough upon the York Road, the deeply magnetized fields to either side, in the dark, tugging at bits, buckles, pen nibs, compass needles, and the steel strands of the driver's whip. They feel covered with small beings crawling and plucking everywhere, neither kindly remembrances nor wicked spirits.
Do you feel that? Calls Mason in the dark. You're the needle master. What is it? Mysteries of the magnetic. After a bit. Aye. Instances of those being. I don't know, Mason. 'Tis why I say mysteries.
Lanthorn lights ahead. Soon they can hear a night congregation singing. Reaching a small wood moon-coloured chapel as if by earlier arrangement, the surveyors pause to listen. O God, in thy mercy forever uncertain, upon whom continue thy sheep to rely, pray keep us till dawn, be the night e'er so long, or thy helpless creation who sleep neath the sky. For the chances of night are too many to reckon, and the bridge to the daylight is ever too frail. When the hour of departure shall strike to the second, who will tend to the journey? Who will find us the trail? As once we were lambs in a springtide abiding, as once we were children eternal and free, so shepherd us through, where the dangers be few, from darkness preserve us, returning to thee. For the chances of night, etc. Having acknowledged at the warpath the justice of the Indians' desires, after the 2 deaths, Mason and Dixon understand as well that the line is exactly what Captain Jang and a number of others have been styling it all along. A conduit for evil. So the year in Delaware with the degree of latitude is an atonement, an immersion in real science, a baptism of the cypress swamp, and even a rebirth. Not some hired cadastral survey by its nature corrupt, of use at trail's end only to those who would profit from the sale and division and resale of lands. Guineas, Mason, pistoles and Spanish dollars splendorously vomited from Pluto's own gut, without end, all generated from thou one line. Yet has any of it so much as splashed or dribbled in our direction? The one thing we do know how to do is vistos. Let's give 'em something they'll journey from other provinces down rivers and pikes in streams ever widening to gaze upon. As the visto soon is lined with inns and shops, stables, games of skill, theatricals, pleasure gardens, a promenade, nay, mall 80 miles long. At twilight you could mount to a platform and watch the lamps coming on, watch the visto tapering in perfect projection to its ever-unreachable point. Pure latitude and longitude.
I am a student of blind Jack Metcalf, if it please you,
declares one of the axemen overhearing them.
West Riding lad, blind surveyor. He was famous in Staindrop even when I was a lad. Applying the methods I learned whilst a member of his crew, we could build a modern road here, straight up this visto. The 80 miles well drained its entire length, self-compacting, impervious to all weather, immovable neath laden wheels, be they broad or narrow. True, there's nothing much at the middle point, not today as we speak, but with the much improved carriage from the other end, it's self-convenient to Philadelphia, Newcastle, the entire art of Chesapeake. Why, a metropolis could blossom here among the fens of Nanticoke that might rival any to the north. Sha, warns the Chinaman, think about it. Very well. Yet, right lines by minimizing distance are highly valued by some. Commanding officers, merchants, express riders, must these all be creatures of Shah? Without question. Officers kill men in large numbers. Merchants concentrate wealth by beggaring uncounted others. Express riders distort and injure the very stuff of time.
Then why not consider light itself as equally noxious? Inquires Dixon. For doth it not move ever straight ahead? Ah! A gleamer's likely madness as merriment appearing in his eye.
And if it moves in some other way?
Every survey would have to be rerun, cries Dixon.
Marvellous! Work for all the poor dodmen till doomsday. Excuse me, sir.
Mason addresses the geomancer.
Is this an article of common faith among the Chinese, which I must remedy my ignorance of? Or but a crotchet of your own I assume I may safely disregard? No wonder the Jesuits find you folk inconvenient.
What's that you're writing? Looks like verse.
My epitaph. Like to hear it? He wished but for a middling life, forever in betwixt the claims of lust and duty so intricately mixed, to reach some happy medium, fleet as a golden beam, uncharted as St. Brendan's Isle, fugitive as a dream. Alas, 'twas not so much the years as day by thieving day, with debts incurred and interest due, that dreams were sold to pay, until at last but one remained, too modest to have worth, that yet he holds within his heart, as he is held in earth.
That other tract across the border, perhaps nearly everything, perhaps nearly nothing is denied him.
Is that why I sought so obsessedly death's insignia, its gestures and formulae, its quotidian gossip, all those awful days out at Tyburn? I was spent nearly immobile watching stone carvers labour upon tomb embellishments chip by chip. Was it all but some way to show my worthiness to obtain a permit to visit her, to cross that grimly patrolled line, that very essence of division? She only wishes me back in the stink of mills, mutton grease, hell clamour, lanthorns all night, the people in subjection, the felled wells of Painswick, Bisley, Stroud, styling it home. Oh, is there no deliverance?
She accosts him one night walking the Visto. Seems sad, doesn't it? She chuckles. Trust me, Mopery, there are regions of sadness you have not seen. None the less, you must come back to our vale round to your beginning. Well away from the sea and the sailors, away from the nets of imaginary lines. You must leave Mr. Dixon to his fate, and attend your own.
You don't care for him, do you?
If we are a triangle, then must I figure as the unknown side. Dare you calculate me? Dead reckon your course into the wilderness that is now my home as my exile? Show, by projection, shapes beyond the meagre prism of my grave? Do you have any idea of my sentiments? I think not. Mr. Dixon would much prefer you forget me. He is of beaming and cheery temperament, a boy who would ever be off to play. You were his playmate. Now that is over, and you must go back inside the house of your duty. When you come out again, he will no longer be there, and the dark will be falling. On their last visit to New York, at the very end, waiting for the Halifax packet, they dash all about the town, looking for any face familiar from years before. Yet they are berated for their slowness at corners. Carriages careen through puddles the size of ponds, spattering them with mire unspeakable, so that they soon resemble irregulars detached from a campaign in some moist country. The Sons of Liberty have grown even less hospitable, and there is no sign of Philip Dimdown, nor Blackie, nor Captain Volcano. Out of town, they are told when they are told anything.
Let's drink up and get out of here. There's no point.
We can find them. That's what we do, isn't it?
We're finders, after all. The continent is casting off one by one the lines that fastened us to her.
Yet at last, seated among their impedimenta, quayage unreckoned stretching north and south into wood lattice work, a deep, great thicket of spars poised upon the sky, hemp and city smoke, two of a shed full of sombrely cloaked travellers waiting the tide, they are aware once more of a feeling part intracranial, part skin-quiver, part fear, familiar from inns at bridges, waiting places at ferries, all lenses of revenance or haunting, where have ever converged to them images of those they drank with, saw at the edges of rooms from the corners of eyes, shouted to up or down a visto. This seems to be true now of every face in this place. Mason turns, his observing eye protruding in alarm. "Are we at the right pier?" "I was just about to ask. I didn't actually see any signs, did you?" They are approached by a gentleman not quite familiar to them. A slouch hat obscures much of his face. "Well met," he pronounces, yet nothing further. "Are ye bound for Falmouth?" Mason inquires. "For Pendennis Point, mean ye, and Carrick Roads?" His tone poises upon a cusp twixt mockery and teasing, which recognition might modulate to one or the other. Yet neither can quite identify him. "That Falmouth?" "There is another, sir." Dixon, maniotropic detectors a jangle, gets to his feet as Mason eyeballs the exits. "There is a Falmouth invisible, as the centre of a circle is invisible, yet with compasses and straight edge may be found," the stranger replies. At that instant, the company is roused by a great clamour of bells and stevedores, as the packet, rigging a-throb, prepares to sail. There will be perhaps 2 minutes to get aboard. "We must continue this conversation at sea," and he has vanished in the commotion. Each day, on the way over, Mason and Dixon will look for him, at mess, at cards, upon every deck, yet without issue. Mason's last entry for September the 11th, 1768 reads, "At 11 hours 30 minutes a.m. went on board the Halifax packet boat for Falmouth. Thus ends my restless progress in America." Followed by a point and long dash that thickens and thins again Chinese style. Dixon has been reading over his shoulder. "What was mine, then? Restful?" Chapter 73. As all history must converge to opera in the Italian style, however, their tale as commemorated might have to proceed a bit more hopefully. Suppose that Mason and Dixon and their line cross Ohio after all, and continue west by the customary 10-minute increments, each installment of the story finding the party advanced into yet another set of lives, another difficulty to be resolved before it can move on again. Behind, in pursuit, his arrangements undone, pride wounded, comes Sir William Johnson, played as a lunatic Irishman, riding with a cadre of close Indian friends, somehow, as if enacting a discarded draft of Zeno's paradox, never quite successful in attacking even the rearmost of the party's stragglers, who remain ever just out of range. Yet, at any time, we are led to believe, the pursuers may catch up and compel the surveyors to return behind the warrior path. Longer sights, easier grades, wider night skies as the landscape turns inside out, with groves upon the prairie now the reverse of what glades in the forest were not so many chains ago. Far less axe work being required, soon the axemen are down to Steig alone, who, when asked to, becomes a one-man assault force on behalf of the astronomers. The music, for some source invisible, is resolutely merry no matter what it may be accompanying. One late autumn, instead of returning to the coast, the astronomers will just decide to winter in, however far west it is they've got to. And after that, The ties back into Philadelphia and Chesapeake will come to mean that much less, as the pair, detached at last, begin consciously to move west. The underlying condition of their lives is quickly established as the need to keep, as others, a permanent address, a perfect latitude, no fixed place, rather a fixed motion, westering. Whenever they do stop moving, like certain stars in Chinese astrology, they lose their invisibility and revert to the indignity of being observed and available again for earthly purposes. Were they to be taken together, themselves light and dark sides of a single planet, with America the sun, an observation point on high may be chosen, from which they may be seen to pass across a face serene and benevolent at that distance, though from the distance of the planet often, winter as summer, harsh and inimical. Into the Illinois, where they find renegade French living out a fantasy of the Bourbon court, teaching the Indians dressmaking, millinery, wine-growing, haute cuisine, orchestral music, wig-dressing, and such other arts of answering desire as may sustain this folly. They believe Mason and Dixon to be revolutionary agents. Descending great bluffs, they cross the Mississippi, the prehistoric mounds above having guided them exactly here by an influence neither can characterize more than vaguely, but whose accuracy is confirmed by their star observations as nicely as the micrometer and nonius will permit. They stay at villages of teepees, where Mason as usual behaves offensively enough to require their immediate departure, at a quite inconvenient time, too, for Dixon and his maiden of the day, who've both been looking forward to a few private moments. Instead, the astronomers spend the rest of their day running from the angry villagers, and only by fool's luck do they escape. They subsist upon roots and fungi. They watch lightning strike the prairie again and again for days, and fires rage like tentacles of a conscious being, hungry and a roar. They cower all night before the invisible thunder of bison herds, smelling the animal dust, keeping ready to make the desperate run for higher ground. They acquire a sidekick, a French Chauvinese half-breed renegado named Vongoli, whose only loyalty is to Mason and Dixon, though, like the Quaker in the joke, they are not so sure of him. When they happen across an adventurer from Mexico, and the ancient city he has discovered beneath the earth, where thousands of mummies occupy the streets in attitudes of living business, embalmed with gold divided so finely it flows like gum, it is Vongoli, with his knowledge of herbal formulae, who provides Mason and Dixon with the velocity to avoid an otherwise certain dissolution. Far enough west, and they have outrun the slowly branching seep of Atlantic settlement, and begun to encounter towns from elsewhere, coming their way, with entirely different histories. Cathedrals, Spanish music in the streets, Chinese acrobats and Russian mystics. Soon the line's own vis inertiae having been brought up to speed, they discover additionally that 'tis it now transporting them. Right in the way of the Visto, some evening at supper-time, will appear the lights of some complete village, down the middle of whose main street the line will clearly run. Laws continuing upon one side, slaves, tobacco, tax liabilities, may cease to exist upon the other, obliging sheriffs and posses to decide how serious they are about wanting to cross Main Street.
Thanks, gentlemen. Slaves yesterday, free men and women today. You've surveyed the chains right off 'em with your own.
One week, they encounter a strange tribal sect, based upon the worship of some celestial appearance none but the congregation can see. Hungry to know more about the beloved, ignoring the possibility of a negative result, recklessly do they prevail upon the gazers to search scientifically with their instruments for this god, and having found its position, to determine its motion, if any. It turns out to be the new planet, which, a decade and a half later, will be known first as the Georgian and then as Herschel after its official discovery, and more lately as Uranus. The lads, stunned, excited, realize they've found the first new planet in all the untold centuries since gazing at the stars began. Here at last is the career maker each has dreamt of at differing moments and degrees of faith.
"All we need do is turn," cries Mason. "Turn eastward again, and continue to walk as we ever have done to claim the prize. For the first time we may forget any obligations to the current sky. For praise God, his ways are strange, we need never work again. 'Tis to tar to the mug's game and the fool's errand. 'Tis a royal entrance at life's ridotto. 'Tis a Copley medal. Here," Dixon amiably waves his hat. "Which after thou fancy, obverse or reverse?" "What?" Mason frowning in thought. Well, I rather imagine we share the same side. A half-circle each sort of thing." Yet by now they can also both see the western mountains, ascending from the horizon like a very close, hitherto unsuspected second moon. The circumferent are daily tracking the slow rise in vertical angle to the tops of these other-worldly peaks. They are apt to meet men in skins, and Indians whose tongues none of the party can understand, and long strings of pack-horses loaded with peltry, their flanks wet, their eyes glancing round blinders inquiring. Survey sights go on now for incredible hundreds of miles, so clear is the air. Chainmen go chaining away into it and sometimes never come back. They would be rediscovered in episodes to come, were the episodes ever to be enacted, did Mason and Dixon choose not to turn back to certain fortune and global acclaim, but rather to continue west, away from the law, into the savage vacancy ever before them. "The Copley medal?" Dixon trying to get into the spirit of things. "Attend me. Nothing would lie beyond our grasp. We would be the king's own astronomers, living in a palace, servants to obey our desires, weighty stipends, unlimited credit, wenches, actresses, observing suits of gold lame. Any time, day or night you wanted. What do you people eat? Haggis. You want haggis after midnight, all you need do is pull upon the bell cord and hi-ho." "Thou've certainly sold me," nods Dixon, gesturing with his broad hand at the sunset, which happens tonight to be wildly spectacular. "Yet all those—" Mason nods back impatiently. "They will have to live their lives without any line amongst them, unseparated, daily doing business together, world's business and hearts alike, reprieve from the tyranny of residing either north or south of it. Nothing worse than that, what? How then, should we never again come west? Should we ever be permitted to, either by the king or by the Americans? Think not, Lens fellow. If we do turn and go back now, 'twill have to be a continental DIO forever. How Emerson will despise me, as you've already taken money from the Royal Society. Isn't that, in his view, unredeemably corrupted?" "Thank'ee, I'd nearly forgotten." "Lethe passes to each and all, yet vivid in attention must the degree of our day's sinfulness be ever kept. Whatever did sinners do before there were those to tell them they were sinning? However blissful their ignorance, Why, they suffered. Bollocks. They enjoyed themselves, Dixon mutters. I was there. Another expelled from paradise, another lad upon the North Road seeking his daily crumbs. Country folk they meet again are surprised to see them, sometimes shocked, as at some return of the dead. Mothers drive their small ones like goslings away to safety. Barroom habitués reprove them at length. You weren't ever supposed to be back this way. Everyone said you'd done with all that to and fro by 68. Left it to the other side of the Ohio, and 'twould be westward from there and then on for you two, or nothing. We took yees in among us, allowed ye to separate us, name us anew, only upon the understanding that ye were to pass through each of our lives here but once. We believed you exactly that sort of visitor, not the other sort. We've enough of those here, the Lord knows already. Indian, white, African, a swarm well before twilight. We hardly need more. How dare you come back now among these consequences you have loose like vermin? And so on. Babies take one look at them and burst into tears inconsolable. Boys but recently initiated to the ways of the rifle take playful shots at them. A recently wed couple assault them, screaming, "Yes, you came the proper pair of bloody little cupids, didn't you?" Then just went polka dancing away, leaving us to sort out his mother, the recruiting sergeant, the sheriff, the other girl. Whilst every lowlife you gentlemen caused to be sucked into town in your wake is ogling the Queen of Sheba here, who never could keep her eyes to herself. And say what you will, wife, my dear mother has ever shown the born grace and sense of the true lady. Do you hear that, then, you miserable cow? Once again, as I've ever been telling all you scum, none of you's good enough for my boy Adolphus, especially not you, 15 stone of unredeemed slut. My gracious, just look at you. Bitch! The wife two-handedly swinging at her mother-in-law's head a great skillet, which none of the men present are hasty in rushing to deflect. The older woman dodges the blow, and from somewhere produces a dirk. In a moment, someone will have to load and prime a pistol. All this having resulted from the award-winning Love Laughs at a Line episode, which seemed but light-hearted frolic that first time through. In the next village east, the creature they thought they had so rationally and with up-to-date methods proved to be but a natural phenomenon, has re-emerged, and holds in its sinister emprise the lives of that half of the populace living upon one side of the line. Yet, for some reason, it is reluctant to cross and continue its depredations upon the other. The line is believed to present some barrier, invisible but powerful enough to hold back the being, to preserve those across it from the fate of their former neighbours. Brave townsfolk slip out after dark, dig up and move the boundary stones as far as they dare, some one way, some another. The line through here soon loses all pretence to orthogony, becoming a record in oolite of fear. Whose and how much, and of how a village broke in two. In some towns they are obliged to turn back westward, often waiting until dark to creep cautiously eastward again, for the population will hear of them in no other way but westering. When it seems there's a chance that someone may listen, Mason and Dixon both try to explain about the new planet, but very few care. It breaks slowly upon the astronomers that with no time available for gazing at anything, this people's indifference to the night and the stars must work no less decisively than their devotion to the day, and the earth for whose sake something far short of the sky must ever claim them. A stove, a child, a hen-house predator, a deer upwind, the price of corn, a thrown shoe, an early freeze.
At last, the postmarked West appears. A joint delegation from the American and Royal Societies, alerted by Jesuit telegraph, is there to greet them. A new and iridescent generation of Philadelphia beauties in full susurrus and chirp line both sides of the visto. A consort of crumhorns is on hand playing airs and marches. 'Tis the ineluctable moment of convergence. Will somebody repent ere they arrive? When they reach the postmarked West, one swerves a bit north and the other south of it, and on they go, together, up the east line to the shore of Delaware, into a boat and across, dropping by that day to visit the Macleans at Swedesborough.
Heard some tales, gents? What'll yez do now?
Devise a way, Dixon replies, to inscribe a visto upon the Atlantic Sea.
Archie, lad, look ye here.
Mason producing a sheaf of papers, flapping through them.
A thoughtful enough arrangement of anchors and buoys, lenses and lanthorns, forming a perfect line across the ocean, all the way from the Delaware Bay to the Spanish Extremadura,
with the solution to the question of the longitude thrown in as a sort of bonus, as exactly at every degree might the sea line, as upon a fiduciary scale for navigators, be prominently marked by a taller beacon or a differently coloured lamp. In time, most ships preferring to sail within sight of these beacons, the line shall have widened to a sea road of 1,000 leagues, as up and down its longitude blossom wharves, chandleries, inns, tobacco shops, greengrocers' stalls, printers of news, dens of vice, chapels for repentance, shops full of souvenirs and sweets, all a sailor could wish. Indeed, many such will decide to settle here, along the beacons for good, as a way of coming to rest whilst remaining out at sea. A good, clean, salt-scoured old age. Too soon, word will reach the land speculation industry, and its bureaus seek purchase like some horrible seaweed the length of the beacon line. Some are stopped legally, some offended directly into the sea. Yet time being ever upon their side, they persist. And one day, in sinister yet pleasing coral-dyed cubical efflorescence appears St. Brendan's Isle, a combination pleasure grounds and pensioners' home, with everything an itinerant come to rest might ask: taverns, music halls, gaming rooms, and a population ever-changing of practitioners of comfort to soul as to body, uncritical youngsters from far-off lands where death might almost abide. So ubiquitous is it there, so easily do they tolerate it here. 'Tis here Mason and Dixon will retire, being after all plank-holders of the very scheme, having written a number of foresighted stipulations into their contract with the line's proprietor, the transnoctically chartered Atlantic Company. Betwixt themselves neither feels British enough any more, nor quite American, for either side of the ocean. They are content to reside like ferrymen or bridge-keepers ever in a ubiquity of flow, before a ceaseless spectacle of transition. (3) Last Transit. Chapter 74. Perhaps all was as simple as that Dixon wished to remain, and Mason did not, could not. So Dixon returned as well, and on the 15th of December 1768, at a meeting of the Royal Society Council, according to the minute book, there they are, together in the room. Both have chosen to wear grey and black. Messrs. Mason and Dixon, attending with proposals relative to the aforesaid intended observations, were called in, and Mr. Dixon acquainted the council that he was willing to go to the North Cape or Cherry Island,
Mr. Mason rather declined going, but added that if he was wanted, he should be ready to go.
Was their appearance all pro forma? Did Dixon know? Did they have it all worked out beforehand? Or was it sprung upon him and thus less forgivable than the accustomed Masonical behaviour? The meaner of spirit might translate it into,
"Of course I'll go, but not with Dixon."
A clear insult, Dixon was often advised. Would he not care to respond?
"I've grown so used to it," Dixon assured his comforters, "that often I neglect to take offence."
Privately, his sentiments are of a more hopeful turn. He knows enough of Mason to recognize by now most of the shapes his pursuit of the gentlemanly takes on, as well as the true extent of his progress beyond the socially stumbling philosopher-fool he began as. That is, 'tis possible that Mason, honestly believing Dixon ready for, as deserving of, his own command, is willing to risk looking ungracious if it will advance that end. And so this rather decline yet if I am wanted formula is but more of his inept kindness. They leave together, out into another Christmas tide, each for his own reasons seeking the brightest lights. Some horrible Boswell pursues them, asking questions.
Known, of course, as the reluctant lensman of the Cape expedition to observe the first transit of Venus in 61, and despite the generally excellent quality of your work, neither of you has been voted to membership in the Royal Society. Mr. Mason, we've heard you're the one here who's unhappy with that, whilst Mr. Dixon takes the more philosophical view. Only the long view, lad."
How could the elder Charles have forgiven Mason for leaving his children with his sister, dumping them really, going off to the Indies with another man, another stargazer, coming home only to turn about and sail off to America with the same man? Dixon sees the pattern, the expectation, the coming transit of Venus. Mason sees it too.
"If we went off a third time together, he hates me enough already. I study the stars against my father's wish, but do I remain among them only at the price of my sons? That is what I face. Some choice."
So he declines the North Cape, and another posting together, symmetrically as ever, to that end of the world lying opposite their first end of the world.
"Someone must break this damned symmetry," Mason mutters.
For years, as he found his way further into the walled city of melancholy, he dreamed, though presently no longer sure if he had been asleep or awake, of the North Cape he would never see. An unexpectedly populous land, where the native people were enslaved by a small but grimly effective European team, quartered and mostly restricted to an area within easy reach of their boats, upon which, indeed, many of them preferred to sleep. The only industry there was mining the guano of the seabirds and shipping it to lower latitudes, to be processed into niter for gunpowder, which was in great demand, as it seemed that far below a general European war had broken out for dynastic, racial, and religious reasons Mason and Dixon, who was also in the dreams, realized they were ignorant of, having been out of touch with any kind of periodical news for 8 or 9 years now. They arrived at the North Cape to find the mines working day and night shifts, and the mood turning unpleasant as white overseers demanded more and more from workers who were not making enough for it to matter what the warring nations below did to each other, nor on what schedule. The guano deposits, and hence the mining, were upon rocks off the coast, often quite far out to sea, where the light was crepuscular and clear. The guano was carried out to the ships in scows of soaked black failing timbers. Loading these vessels directly from the rocks was perilous work. Weather often swept in, carrying away ships and souls. The natives, who were dark-skinned and spoke none but their own tongue, deserted when they could, and many times contrived their own deaths when all else had failed to deliver them. At Maskelyne's behest, Mason agrees to observe the transit from South Ulster, where he obtains the ingress of Venus upon the disk of the sun, but not her departure. The mists rise up out of the bog. There she is, full, spherical. The last time I shall see her as a material being. When next appearing, she will have resumed her deity. Maskelyne will edit this out, which is why Mason leaves it in his field report. Shall Ireland be his last journey out, his last defiance of Sapperton, which is to say, Rebecca? There's no place for him in London. The city has never found his heart, and 'tis his heart that keeps a residue of dislike for the place ever guarded. Likewise must he allow himself to let go of Dixon soon now. He sees nothing but penance ahead, and renunciations proceeding like sheep straggling back, gathering to shelter. He sits alone in brand-new rooms, of which he may be the very first occupant, in the smell of plaster and paint and glue, the paper upon the walls and a sort of colour. Indigo, cochineal red, Spanish orange, the often observed magenta and green. The day outside, unable to emerge from mourning. Rebecca, whom he expects to visit, does not appear. He waits, trying to see his way ahead, suddenly 16 again. He tries to think of how, short of suicide, he may put himself in her way. He is furious about everything. He screams at length about transient setbacks, however slight. "Mrs.'s family," the servants tell it. "No sleep." The house is large, inexpensively Palladian, with beds in every room. Not only the parlour and the drawing-room, but the kitchen and the music conservatory as well. Shadows are everywhere unpredictable. Mason tries each room in turn. Other guests are out upon the same pilgrimage. They meet in the halls and mutter civilities. In the music-room, he wakes during the night and mistakes the clavier for a coffin with someone in it withal, who may or may not be another sleeper. Out in the bogs, fairy lights appear. He hears a note from the cased instrument, then another. He much prefers the kitchen or the observatory out back. There, he is hypnagogically instructed all night long in the arts of silent food preparation, the sandwich having found here a particular admiration for the virtual soundlessness of its assembly. In a letter dated November the 9th, close to Mason's departure from Donegal, Maskelyne, as A.R., is wallowing in the pleasure of good instruments to work with at last. The defective bob suspension is now but a distasteful pang of memory, causing him at his morning shave to grunt and avoid his eyes in the mirror. The sector telescope he finds charming. I have also used a 10-foot telescope with a micrometer. Your moral reflections on the subject I approve of as becoming an astronomer, who ought to make this use of these sublime speculations. What was he talking about? In Maskelyne's letter, which we have, he says he's responding to a letter of Mason's dated October 15th, which no one can locate, including me. Indeed, I've not found any of Mason's letters, though there are said to be many about. Make something up, then. Munchausen would. Not when there exists somewhere a body of letters Mason really did write. I must honour that, mustn't I, Brother Ives? Ives snorts and chooses not to contend. Why not gamble they'll never be found? Wonders Ethelmer. Just because I can't find them doesn't mean they're not out there. The question may be rather, must we wait till they are found to speculate as to the form moral reflections upon a 10-foot telescope with a micrometer might take? The presence of this device, as well as the instrument's length, suggests an accuracy to perhaps 2 further degrees of magnitude than the instrument it replaced at Greenwich. Sublime speculations? Accuracy and sublimity? Is the AR being ironical? Whatever Mason had to say almost certainly included God. Was he off the deep end again? Make this use, suggests Mason has advanced some program. Suppose he'd written to Maskelyne, "'Tis the reciprocal of as above, so below," being only at the finer scales that we may find the truth about the greater heavens. The exact value of a solar parallax of less than 10 seconds can give us the size of the solar system. The parallax of Sirius, perhaps less than 2 seconds, can give us the size of creation. May we not, in the domain of 0 to 1 second of arc, find ways to measure even that which we cannot, may not see? Many of us in the parsonical line of work, admits Wicks Cherrycoke, find congenial the mathematics, particularly the science of the fluxions. Few may hope to have named for them, like the Reverend Dr. Taylor, an infinite series. Yet such steps, large and small, in the advancement of this most useful calculus, have provided us a rackful of tools for analysis undreamed of even a few years ago, though some must depend upon epsilonics and infinitesimalisms and other sorts of defective zero. Is it the infinite that tempts us, or the imp, or is it merely our vocational habit, ancient as Kabbalah, of seeking God there among the notation of these resonating chains? Reminds me of America. Strange. Some mornings I get up and I think I'm in America. Half mountain, half bog, every other soul in it named O'Reilly, oak boys with night mischief in mind all about. This is frontier country again, standing betwixt Ulster and the Dublin Pale whilst of neither. Poor, at the mercy of landowners, such as Lord Pennycumquick, the global communications nabob, who now approaches Mason upon the lawn, carrying in coat pockets the size of saddlebags 4 bottles of the cheap claret everywhere to be found here, thanks to the enterprising Irishman in Bordeaux. "In my family since the 2nd Charles," he calls in greeting. "Isn't 100 years considered old for wine?" Mason having risen kickish this morning. "Oh, but I meant the coat." Pennycumquick having decided, with legions before him, that Mason, because he speaks in the hurried and forced rhythms of at least a tickler of children, is a professional wag of some sort. "Aye, 'tis called a morning coat. The yellow symbolizing the sun, I imagine. Several theories about these aqua bits here," examining them the way we examine our waistcoats for spilled food, being, of course, our famous historically subversive colour green. Should have been a hanging offence as long ago as Robin Hood, if you ask me. Yet disguised cleverly, you see, by the addition of blue. Perhaps a touch of buff as well. Ha, ha, ha! Do not look so concerned, sir. Being all Whigs here, staunch and true. Yes, well, do come along. You've not seen the folly yet, have ye? What cannot escape Mason's notice, as they come round the butt end of the topiary elephant, is a sudden vista of obelisks, arranged in a double row too long to count, forming an avenue leading to the Folly. In this sunlight they have withdrawn to the innocence of stone, into being only here enough to maintain the effect of solemn approach. Yet it isn't hard for Mason to imagine them in less certain light, at a more problematic time of day, taking on more human shape, almost human shape, somewhat larger than human size, almost able to speak.
There 'tis. What do you think?
The Lord has halted pockets asway to help Mason admire it, this being a task inadvisable for but one person.
You can't say it isn't something,
is Mason's comment.
Of course, if you've read Mr. Halfpenny's rural architecture in the Chinese taste, you'll recognize those bits there at the roof corners. Our great Buddha, half-scale, regrettably. Here, therapeutic pool, peat baths. Good morning, Rufus. I trust your good woman has recovered. Excellent. She ran that department. Chaos since she left. Ah, the electric machines. Yes, a good many of them, all the way down to the end there. Can you make it out? On the rare chance you have an appetite when you emerge, lo, a summer kitchen, complete with gesticulating chef. Yes, yes, soup du jour, Armand. Clever fellow. Claims to know you, as a matter of fact. Mr. Mason! Mr. Mason!
'Tis the very Frenchman, is it not? Yet why then is his figure illuminated so much less than everything else about this time of day? Why is he moving so smoothly, as a boat upon still water, looming ever closer, aiming, it now becomes apparent, a kiss at Mason's cheek, his colour at close range aberrating toward green, as he sweeps in a cold wind upon and past the shivering Mason with an echo like an odour trailing after. Mason turns. The lawn is empty. At some moment he has failed to mark, Lord Pennycumquick has left him. He stands by an oven with moss between its stones, that he wishes upon no account to look into. The rain has raised in everyone an insomniac apprehension, in which all talk of bog bursts is avoided. Yet 'tis but a question of where the black flood shall break through. The longer it rains, the higher too the level of nerves and vapours. No one here or for miles will need to be awakened for it. At last, one midnight, bog burst! Out upon McIntaggart's piece. Good evening to you, sir. And regretfully must I now be telling you, ye've been, as they say in ye'r Royal Navy, impressed, sir. Oh, I am impressed, Mason agrees. Really, the efficiency with which you were able to turn all these wretches to is nothing short of impressive indeed.
Excuse me, sir. 'Tis me English, no doubt. I meant that you too must come out and work in the company of these very wretches.
Of course. Man of science, ever happy to advise.
Restoring the berm, is that how we'll be at it? Some day when all's calm, I'd love to chat over with you the finer points of bog burst management. Yet now, would I suggest boots and gloves, sir, and smartly too, if you'd not be mindin'.
Little McTiernan at the door is giving out short-handled peat cutters, styled by the Irish slains.
Not sure I know how to cut a sod, mumbles Mason. Quickly's best, before he can pick up a weapon. Let him be, Dermy. Not his fault he's English. Bogs.
Mason to himself as they go along bearing candles in hollowed-out turnips, not certain if he is speaking aloud, are my destiny. I imagine Delaware not merely the end, but years past the end of this sort of journeyman's humiliation. Even fancied that I had earned passage at last into a purer region, where my thesis should rule, with nothing beyond an occasional ink smudge to recall to me that unhappy American station of the cross.
Stars and mud ever conjugate. A paradox to consider. One for the astronomer royal, perhaps.
His current scheme being to assail Maskelyne's sanity, by now and then posing him questions that will not bear too much cogitating upon. Most lately, Uber Bernoulli's Brachistochrona Problema, 1702 by Baron von Bobdorfer. Mind like a Spanish blade, read it at the risk of your self-esteem, having almost done the trick. Slodging the wet tracks, dressed all in the local frieze, Mason, by neap lantern light, looks like a wet, truculent sheep. The rain comes down. They cross the river, passing round Kidu and Kinnipottle, where more come creeping from sleepless dwellings to join them. Mason might be travelling with a herd of ghosts, felt but invisible, bearing him into country unknown. The sky tonight has nothing to show him. Now and then, very much closer to the earth, he begins to see lights, moving, flickering, soon gone.
Who are they?
Mason inquires of his faceless companions.
Hush!
Come a half-dozen voices at once.
They are going their way as we go ours,
whispers someone behind his right ear.
They are not often out in the rain, nor particularly helpful in a slide.
Soon they have reached one shore of the liquefied peat flow, through some mirage blacker than the neighbouring night.
Mac and Taggart's been after that tath for a year, and now 'tis his, for nothing. He kept still, and the premises moved. Look out! Here comes more of it. What? A repeat?
In Irish perversity all equip, they set to work finding and cutting out peat sods not yet saturated by the rain. Other countrymen appear now and then bearing rocks, piling them laboriously against the burst. Through the drizzling of the night, cottagers dazed come wobbling down the hill. Dawn finds the tops of the hillsides obscured, each shift-mate a wan spectre in the vaporous bog.
Mr. Mason! Your servant, sir. 'Tis the Well of St. Brendan, if you please. Thought he was a Galway lad.
No, he passed through Cavan once on his way to the sea, looking for Crewe, and from the spot where he slept came forth the very water they drank in Eden. So lovely is it to taste. Now, in the general relocation, has it vanished?
Though we've dowses aplenty, yet are all in perplexity, not to mention humility, in begging the application of your London arts in discovering and restoring it.
I've the very thing, Mason replies. Among his equipment at the Pennycumquick Manor is the crease from his dream in Cape Town, which he has kept ever by him.
Have you water from this spring?
He pours and rubs it over the blade, returning to the bog burst, where immediately he senses attraction, a warmth, a queer high whine along the blade, though 'tis none of these.
Here, I believe.
He helps them to dig. At no great depth, a spring is encountered whose perimeter is quickly shored against recollapse. One by one, country folk taste the water. Some say it is the very spring of the saint. Others say it isn't. In fact, there is so wide a difference of opinion that presently what will be the first of many blows are exchanged. In an ordinary dream, Rebecca appears. No need to feel pleased with yourself. What you found was not their sacred well, but only a representation of it. He wakes up into a midnight sadness, trying to say, I have tasted it, yet he has not tasted it. Now he is afraid ever to, lest his spring be discovered as soiled as the holy wells of Gloucestershire, and therefore the crease, and therefore his dreams. He prays to see her face in the new comet, each night, this time in terror of not seeing it. He tries to will it there, yet is amazed that for some minutes now he cannot even remember her face. Yet at last arrives a clear night of seeing, so clear in fact that sometime after midnight, supine in the starlight, rigid with fear, Mason experiences a curious optical readjustment. The stars no longer spread as upon a domed surface. He now beholds them in the third dimension as well, the eye creating its own Z-axis, along which the star-choked depths near and far rush both inward and away, and soon, quite soon, billowing out of control. He collects that the heavenly dome has been put there as protection, in an agreement among observers to report only what it is safe to see. 15 years in the business, and here is his initiation. Now, nothing in the sky looks the same. As to the comet, I cannot account for how, but there came this night to this boggy miasmatic place an exceptional clarity of the air, a sort of optical tension among the stars that seemed ever just about to break radiantly through. And there, in Leo, bright-maned, lo, it came. It came ahead, and 'twould be but prelude to the finger of Corsica, which now appeared pointing down from heaven. And the place where it pointed was the place I knew I must journey to, for beneath the sky-born index lay, as once beneath a star, an infant that must again remake the world. And this time 'twas a sign from earth, not only from heaven, showing the way. Quite so. Yet I'm not terribly sure this ought to be in your report, says Maskelyne. Objections from the clergy readily imagined, what? Leaving aside the question of actually, well, what does it mean? No idea. I was in a kind of daze. Have ye never fallen into one of those cometary dazes, with the way the object grows brighter and brighter each night? These apparitions in the sky we never observe but in motion, gone in seconds, and if they return, we do not see them. Once safely part of the night sky, they may hang there at their pleasure, performing whatever in their work corresponds to shifting jibs and staysails, keeping perfectly upon station, mimicking any faint unnamed star you please. Do they watch us? Are they visits from the past, from an age of faith when miracles still literally happened? Are they agents of the absented guardian? And are these its last waves, last beckonings over the tops of the night trees? An astronomer in such a state of inquiry's apt to write nearly anything. How about yourself? Of course there are things one wishes to leave in, often yearns to. Then again, there are things one leaves in. Wondrous. Let's strike the passage by all means. Now, what about the part round July, where I compare the aurora borealis to gelled blood? Do you want that out too? I was just coming to that. They've been frightfully picky of late about that word. No one knows why. What? Blood? Well, too bloody bad, isn't it? The octagonal room echoes with indignation imperfectly mocked. Bloody hell, now ye come to it. Maskelyne looks about nervously. Pray ye, Mason, there's ever someone listening. What of it? You are the AR, are you not? Tell him to bugger off. He receives a long look from Maskelyne he can't recall ever having seen before. 'Tis not the same office as it was in Bradley's day, and your own. There will never more be disputes like this current one over his obs. 'Tis said it may run on for years. His obs. Mason, who performed many of these observations himself, and is consequently in the middle of the quarrel, snorts, but does not charge. Instead of the old arrangements, we've now a sort of contract, rather lengthy one indeed, in return for this. Gesturing round, yet keeping his elbow bent, as if unable to extend his arm all the way. They own my work. They own the products of my thinking. Perhaps they own my thoughts unuttered as well. I am their mechanical cuckoo, perched up here in this airy cage to remind them of the first day of spring. For they are grown strange, this cohort, to the very wheel of seasons. I am allowed that much usefulness, the rest being but drudging captivity.
Difficult life. Excuse me, what's this thing where the astronomer's couch used to be?
'Tis styled by the knowing a péché mortel, one of Mr. Chippendale's. Elegant, don't you think? Clive bought it for me. Defiantly, the small eyes tightening for some assault, the lips remaining steady.
Oh, Clive of India, is all Mason says.
I meant for the observatory, of course, replies Maskelyne.
What would you do with mortal sin, when you wouldn't know it if it came over and bought you a pint?
I have learnt to simulate it, however, by committing a greater than usual number of the venial ones. Mason, trying not to stare too openly, has just realized that Maskelyne, direct from the astronomer's couch, is wearing his favourite observing suit, a garment of his own design that his brother-in-law, the famed Clive of India, sent him from Bengal, where the nabob had had it cut and sewn with painstaking fidelity to a 30-page list of instructions from Maskelyne. It is a three-piece affair, everything quilted, long jacket, waistcoat and trousers, which have feet at the ends of them, all in striped silk. A double stripe of some acidic rose upon celadon for the trousers and waistcoat, and for the jacket, whose hem touches the floor when, as now, he is seated, a single stripe of teal blue upon the same colour, which is also that of the revere. It is usually not wise to discuss matters of costume with people who dress like this, politics or religion being far safer topics. The suit, Mason knows, is but one of a collection of sportive outfits from the Royal Astronomical Armoire, run up to Maskelyne's increasingly eccentric specifications by the subcontinental genius Mr. Deep and his talented crew, and shipped to him express by East Indiaman, the third fastest thing on the planet, as Munn liked to say, behind light and sound. Neville seems to miss the life, sleeping or drinking in the daytime, starting to come alive around dusk, quickening with the evening shift. He and Mason pace about, the window-lensed afternoon sun heightening the creases beneath their chins, amid motes of wig powder drifting in the glare of the beams. He exhibits a morally battered air, and is not shy about discussing its origins. Once more, the Harrison watch, like an Hungarian vampire, despite the best efforts of good lunarians upon the board of longitude to impale it, has risen upon brazen wings in soft rhythmic percussion to obsess his position, his dwindling circle of time remaining upon earth, his very reason. It reached its peak in 67. The B of L, in its wisdom, kept insisting on one trial after another. Finally, they hung it round my neck. New in the job, what was I supposed to do? Say no? To oversee trials of the watch at Greenwich, for God's sake, for nearly a damned year? Maskelyne had been observed glaring at the locked case, to which he held the key, apostrophizing the miserable watch within that could render moot all his years trooping in the service of Luna's, with more of the substance of his life than he could healthily afford staked upon what might prove the wrong side. Where honour naught but honour's honour kept, some thought they heard, all sins might wash away in tears unwept. Couldn't believe it, reported the room steward, Mr. Gonzago. Like watching Hamlet or something, isn't it? Went on like that for weeks. He wanted to break in. He didn't want to break in. He spent hours with scraps of paper elaborating ways to damage the watch that would never be detected. He lived in this tension, visible to all, between his conscience and his career. Bringing it to Greenwich upon an unsprung cart over the London lanes might have done the job alone, Mason suggests to Maskelyne, none too gently. Retired navigators and ship's carpenters crept up the hill to witness this, feeling like macaronis who've paid their threepence at Bedlam.
Yesterday, so vouches my mate, old Masky, he screamed and raved for quite an hour. Let's hope he's not too tired to give us some kind of show. I'd settle for a London minute.
Look at my side of it. Maskelyne would blurt at them, too passionately, as he saw right away. That is, untying his cue and commencing to scratch his head furiously and at length. They've put me in an impossible position, haven't they? I mean, it isn't a secret of state that I've an interest in Lunars, nor that this blasted Harrison watches the sole obstacle between your servant and the prize he has earned fairly at the cost of his vision, his sleep, his engagement with society. Ordinarily, I'm the last one that ought to be given any authority over it, let alone the key permitting access. Yet, if you ask why, you will hear, "We are ensuring his honesty this way. He doesn't fiddle with it now." And, "If the watch comes through despite Maskelyne's curatorship, why then has it seen the fire and conquered it?" How am I supposed to feel? The burden upon me is more than anyone should justly be made to bear.
Like being the swab who holds the anchor pull. Aye, the pursuer of time. He looks a bit furtive to me. What say ye, boats? Like setting a spaniel to guard the prize cock.
"Gentlemen," Maskelyne, according to some, screamed. "Why this unfriendly attendance? Is it the per diem? Is that it? You wish what? 6pence more? A shilling?" Shamed, disappointed in him, the veterans of Cartagena and Minorca begin to move, sighing and muttering away. "I am of a mathematical mind. 'Twould be an afternoon's work, recreation rather, to devise a way to destroy the watch's chances forever. And yet there is bound to be some inquiry, wherein each of my moments since I was laden with this impossible duty must be accounted for. Yet already too many have passed in solitude, unwitnessed by others, such as your good selves, a blank sheet that invites fiction and her vulgar friends slander and vilification to sport upon it."
Dodgy.
"Then why not be hung for a sheep as a lamb?" Maskelyne continued. "I often find myself asking, not of God exactly, but of whatever might be able to answer the question. If the world already believe me party to a fiddle when I'm not, you understand, then why not go in there with a hammer, so to speak, and really do a job?" "Classical," grumbles Euphemia. "Easy to find fault with the Reverend Dr. Maskelyne," her brother agrees, "though with our 11th commandment I must not speak ill of another clergyman." His behaviour toward Mason was ever consistent with that of a brotherly rival for the love of and the succession from their father, Bradley. Did he, in posting Mason out of England, employ a code? To Cavan, in order to put him once again among Ulstermen as he'd been upon the Pennsylvania frontier? To Schehallien, out of some mean desire to remind him of the error Cavendish pointed out, due to the Allegheny Mountains? Or, Cavendish being after all more enemy than friend, were these rather simple kindnesses in standing by an old colleague and ally? The long-winded letters to Mason in the field, though surely meant to assert his personal authority, may reveal nothing beyond the desire, out of resentments unvoiced, to bore their recipients into compliance. At Cambridge, he had been now and then upon the receiving end of a jobation or lengthy reproof, and perhaps this was his way of reasserting in his life a balance, having been born beneath the scales, that would otherwise have been set alop by an excess of patience. It also appears that he did what he could to support Mason's claim to prize money from the Board of Longitude for his refinements to Mayer's lunar tables, while seeking none for himself. And he backed the younger Harrison's admission to the Royal Society despite the ease with which his opposition might have been understood and excused. Nor was his approach to the longitude ever the most congenial to have taken, the method of lunars being by no means universally loved, its tediousness indeed often resented, and not only by midshipmen trying to learn it. Many wished for a faster way, willing to cede to machinery a form of human effort they could have done without. Maskelyne fancied that, when he became Astronomer Royal, there might be an investiture, a passage, a mystery, an outfit. He began designing with the utmost restraint and taste, of course, ceremonial robes for himself, based upon the doctor's robes at Cambridge, rose upon scarlet, a black velvet hat, leery pipes, tippets, sleeves to the ground, decorated all over with zodiacal glyphs, in a subdued gold passementerie. But to whom could he show it? The Royal Society might not approve. The king might be offended. When at all might he have occasion to wear it? Perhaps an occasion could be proclaimed. Star Day. Everyone up all night. No flame allowed. Food misidentified in the starlight, lovers a tip, and some glamorous stars like the Pleiades upon the rise. And the king would place in his hands something preserved from the days of the astrologers, a prism, an astrolabe, a gift of power. He would be sworn to secrecy. Of course, he would use it wisely. Mason has almost presumed to think of them as old troopers by now, with the transits of Venus behind them, Harrison's watch, battles budgetary and vocal lost and won. Weary veterans of campaigns in which has loomed as well the amiable bean-pole Dixon, secretly afraid of what they were all caught up in doing, as if at the behest of the stars, which somehow had begun to take on for him attributes of conscious beings. "Seen it before," quoth Maskelyne. "Rapture without a doubt. For some reason dissenters are particularly susceptible." Attacked by vertigo if he continued too long at the eyepiece, lost in terror before the third dimension, indeed running when there was a choice to earth rather than to fire, desperate to pretend all was well, face kept as clear as the bottom of a stream in August, nothing visible at the fringes of readability. Who knew him truly? What might wait at the margins of the pool, mottled, still, river silt slowly gathering upon its dorsal side? At the end of the day, all Mason knows of Maskelyne is how to needle him. "Maskelyne, I cannot go," yet as if uncertain as to how much Maskelyne intends to make him plead. "That is," he cannot help adding, "if it pleases your grace." The Astronomer Royal is not prepared. "Again you renounce me?" He does not exactly intend to blurt, his scowl appearing slowly like a blush. "Bloody infuriating, Mason." "I know. Why not have another bowl of café au lait, and, look ye here, a lovely iced bun? Here, suppose you go to Scotland only as a sort of scout. Look at likely possibilities. Report back to us." "Us?" "Pay Mr. Dixon a visit upon your way, for heaven's sake." "I've your permission for that, have I? Mason, £half a day. Gentlemen usually accept a single honorarium,
Plus daily expenses."
This might be quite in your line, Mason."
"Try not to say line, Maskelyne. That is—"
"Mask, then," flirtatiously. "Plain old mask." Chapter 75.
"At the request of Maskelyne, I am coming north, a mountain of suitable gravity to seek. whose presumed influence might deflect a plumb line clearly enough to be measured without ambiguity. Though, given the AR's difficult history with plumb lines, I feel apprehension for the project. Having determined after deep study in Mr. C. Dicey's County Atlas that it is impossible to travel from here to Scotland without passing your doorstep, I should be obliged for any recommendation of a good inn for the night, whence I shall beg leave to make thee, a brief visit. I pray that thou suffer no further from the gout. I am well enough in body. Our afflictions are many, proceeding from an unilluminated region deep and distant, which we are used to call by names more reverent. 'Twill be 4 years, brother Lenz. I hope it is not too long, nor yet too soon. To which, the Queen's Head is Bishop's best. Yet my own house being around but a couple of corners, I would have to insist that thou improve the emptiness of one of its chambers. Besides, at the Queen's Head, despite the excellence of its larder and kitchen, strict insistence is kept upon appearing on time at the table, which might prove inconvenient to thee. We'll find the carp shy of human company, the days fat and slow, but none so much as thy servant, J.
Mason finds Dixon still gloomy about the death of his mother back in January. Though they had finally found the time to be together, sometimes 'twas too much, and they fell to bickering.
Thou should have gone when thou had the chance. Jay, thou never were one for pit work, nor it for thee. And father, thou never was expecting it of thee. Bonny time to be telling me that.
You were the baby. The baby can do no wrong, don't you know that?
So, Doug came to an agreement, Jeremiah pressed, with Mr. Bird.
Dear nurse, Jeremiah.
How could he repay Mr. Bird? Dixon asks of Mason years later. That's what I can't see.
Of course it matters to him. Mason has his own mysteries in this regard. What could the miller of Ware have done for the director-to-be of the Honourable EIC? Bread?
Coal, he speculates. A few pence off upon the children. 'Twould add up. Yet in that quantity. Suggests a need for high heat sustained over time. Glass? Iron?
Mason is content for the moment simply to sit inside the Jolly Pitman and a carousing of Geordies, feeling settled, quietly plumb, seeing against the neutral grey of the smoke all the sun flashes from the day, the clear slacks, the sand bottoms, the nettles and rose-bay willow herb, the sudden streak of light as the most gigantic carp he'd ever run across in his life keeled what in legend will be recorded as but inches from his foot. It was the notoriously long-lived Canny Bob, said to have been chased by the Romans who once encamped up above Binchester.
But as you froze there, seemingly the object of torpidinous assault, Dixon tells him after Bob has made his escape, I hesitated to approach you, for fear of electrocuting myself. At least I was able for once to observe him at some leisure. He strangely seemed to like you, Mason. I've never had that good a chance at him. No one I know has been as close as you. The Romans round here used to say carpe carpum, that is, seize the carp. All right, I waited too long. But think how embarrassed all your friends would have felt had a stranger taken him. And my first time on the river, too. Just as well, really.
There is a fragility about Dixon now, a softer way of reflecting light, such that Mason must accordingly grow gentle with him. No child has yet summoned from him such care.
Thou must attend closely to the dace up here as well, for they look exactly like chub. Yet are they night and day when it comes to the fight they'll put up? Excuse me? One looks at the fins. 'Tis fairly obvious which is which. Not here, I fear. Nor will River Weir Chub have much to do with the bread baits you no doubt learned to use down in Gloucester. What then? Some rare beetle, I imagine. Some rare beef would better do the trick. They are blood-crazed and feral.
Despite their best efforts, talk will ever drift to their separate transits.
Masculine kept me over there, says Mason. Nothing but weather day after day. Couldn't get enough obs for him. Would have taken the projected age of the universe. Brought me back upon a meat ship.
In the hold were hundreds of lamb carcasses, once a sure occasion for resentment prolonged, now accepted as part of a day inflicted by fate, ever darkening, exiled to which he must, in ways unnamed, perhaps this late unable to include simply, persist. In the heavy weather of late November, the carcasses thumped against the bulkheads, keeping exhausted and increasingly irritated Mason from sleep. Deep in the mid-watch, his mental bung at last violently ejected by the gases of rage, he ran screaming to undog the hatch into the forward cargo space, and was immediately caught, a careless innocent at some ball of the dead, among a sliding, thick-meat battery. The pale corpses only a bit larger than he, cold as the cold of the sea that lay, he helpfully reminded himself, just the other side of these timbers curving into candleless blackness. Oof! As the ship rolled, some dead-weight, odorous of sheep fat, went speeding by, headed for the port side, nearly knocking Mason upon his arse, and obliging him immediately to spin away upon one foot, whilst the ship pitched heavily down and up. Fine business. His intention, a true phlegmatic's having been but to locate the offending carcass, being unable to allow in his data more than one, and secure it somehow, imagining the meat hold well supplied with any lines and hardware he might need. Fool! Here were the representatives of every sheep he had ever spoken ill of, and now he was at their mercy. But they are dead, he told himself. Aye, but not only dead. Here was a category beyond dead in its pointless humiliation, its superfluous defeat. Stripped, the naked faces bruised and cut by the repeated battering of the others in this, their final flock, they slithered lethally round him. He had a clear moment in which he saw the moving of their own will, nothing to do with the movements of the ship, elaborately, the way dancers at assemblies danced.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to be a disruption here, Mason roared at them,
waiting, blind as a corn in a mill, to be crushed. The situation held little hope for him. Wherever he stepped, he slipped, there being no purchase upon the deck, owing to the untallied tons of fat that had long made frictionless every surface. Mason, instantly recognizing the same proximity to pure equations of motion as he had felt observing stars and planets in empty space, with only the beautiful silence missing now.
However thou get out of that one, Dixon wonders. Ah, the smell alone might have done for me. Quite snapped me back, yes it did, like a spring, back to that damned Cape. I recall being very annoyed that my last earthly memory should be of that dismal place. Purgatory has to be better, I told myself, maybe even hell. Fortunately, just then, a party of sailors, who for some reason were neither on watch nor asleep, seeming indeed almost furtive in demeanour, rescued me. I noted, too, a puzzling air of jollification, some of it directed at me. "How is it in there?" one of them asked, with what, upon shore, would certainly have been taken as an insinuating leer. Not "how was it," which is odd enough, no. What this sailor distinctly said, "Why, aye, Mason, thou see it, don't thou? They were sailors. 'Tis probably a standard practice upon those meat voyages. Something a foremast swab in his day's unrelenting bleakness might have to look forward to when the midnight hour creeps round. What do you mean? Oh, Dixon, really?
Dixon shrugs.
If a lad were wide awake, kept his wits about him, why the pitch of danger? Eh? Eh? At that speed, that lack of friction, and one's mates in there as well, might be just the thing. And then at the dock,
Mason continues brusquely.
at Preston, for the captain declared that he would not risk Liverpool, this enormous crowd were waiting. Some of them quite fashionable looking indeed, significant wigs and so forth, running about, screaming, setting fire to factors' sheds, and now and then to one another. 'Twas the food riots, the same having pitched as I'd thought to full fury when I sailed for Ireland, now, a year later, far from having abated, reached even to proud Preston. And what of the rest of England? My father, had they burned down the mill yet? No one was there to meet me. The sunlight above decks was smeared, the shadows deeper than daytimes. The mob, many of them small and frail from hunger, yet possessed by a titanic resentment that provided them the strength, stormed the ship, and began removing lamb carcasses, the abasement of these not yet complete, and throwing them into the water, casting away food they might rather have taken with them and had to eat. The loud insanity, the pure murderous thumping. I wouldn't have wished to go out there at that moment either. The captain allowed me to shelter in his quarters till it should be safe to emerge, proving meantime an engaging conversationalist, particularly upon the topic of mutton, as to which he seemed most well informed, and even, strangely, affectionate. Of course, being as thou'd say the sultan of the arrangement. Well, it never occurred to me. Too late to do anything about it. Pity. Thou might have had a bit of fun in there at least. Ah, with its corollary that whatever I do imagine as fun invariably produces misery.
Not only for thee, adds Dixon, pretending to scrutinize the fire,
but for every unfortunate within thy ambit as well. Gave thee a rough time, didn't I, friend?
Reaching to rest his hand for a moment upon Dixon's shoulder, before removing it again.
Oh,
Dixon nodding away at an angle from any direct view of his partner's face.
As rough times go, the French were worse. Then 5 years of mosquitoes, of course.
The old astronomers sit for a while in what might be an embrace, but that they forbear to touch.
Quite a lark you must have had. I returned from the North Cape in some confusion, wishing but to put distance between my back and Hammerfest. A southing I went, in a true panic all the way to London, hoping the while that I had only slammed my knob once too often upon the roof beams of that dwarf's hovel the Navy styled an observatory. Would have welcomed the chance to see thee, to talk, but Maskelyne was being a nuisance as ever, and thou were yet in Ulster. Bailey went to the North Cape. I was put off about 70 miles down the coast to Hammerfest on Hammerfest Island. The ground was frozen so hard it took a week to dig a hole for a post to fix the clock to. Then it snowed for a week, sometimes with violent winds and hail. The days just before the transit were hazy, and now and then very hazy indeed. On the morning of the transit, the first sight I had of the planet, she was already half emerged. 10 minutes later, for one instant through a thin cloud it seemed she was upon the sun, yet no thread of light. 6 hours on, the same thing. Caught her going off the disk, internal contact was already past. One swift view, and then the clouds came in again. Got the eclipse later, Next day took the dip to the horizon. Here was the world's other end. One stood upon a great bluff and looked out upon the Arctic Ocean. The horizon strangely nearer than it ought to have been. 'Twas amid this terminal geometry that I was visited. Mason appearing to hear no resonance. Taken, then, yet further north. Ah, can Dixon see the apprehension in his face? How far was that? Hours? Days? He appeared with no warning. Very large eyes, what you would call quite large indeed. I had no idea who or how many might have been dwelling in this desolate place. You must come with me, quoth he. I have a ship leaving in a few hours, man, I mumbled, and kept on with my paperwork. HMS Emerald, Captain Douglas. There will be no wind until we return. Come. I looked up. He was undeniably there. I had not been upon the island long enough for rapture of the north to have set in. For a moment I thought 'twas Stieg, a shadow of Stieg. You recollect our mystical axeman with his nostalgia for the north so in command of him. Yet my visitor's eyes were too strange even for Stieg. His aspect, his speech were nothing I recognized. We descended to the shore and went out upon a great floe of ice, and so, one floe to another, until all had frozen into a continuous plain. In his movement, he seemed as much a visitor as I in this country. From his pack he unfolded a small sledge of caribou hide, stretched upon an ingeniously hinged framework of whalebone, and from a curious black case produced a device of elaborately coiled wires set upon gimbals, which he affixed to the prow of the vehicle. Hurry! I had barely climbed aboard when the whole concern spun about, till pointing, as a needleman I surmised, to the North Magnetic Pole, and began to move faster and ever faster with a rising whine over the ice prairie. Sir, I would have shouted, had the swiftness of our travel allowed me breath, sir, not so far, when I'd really meant to say, not so fast. We sped thus northward in perpetual sunlight. Night would not come to that latitude. The sun up there, from mid-May to late July, does not set. The phantoms, the horrors when they came, would not be those of night. Nor, as things turned out, would it be a journey to the North Pole. The pole itself, to be nice, hung beyond us in empty space. For as I was soon to observe, at the top of the world, somewhere between 80 and 90 degrees north, the earth's surface, all round the parallel, began to curve sharply inward, leaving a great circumpolar emptiness. As Mason shifts uncomfortably and looks about for something to smoke or eat, directly toward which our path was taking us, at first gently, then, with some insistence, downhill, ever downward, and thus gradually around the great curve of its rim. And 'twas so that we entered by its great northern portal upon the inner surface of the earth. A patiently challenging smile. Mason sits rhythmically inserting into his face an assortment of Meg Bland's cookies, tarts, and muffins, pretending to be silent by choice, lest any phrase emerge too farinaceously inflected. Dixon continues cheerfully. The ice giving way to tundra, we proceeded ever downhill into a not quite total darkness, the pressure of the air slowly increasing, each sound soon taken on a whispering aftertone, as from a sort of immense composite echo, until we were well inside, hundreds of miles below the outer surface, having clung to what we now walked upon quite handily all the way, excepting that we arrived upside down as bats in a belfry.
The interior had remained less studied philosophically than endured anxiously by those who might choose to travel diametrically across it, means of flight having been developed early in the history of the inner surface.
Their god, like that of the Iroquois, lives at their horizon. Here 'tis their north or south horizon, each a more and less dim ellipse of skylight. The curve of the rim is illuminated, depending on the position of the sun, in greater or lesser relievo. Chains of mountains, thin strokes of towers, the eternally spilling lives of thousands dwelling in the long estuarial towns, wrapping from outside to inside as the water rushes away in uncommonly long waterfalls, downward for hours, unbraked, till at last debouching into an interior lake of great size, upside down, but perfectly secure to its lake bed by gravity as well as centrifugal force, and in which upside-down swimmers glide at perfect ease, hanging over an abyss thousands of miles deep. From wherever one is, to raise one's eyes is to see the land and water rise ahead of one, and behind as well, higher and higher, till lost in the thickening of the atmosphere. In the larger sense, then, to journey anywhere in this terra concava is ever to ascend, with its corollary, outside here upon the convexity, to go anywhere is ever to descend.
With great cordiality and respect upon all sides, Dixon was taken to the local Academy of Sciences and introduced to the fellows.
"Nothing to do with your actual appearance," Dixon said, "but all of thee have such a familiar look. Up above, we hear many tales of gnomes, elves, smaller folk who live underground and possess what are to us magical powers, who've mined their ways to the borders of our world, following streams, spying upon us from the fells when the light of the day's tricky enough. Is this where they come from, then?" "They are we."
One of the inner surface philosophers removing his hat and sweeping into a bow, the others in echelon following identically, hat brims all ending up in a single perfectly imbricated line.
"Your servants, sirs. You receive messages from us by way of your magnetic compasses. What you call the secular change of declination is whatever dimmed and muffled remnant may reach you above of all the lives of us below, being less lived than waged at a level of passion that would seem to you quite intense. We have learned to use the telluric forces, including that of magnetism, which you oddly seem to consider the only one."
"There are others," Mason perking up.
"That's what he said. All most effective and what we styled miraculous down there, though perhaps not as much so up here. Thy trip to Scotland will be closely watched, Mason, from below. Once the solar parallax is known, they told me, once the necessary degrees are measured, and the size and weight and shape of the earth are calculated inescapably at last, all this will vanish. We will have to seek another space." No one explained what that meant, however. "Perhaps some of us will try living upon thy own surface. I am not sure that everyone can adjust from a concave space to a convex one. Here have we been sheltered. Nearly everywhere we look is no sky, but only more earth. How many of us, I wonder, could live the other way, the way you people do, so exposed to the outer darkness? Those terrible lights, great and small, and wherever you may stand, given the convexity, each of you is slightly pointed away from everybody else all the time, out into that void that most of you seldom notice. Here, in the earth concave, everyone is pointed at everyone else. Everybody's axes converge, forced at least thus to acknowledge one another, An entirely different set of rules for how to behave.
We happened to be looking through a telescope of peculiar design. For hundreds of yards around, whose eyepiece, specular of silver, precisely beaten and polished to a perfection I was assured had cost the sanity of more than one artisan, was spread like sails for catching every least flutter of luminosity, conveying to a central set of lenses the images they gathered in. With this instrument, one could view any part of the hollow earth, even places directly across the inner void, thousands of miles distant. Though light through the polar openings north and south varied as the earth travelled in its orbit, 'twas never more than low and diffuse, hence the enlarged eyes of these inner surface dwellers, their pale skins, their diet of roots and fungi, and what greener esculents they might go to harvest out in the more arable country round the openings, though the journeys back inside were fraught with peril and inconvenience, from armed bands of vegetable pirates. Leaves in here were nearly black in colour, fruit rare. The wines, Dixon shaking his head, are as austere as anyone can imagine. You've not become a grape person, Dixon. The damned gout. Wine's not as bad. Mason bleakly exhales. No hell, then. Not inside the earth, anyway. Nor any single administrator of evil. They did introduce me to some functionary, no telling. We chatted. Others came in. They asked if I'd take off as much of my clothing as I'd feel comfortable with. I stepped out of my shoes, left my hat on. They walked round me in circles, now and then poking at me. Nothing too intrusive. Nothing you remember, anyway, Mason can't help putting in. They peered into my eyes and ears. They looked in my mouth. They put me upon a balance and weighed me. They conferred. Are you quite sure now, the personage asked me at last, that you wish to bet everything upon the body? This body? Moreover, to rely helplessly upon the daily harvest your sensorium brings in, keeping in mind that both will decline, the one in health as the other in variety, growing less and less trustworthy till at last they are no more? Eh, well, what would thou have said? So, did you? We left it in abeyance. Arrived back at the observatory, it seemed but minutes this time. In transit, I sought my Bible, which I let fall open, and read in Job 26, 5-7, Dead things are formed from under the waters, and the inhabitants thereof. Hell is naked before him, and destruction hath no covering. He stretcheth out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. Upon the doorstep, horses waiting him in the street, Mason grasps Dixon's hand. If they don't kill and eat me up there, shall we do this again? We must count upon becoming old geezers together, Dixon proposes. They are looking directly at one another for the first time since either can remember. Let us meet next summer. You must come to stay in Sapperton. I may not travel far, immediately reaching out his hand to Mason's arm, lest Mason, in his way, take too much offence. I wish it were not so. Mason, as he long has learned to for Dixon, refrains from flinching. No loss, perhaps. Thanks to the damned clothiers, no one can guarantee what, if anything, swims in the Froom any more. Avoiding any prolonged talk of frailty which he can see is costing Dixon more than his reserve of cheer may afford. The mills, curse them all. Dixon, I shall be happy to see you wherever you wish. He turns to the straps securing the transit instruments, ignoring what is just behind his eyes and nose. "Mind thyself, friend." Chapter 76. Now Dr. Johnson, along with Boswell acting as his squire, happened in August of 73 to be crossing into Scotland as well upon their famous trip to the Hebrides.
"More likely," snorts Ives, "they didn't pass within 100 miles of Mason."
Yet, speculates the Reverend, did all hesitate upon the border at some rude inn, just before taking the fatal step across into the Celtic unknown. Sitting at a table drinking ale, observing the mist through the window panes, Mason, 45, the Cham, 64.
"You seem a serious young man, with Thames-side intonations in your voice, if I'm not mistaken."
"Sir, I saw you at the Mitre Tavern once."
"Royal Society, are you?"
"As your own intonation already implies, sir, not bloody likely is it?"
"Though I have contracted with them, and more than once." "You're the stargazer, what's his name?"
"Mason," Boswell informs him.
"Damn if that's not it exactly,"
says Mason. "Thank ye, gents, although this time I am come upon an errand of gravity." He explains to them his search for a Scottish mountain, suiting as many as possible of masculine stipulations. Boswell's gaze brightening.
"He's Clive of India's brother-in-law. Do you suppose the nabob wants to buy a mountain?"
"Good Lord, masculine working in confidence as a land agent? I never thought of that."
"Then you are not as corrupted as you believe you are, at least according to the creases of your phiz, sir,"
somewhat brusquely announces Dr. Johnson.
"Such relative innocence may be a sacred asset, yet a secular liability. May you ever distinguish the one from the other. Oh, and Mason, your servant, be careful."
"Of what, sir?"
"Of the attention you'll be getting up there if your principal's illustrious relation becomes widely known,"
warns Mr. Boswell, himself a Scot.
"Upon the map I carry," declares Dr. J., "nothing appears beyond here but mountains. In practice, to examine them all is a task without end, and every Scot you meet will be trying to sell you at least one that he, and ignore not she, happens to know of. These people are strong, shrewd. Be not deceived by any level of the exotic they may present you, kilts, bagpipes sort of thing. Haggis. You must keep unfailing vigilance."
Mr. Boswell bows elaborately whilst keeping his eyeballs upon the roll. Out there in the fog brimming and sweeping now over ridge-tops and into the glens, somewhere it waits, the world across the next line in darkness and isolation, barren, unforgiving, a nation that within Mason's lifetime has risen to seize the crown, been harrowed into submission, then been shipped in great lots to America.
"I imagine there's yet a bit of resentment about?"
The doctor snorts.
"The word you grope for is hatred, sir. Inveterate, inflexible hatred. The 45 lives on here, a ghost from a Gothic novel, ubiquitous, frightfully shattered, exhibiting gallons of a certain crimson fluid. Typical of the people, don't you see?"
"Aye, he means me," sighs Mr. Boswell. He picks up the bone remnant of a chop and gestures with it.
"Soon he will commence with the cannibalism jokes, pray you miss it not. 'Tis more hilarious than may at first seem likely.
All his lifelong enmity emerging at last in this way.
No one knows why, but he intends to go to the Hebrides, to the furthest isle, to view the Dark Ages upon display.
The uncomplicated people labouring with their primitive tools," gushes Mason.
The simplicity of faith, lo, it's time reborn. "'Tis fascinating, this belief among you men of science," remarks Dr. J., "that time is ever more simply transcended the further one is willing to journey away from London to observe it." "Why, Mason here's done the very thing," cries Boswell. "In America. Ask him." Mason glowers, shaking his head. "I've ascended, descended, even condescended, and the list's not ended, but haven't yet transcended a blessed thing, thank ye." "The savages of America," intones the doctor, "what powers do they possess, and how do they use them?" As if here, at the edge of the world, they might confide what no one would ever say aloud in London, with Boswell a bustle to get it all scribbled down into his quarto. The abruptness of the doctor's question reminds Mason of himself, addressing the learned English dog a dozen years ago. His mouth creeps upward at the corners, almost achieving an horizontal. "Would that my coadjutor, Mr. Dixon, were here," says Mason, missing Dixon as he speaks. "For the magical in all its occurrences, to others of us how absent, was ever his subject. Potions, rain-making, the undoing of enemies remote. That Mandeville of Mohawks would be sure to enlighten you. I can myself testify to little beyond the giant mounds that the savages say they guard as curators, for some more distant race of builders. I have failed to observe more in them than their most impressive size, though Mr. Dixon swears to coded inscriptions, purposive lamination, and employment unto the present day by agents unknown of powers invisible. Yet appropriately enough, what compels me out under the elements once again now is yet another damned species of giant mound, and after hoping I'd seen my last in America, woe, it seems I've acquired a speciality, and the elevated, the chosen, go on assigning me to these exercises in large-scale geometry. This mountain I'm about to seek must be regular as a prism, as if purposely constructed in days of old by forces more powerful than ours. Powerful enough to suggest that God, whatever that may be, has not altogether quit our own desperate day." "You're not pleased with his frequency of appearance?" frowns Johnson. "Sir, be wary, for the next step in such petulance is to define him as some all-pervading fairy dust, and style it deism. Do you think I wasn't looking all that long-arse breaking American time? Mounds, caverns, things that went across the sky. Had you seen one of those, 'twould have made you think twice. Even giant vegetables, if it had to be, seeking salvation in the oversized. How pitiable! What of it? I've little pride. Some great squash upon the trail side. I'll take it, won't I?" "I'd have been happy with the Cock Lane ghost," Johnson mutters. "Happy?" Mason nods, his eyes far too bright. "You were ill-treated, sir, in that matter. Be careful to note, Boswell, how even a lunatic may yet be civil." "Thank you, sir. Or is it Your Holiness?" "I?" All but pleading for someone's judgment of madness, as if desiring to be admitted to that select company, select as the Royal Society, which did not want him either. "I had my Boswell once," Mason tells Boswell. "Dixon and I. We had a joint Boswell. Preacher named Cherrycoke, scribbling everything down just like you, sir." "Have you," twirling his hand in ellipses, "ever had one yourself, if I'm not prying?" "Had one what?" A Boswell, sir. I mean of your own." "Well, you couldn't very well call him that, being one yourself. Say, a sort of shadow ever in the room who has haunted you, preserving your every spoken remark, which else would have been lost forever to the great wind of oblivion." Think,
arms sweep south,
as all civilized Britain gathers at this hour, how much shapely expression, from the titled gambler, the barmaid suitor, the offended fopling, the gratified tosspot, is simply fading away upon the air, out under the door, into the evening and the silence beyond. All those voices. Why not pluck a few words from the multitudes rushing toward the void of forgetfulness?
The mountain he finds for Maskelyne will be too regular to be natural. Like Silbury Hill, it will have the look of ancient earthwork about it.
And 'twill be Maskelyne who goes to Schiehallion after Mason refuses the assignment again and becomes famous for it.
Not to mention beloved of the Scots people there, the subject of a ballad, and presently a figure of legend, in a strange wizard's turnout based upon an actual observing suit he will wear whilst in Perthshire. A plaid one, in fact, of Maskelyne's own design.
A tartan never observed in the world, he explains, that no one clan up there be offended.
Or everyone, Munn is quick to point out. Mason will go back to waking day after day in Sapperton, piecing together odd cash jobs for the Royal Society, reductions for Maskelyne's almanac. Small children everywhere, a neat observatory out in the garden, a reputation in the Golden Valley as a sorcerer's apprentice who once climbed that strange eminence at Greenwich up into another level of power, sailed to all parts of the globe, but came back down among them again. They will be easy with him, call him Charlie at last. Another small-town eccentric absorbed back into the weavery, keeping a workspace fitted out someplace in the back of some long Cotswold house, down a chain of rooms, back from the lane, and out into the crooked looming of those hillside fields. Chapter 77. So when they meet again, 'tis in Bishop, and any third observer might note in an instant the deterioration the year intervening has brought to each. Dixon's pronounced limp and bile-stained eyeballs, Mason's slow retreat, his steps taken backward, only just stubborn enough to keep facing the light into melancholy. Increasingly ill at ease with change of any kind, be it growing a year older or watching America, once home to him as the desert to a nomad upon it in its great convulsion, Mason has begun to dream of a nighttime city, of creeping among monuments of stone perhaps twice his height, of seeking refuge from some absolute pitiless upheaval in relations among men. 'Twas Stonehenge absent Becker and moonlight. The monuments made no sense at all. They were not statues. They bore no inscriptions. They were the knight's standing stones, put there by some agency remote not in time, but from caring at all what happened to the poor fugitives who now scurried among them, seeking their brute impenetrability for cover. Whoever their makers had been, they were invisible now with their own chronicles, their own intentions, whatever these were, and they glided on without any need for living witnesses. Were this but a single dream, wiped out as usual by the rattling quotidian, Mason might even have forgotten it by now. But it keeps coming back. More accurately, he returned to it, the same city, the same unlit anarchy, again and again, each time to be plunged into the middle of whatever has been going on in his absence. At first he visits fortnightly, but within the year he is journeying there every night. Even more alarmingly, he is not always asleep. Out of doors against his will, a city in chaos, the lights too few, the differences between friend and enemy not always clear, and mistakes a penny a bushel. Reflection upon any topic is an unforgivable lapse, out here where at any moment death may come whistling in from the dark.
Well, hello, Death. What's that you're whistling? Ooh, little Ditters von Dittersdorf. Nothing you'd recognize. Hasn't happened yet. Not even sure you'll live till it's performed anywhere. Have to check the folio as to that. Get back to you. No hurry. Truly, no hurry. You cute rascal.
Death reaching out to pinch his cheek. Sometimes Mason wakes before traversing into the next episode. Sometimes the bony thumb and finger continue their approach, asymptotically ever closer, be he waking or dreaming something else. Their visits, wrote the Reverend on unnamed authority, consisted of silence when fishing, fevered nocturnal conversation when not. Though even beside the weir or in it are they ever conversing. In their silences, the true measure of their history. Mason arrives one day to find Dixon sitting there with giant heaps of cherries and charcoal. Have some, offering Mason his choice.
Excuse me, the gout is eased by things that begin with ch?
Why, aye, they don't know that down in Gloucestershire.
Chicken?
In the form of soup, particularly.
Chops? Cheese? Chocolate?
'Tis considered an entertaining affliction
by those who have not suffered it. Oh, Dixon, I didn't mean...
Every turn now a chance for someone taking the hump.
Here, your cushion. May I?
First thing is you mustn't touch the foot, thank ye. Bit abrupt, sorry. Yet do I know this by now like a county map. Where the valleys of least pain lie, and where the peaks to avoid. Every movement has to be planned like a damned expedition. Meg Bland is the only mortal, nothing personal, who may even breathe too close to it. Lucky me, says she in the door straight as a swift. A tall, ginger-haired beauty, disinclined to pass her time unproductively. Margaret Bland gave up on marrying Dixon long ago. Indeed, these days is reluctant when the topic arises even to respond. We'll have the wedding just before we go to America, he said, and we'll go to America as man and wife. For a while she was a good sport and allowed herself to be entertained with his accounts of what adventure and wealth were there to seize in that fabled place. But there soon grew upon her, as she had observed it in her mother, a practical disillusionment before the certainty of death that men, for their part, kept trying to put off as long as possible. She saw Jer doing just that with his world of maps, his tenderness and care as he bent over them as herself resigned to tending him. No different than man and wife, really. I love her, he tells Mason. I say that, yet to myself I think, she's my last, how would thou say?
She's a good woman, Mason says. Thou must see that.
Bringing me cherries every day, for this, pollicating the toe. Shaking his head, laughing in perplexity, he looks over at Mason, finds Mason looking at him. The girls are mine. Mason, who rarely these days smiles.
Well, in fact.
They sit nodding at each other for a while. Thou must have seen it in their faces, in Mary and Elizabeth for fair.
So, that's what it is.
Well, they are beautiful young women despite it all. Thy boys, they must be nearly grown. Mason nodding.
Oh, and I got married again. Forgot to mention that.
Aye. Then we had Charles Jr.
Then 2 weeks after he was born, my dad got married again. We both married women named Mary. Thou would like them both, I know. Mine in particular.
She's young.
Amazing. How do these people? Strange Geordie powers, friend. And I know thou need as many children as possible, as a bridge over a chasm to keep thee from falling into the sky. Charlie the baby's the very image of my dad. That's what's so peculiar. The boys look like Rebecca, but the baby. The resemblance makes me jumpy. I expect him to start shouting at me. Sometimes he does. Can't understand any of it, of course, but then I can't make out my dad either. Eh? Then all's fairly as usual. I come to the mill every morning, and he gives me one loaf. Take thee this day thy daily bread. Every time. 'Tis wit. 'Tis great fun for him. How inveterate a hatred shall I be able to enjoy for someone who looks like my baby son? Thou seem disappointed. Next worst thing to unrequited love, isn't it? Insufficient hate. And yet it's done thee a world of good. The months, often years of time thou didn't know thou had. Ah, years off my age, and we've another coming in right about harvest time. Yet how can thou be sure? Maybe I hate children. Then feel free to ignore my wish of much joy, Mason. Shouldn't thou be in Supperton, with thy Mary? Her mother is there, and they are just as content to have me away.
They are dozing together by Dixon's hearth. Both their pipes are out. The fret has gathered in the waste places, crossed them, and come to the edge of the town. Anything may lie just the other side, having a peep. There is jollity at the Queen's Head, though here in Bondgate, for the moment, the bricks are silent. Each is dreaming about the other. Mason dreams them in London at some enormous gathering. It is named the Royal Society, but is really something else. Some grand testimonial, already many days in progress upon a stage, before a pit in which the crowds are ever circulating. Bradley is there, living and hale. Mason keeps trying to find him so that Dixon and he may meet. But each new face is a new distraction, and presently he cannot find Dixon either. Dixon is dreaming of a public performance as well, except it's he and Mason who are up on the stage, and whoever may be watching are kept invisible by the lights that separate stage and pit. They are both wearing cheap but serviceable suits, and backed by chamber orchestra they are singing and doing a few simple time steps. It was fun while it lasted, and it lasted quite a while. Dixon, for the bleary-eyed lad from the coal pits, Mason, and the gazer with big city style, both. We came, we peeped, we shouted with surprise, though half the time we couldn't tell the falsehoods from the lies. M. I say, is that a... D. No, it ain't. M. I do apologize. Both. This astronomer's life, say pure as a fife, hey, quick as a knife in the dark. M. Oh, we went out to Cape Town. D. Philadelphia, too. Both. Though we didn't quite get to Ohio, there were marvels aplenty to view. Those trees, those hills, those vegetables so high, the cataracts and caverns and the spectres in the sky. M. I say, was that? D. I hope not. M. Who the deuce said that? D. Not I. It's a wonderful place, ho, nothing but space, go off on a chase in the dark. Dixon wakes briefly. It had done well better be bodily resurrections, all I can say. One final expedition, Dixon believed, a bit more gold in the sack, and he'd be free to return to America. Look up Washington and Franklin, Captain Shelby, and the other lads. Find the perfect seat in the west. He knows where the coal is, the iron and lead, and if there's gold, he'll witch that out of the earth too. The trick lies less in hollowing out the wand or putting in the tiny samples of everything you're not looking for, than in holding it, then, so as to adjust for the extra weight, let George have all Cockfield fell. In America is abundance impossible to reach the end of in one lifetime. Hence, from the mortal point of view, infinite. By the time he might have emigrated at last, Mary Hunter Dixon had grown ill, and in January 73 she passed to a better place. Busy with rebellion, America drew back toward the edges of Dixon's frame, where the shadows gathered. In the meantime, the demand for coal in Britain promising to ascend forever, there seemed to Dixon no reason to abandon too quickly a sure source of work, in order to cross the ocean and settle in a wilderness of uncertainty. American reports that reached him mentioned Shelby's fighting in the West and all the McLeans joining the Virginia militia. By then Dixon had surveyed the park and domains of the Lord Bishop's castle at Bishop Auckland, and the year after that all of Lancaster Common, wilderness enough for him, though no longer is he sent quite as much into panicked incompetence at the Alidade by moorland unenclosed, as if he has found late protection, or at least toleration, from the fell beasts of his younger days. At the plain table, he erases his sketching mistakes with bits of bread he then keeps in a pocket, not wishing to cast them where birds might eat the lead and come to harm. Now and then, only half in play, he will take a folding rule and measure the ever-decreasing distance between the tip of his nose and the paper. For among surveyors 'tis said that by the degree of proximity there betwixt may you tell how long a draftsman has been on the job, and that when his nose at last touches the paper, 'tis time to retire. He continued to postpone the American return, whose mere projection had separated him from Mason, and to recognize more clearly as the days went along that his life had caught up with him and that his death might not be far behind, and that America now would never be more real than his remembrance, which he must take possession of in whatever broken incompleteness or lose forever. I was sure my fate lay in America, nor would I have ever predicted that, like thee, I would swallow the anchor and be claimed again by the life I had left, which I had not after all escaped. Nor can I accurately say 'twas all Meg's doing and the girls', for I was never like thee, never one for duty and so forth, being much more of a flirtatious bastard, thou see. Yet I couldn't leave them again. That was it, really. To leave home, to dare the global waters strange and deep, consort with the highest men of science, and at the end return to exactly the same place, used, broken. Nobody's dream of a life affair. You always wanted to be a soldier, Dixon, but didn't you see that all our way west and back, I and the transits too, were campaigning, geometric as a Prussian cavalry advance, though in the service of a flag whose colours we never saw, and that your behaviour in hostile territory was never less than, likely to be mentioned in dispatches. I'll take it, gratefully. The only hope, I suppose, is if we haven't come home exactly. I mean, if it's not the same, not really. If we might count upon that failure to re-arrive perfectly, to be seen in all the rest of creation. I hope that's not the only hope. They have been nymphing by moonlight in the weir, hoping for sea trout, though finding none. Now, Upon the bankside, Mason and Dixon sit, smoking long white clay pipes, whose stems arch like fishing poles, and bickering about the species eluding them. Dixon seeming to Mason far too eager to lecture, as if having assumed that Mason has never seen a sea trout, which, though true in a narrow sense, doesn't rule out his having felt them once or twice at the bait. "Whilst not as shrewd as the carp," Dixon declares, "yet are they over-endowed with pride, and will have thee know there are things a sea trout simply will not do, such as waste his time upon an insect that dares the flow too briskly, there being too much humiliation for him should he attempt capture and fail." Humiliation before whom, Dixon? Frogs? Grebes? You have discussed this with the sea trout here personally, have you? Perhaps even more than once? "I ken them, sir. I see into their minds. 'Tis how I know that thou must leave aside thy own pride, and learn to feign with thy bait weakness, uncertainty, fatigue." They hear swift footsteps close by, and in a moment behold approaching them, sniffing industriously, a Norfolk terrier, of memorable appearance. "Well, God's periwig," whispers Mason. "'Tis he." "Can't be. What's it been? 15, 16 years? And this one's scarcely a year old. Yet see how he holds his head. Old Fang's way to the Ark second. Yes, it's all right, lad. Come on." The dog, as if not wishing to intrude, waits, tail a thump. "Why, he's the very representation. Might he have been with those strollers lately at the Queen's Head that vanished in the middle of the night? Up and they left him behind." "We'll not insist that ye speak for your supper," offers Mason. "Not at all. Come back with us and we'll see about that, shall we?" The dog accompanies them to Dixon's house, dines unselectively though not gluttonously, and having made amiable acquaintance with the dogs already resident there, stops overnight. "Quite at home to appearance," Mason remarks next morning. "Nay, clearly 'tis thee he fancies." "He's a town dog. He'd much rather stop with you than journey all the way to Sapperton." "Eh, why cannot thou see he can't wait to be back upon the road touring again?" "A modest wager, perhaps?" "We never settled for that great race in Chester Town 10 years ago, 'twixt Salim and Yorick." "Really? Which horse won? Who'd I bet upon?" The dog listens to them for as long as he may before standing, stretching, and trotting away to explore Bishop, nor reappearing till that night round supper-time. "There you are again," Meg Bland stooping to greet him. "I've been making him those fried American cornmeal articles of yours, Jer, to have with his fish. What'll his name be?" "Fang," says Mason. "Learned," says Dixon. The dog ignores both, however, as if his true name is one they must guess. Each day the weather allows, he accompanies Mason and Dixon to the river and watches whilst they fish. He does not venture to speak, indeed only barking once, when Lord O'Frey, an otherwise unremarkable person of middling age, comes down out of the willows and into the water, pretending to be a pike in fierce descent upon the Dace shoals, attempting to send all the fish he may into a panicked stampedo. "Sacrilege where I come from," mutters Mason. "'Tis but Lud's bit of diversion whenever he's above ground. Throw him a chub and he'll be off." As Mason's departure nears, Dixon can see he's growing more and more anxious upon the topic of canine speech. "How then? Coerce him? Shame him?" "Think not." "Yet one would expect, wouldn't one?" The dog, as ever bright-eyed and companionably attending.
"That out of professional obligation, at least."
"Here, Mason. Really?"
All right, all right. Ever so sorry."
Close to dawn, dreaming of America, whose name is something else, and maps of which do not exist, Mason feels a cold nose at his ear. "When ye wake," whispers a youthful South English voice, "I'll have long been out upon the Darlington Road. I am a British dog, and belong to no one, if not to the two of you. The next time you are together, so shall I be. With you." They wake early. The dog has gone. Dixon reports the same nose, the same message. "Did we both dream the same thing?"
"I was awake."
"As certainly was I."
"Then must we see him again?"
"Next year." Chapter 78. Now 'tis very late. Dawn is the next event to consider. Candles have been allowed to burn all the way out. No one has uncorked a bottle in some while. Tenebrae slumbers beneath the canopy of the Chinese sofa, whilst her cousins, sprawled in chairs, are intermittently awake and listening. All seems to them interrupted by enigmata, blown through as by winds it is generally better not to be out in. "What I cannot see to the end of," confesses Euphemia, "is Mason's return to America abruptly, as if, unable to desert his family again. What choice has he this time but to present them with the sudden voyage by sea and carry them all to Philadelphia? Yet what could have brought him here again?
Or else, what frightened him away from Gloucestershire?"
Plague? There was ever plague? The weight of Rebecca's ghost? How, if she were content to have him in Sapperton? Unless
she came at last to wish him gone,
even at the price of knowing they would never be buried together,
as he must also have known.
Yet at the end she could not abide him as he had come to be, and so she turned terrible as she had ever been a shadow's edge away from doing anyway. The fear, the resolve. Poor Mason, he gathered them all with the force of his belief. "Pooh! 'Twas madness." "You have looked upon madness, have you, young Thelma?" "Any Saturday night down at the hospital, sir. A Spanish dollar to the warder purchases you more entertainment than your ribs may bear, my guarantee upon it."
"What? Bedlam in America?
Mind yourself, lad." When the hook of night is well set, and when all the children are at least irretrievably detained within their dreams, slowly into the room begin to walk the black servants, the Indian poor, the Irish runaways, the Chinese sailors, the overflowed from the mad hospital, all unchosen Philadelphia, as if something outside beyond the cold wind has driven them to this extreme of seeking refuge. They bring their scars, their pox-pitted cheeks, their burdens and losses, their feverish eyes, their proud fellowship in a mobility that is to be, whose shape none inside this house may know. Lomax wakes, sweating from a poisoned dream. Euphemia has ascended the back stairs as the former Zab Cherrycoke those in front to slumber. Ethelmer and Depew, Bray and the twins have all vanished back into the innocence of unconsciousness now. Ives is off at his midnight junto, yet Mr. Lespark and the Reverend remain. The room continues to fill up, the dawn not to arrive. And if it all were naught but madmen's sleep, the years we all believed were real and deep, as lives, as sorrows, bearing us each one blindly along our line's relentless run.
"Who was that?"
Lomax Lespark in a stuperously low-level panic.
I know that voice. He's in here.
His brother Wade marvels. Blurry's a bat in this candle-stump flicker.
Damn, how's he do it?
He's supposed to be either in chains or out upon the roads, not in this house. Have a cup, Tim, the Reverend offering his brother-in-law's best surcial. Ever fancied the opening lines to Book 1 myself?
You mean?
The poet nodding in thanks. At Penn's ascension of the Delaware, savages from the banks covertly stare, as at the advent of some puissant prince before whom chaos reigned and order since. Proceeding then to recite the Pennsylvaniad, sotto voce as he wanders the room among the others, the untold others.
Will you be leaving before Christmas, Wicks?
What do I say? Your servant, sir.
I meant that I should welcome your company as your mediation in visiting with Mr. Mason's widow and children, if they are yet in town, though I am damned if I can see how to do it much before Epiphany, there being an alarm clock even next my chamber pot these days. Thanks to the American Society, they are here and cared for. I have heard that Mrs. Mason will return to England with the younger children, whilst William and Dr. Isaac will remain. Then I should like to meet them in particular.
Perhaps I may find a way to help. Brother, you have moments.
Aye,
we call 'em Philadelphia minutes. On entering Mason's rooms at the George Tavern, Franklin is greeted by an odour he knows and would rather not have found. He resists the impulse to take out his watch, ever comforter and scripture to him. He hears children, gathered somewhere in their own rectangle, invisible. Mary stands before a window looking upon an alleyway. What a desperate night it's been! I don't know if he really wants to see you or if it's more of his illness. He sleeps now, but he's dreaming and talking, so I expect he'll be with us soon.
I received his letter, having this year been much vexed, this god-awful disintegration of power. 'Twas only now, but forgive me, Mrs. Mason. I whine.
She sinks with a sideways contraction of her body onto a couch, designed more to encourage the illusions of youth than to console the certainties of age. Outside rackets the traffic of 2nd Street.
Please excuse me if I do not immediately sit. At 80, it requires some advance work, so my sympathies must precede me.
She manages for him a smile, whose muscular cost he can feel in his own face. He leans upon his cane.
We met in times easily as dark as these. We transacted honorably some items of philosophic business. I put him up for fellow in our American Society, though his desires were ever fixed upon the Royal. He wanted them so to want him as a member. We were but colonials, amusing enough in our way, and of course he was touched, yet Philadelphia is not London.
Upon Rebecca's tombstone, he has put F.A.S. after his own name, so it means much to him. I expect you are surprised at, gesturing behind her as a wife might at her house, half apologizing, half welcoming. Yet 'twas overnight. One moment they were at their own table, in from coats and stone walls and mud lanes, the loaf steaming, the dishes going round. The next day, they were all in some kind of great loud wagon bound for Southampton, money they'd had saved.
But why?
I asked him why every day till I saw it was making him worse. We must go to America, that was all he'd say. He has a way of saying America in his father's voice. We must all go together. Is it for leaving William and Dr. Isaac behind all those years ago? I would gladly have remained in England with the children, But at my age, sir, it is a terrible choice. To find and sweep from the last corners of Sapperton and Stroud, from Bisley some pitiful little heap of mercy, or to remain with him and his madness, which grows ever less hopeful, in our utter dependence upon the board of longitude. Praise heaven, a fine choice.
Surely the Royal Society.
Alas, though he has friends there, the Reverend Maskelyne has been truly gentle with Charles, has remained by him ever. Charles believes inflexibly that the Society could not forgive him the letters he wrote them from Plymouth so long ago now, that too many resented him for speaking up then, for daring, from his lower station, to suggest another plan. To speak of the final 7 years between Dixon's death and Mason's is to speculate to uncertain avail. Obituaries mention a long descent, suffering for several years melancholy aberrations of mind. His illness at the end was never stipulated. Yet 'tis possible after all down here to die of melancholy. He had returned to his earthly father, yet never reconciled. In his will, Charles forgave Mason the price of the loaf he'd taken every day for his table, and that was all. Mason had married again, and become the father of 5 more boys and a girl, yet he never put Rebecca to earth, though she herself, to appearance, might at last sigh, relax, and move on, one would think, with old Mowbray come to rest where he'd started out from. It is the way journeymen become masters, and the ingenuous wise. It is a musical piece returning to its tonic home. Nothing more would be expected of him now than some quiet coda. His efforts at refining the longitude tables of Mayer avoided any risk of looking into the real sky, as if, against his father's wishes, having once studied the stars, now too late, he were renouncing them. Though he got out under the heavens every now and then, sometimes alone, usually with children along, for whom he adjusted oculars and screws and peered only rarely, gingerly, starward. As Rebecca withdrew into silence, eventually complete, Mason's melancholy deepened. If she was no longer to be found in Sapperton, if he insisted that her silence be rejection and not contentment, that may have helped push him away back to America. Whatever it was, his despair by then was greater than Mary had ever seen or could account for. "I thought I knew him a little. Children all over the place. Charlie bent over his logarithms all night. A new stomach onset arriving with each post." Dr. Isaac had had his father back for 10 years, yet still he relied upon Willie to help him along, as his older brother had ever done, coming to accept it as naturally as the day. "He will never speak of her," Willie said once, "nor will Aunt Hester much." "They ought to, you know. It isn't fair. It's as if they're ashamed of her for something. Grandfather, when he is displeased with me, says that I heard him. He should never have said that. And he said I was named after the doctor who lost her. That Dad hated me that much. He wanted it always on me like a notch upon a pig's ear." "Grandfather is a sour and beggarly old fool. You were named for Newton, whom Dad admires greatly." Neither has ever denied the other his direct gaze. "Who told you to was a Newton?" Doc keeps on, finally quivering, resolute. "Aunt Hetty." "On your oath, Will?" "Ask her." I did. Mindful as ever, she went on as, "The name may have come up, who knows? Your father talks unendingly, but I can't recall much of anything he said. So now I really shall have to take your sworn word, Willie. I hope you do understand how serious this is." "How should I ever lie to you? 'Tis I, remember me, the taller one." Without considering, Doc reaches up,
for the hand that is not there, finding his brother's shoulder instead, which will have to do. When news reached Mason that Dixon had died, he went about for the rest of the day as if himself stricken. "I'd meant to see him this summer," he repeated over and over. At last, "I must go up there."
"I'll go with you," offered Dr. Isaac.
"The boy works for his bread," the elder Mason growled. "He's not a man of science. Leave him be."
"Hire a weaver for a sennight. There are plenty of them to choose from. I'll pay ye back any sum it loses ye."
"With what? Stardust?"
Presently, curses ringing in their ears, Mason and his son were out upon the north road together, bundled against the cold, stopping in at every tavern upon the way. Mason, for some reason, found himself unable to stop looking at Doc, recalling that the lad had never been out of these hills nor even down to Oxford. Out on the road like this, he seemed suddenly no longer a child. They stopped overnight in Birmingham and again in York. They ate and drank with wagoners and fugitives and commercial travellers. As they lie side by side in bed, Mason finds he cannot refrain from telling his son bedtime stories about Dixon.
"He was ever seeking to feel something he'd hitherto not felt. In Philadelphia, he was fascinated by Dr. Franklin's Leyden jar, as with the doctor's curious history cheerfully admitted to of self-electrocution thereby, on more occasions than he can now remember. Here's the luminer of the lab,
leading the surveyors among globes of glass, insulators of porcelain, a miniature forge, a magnetizing station, gear trains of lignum vitae, an engine out of which protrudes a great crank, bench-tops strewn with lenses, lamps, alembics, retorts, condensers, coils. At length, to a squatly inelegant, wide-mouthed vessel in a dark corner of the workroom.
3-inch sparks from this contrivance are routine, and when ye hook a line of 'em up, sin cascade. Well, many's the time I found myself out upon the pavement, no memory of removal from where I'd been, and a hole in the brick wall between about my size and shape. Here now, just take hold of this terminal."
Mason, aghast of course, and not about to touch any terminal, withdraws, upon the pretext of business with Dr. Franklin's assistant, a gnome-like stranger named Ingvar, whose unsettling grin and reluctance to speak provoke from Mason increasingly desperate monologue, whilst for his part, Dixon is eagerly hastening to handle all the apparatus he can find that might have electric fluid running through it.
"Aye, that was a good one. And here, what's this, with the 3 great springs coming out?" "Ah, yes, 2 go in the ears, thus, and the other with this Y adapter into your nostrils. There we are. Now then."
"Basta! Basta!" Ingvar scuttling near.
"Not now, Ingvar, unless of course you'd like to assist in a little spark-length calibration."
"Aye, no, master."
"There now, Ingvar, 'tis but a couple of toes. Calloused quite well, I see. More than enough to withstand the electric tension. Try not to squirm, there's a good fellow."
"It tickles."
"Fine with me, as Howard says to Howard. Only please try not to kick that switch to the main battery, lest Mr. Dixon—" "Oh, dear. Ingvar, what did I just say?"
So forcefully that his cue-tie breaks with a loud snap. Dixon's hair springs erect, each strand a right line pointing outward along a perfect radius from the centre of his head. What might be called a smile is yet asymmetric and a drool. His eyeballs upon inspection are seen to rotate in opposite senses and at differing speeds. Releasing Ingvar, who makes himself scarce, Franklin opens the switch at last, and Dixon staggers to a settee.
"Sir," the doctor in some concern, "I trust you've not been inconvenienced unduly."
"Suppose I use tin-foil," Dixon upon his back replies, "instead of silver. How many of these jars should I need to reproduce that effect?" Next morning at breakfast, Doc is curious to know, "Did you ever cast his horoscope?"
"Quite early on, though I never told him. His natal moon in Aquarius, and in Leo, the sign of his birth, he's blessed with a stellium of Mercury, Venus, and Mars, Mars being also conjunct his sun, though both are regrettably squared Jupiter and Saturn. Is bred, that is ever by the sweat of his brow, so did it prove to be, yet vis martis enough, and more for the journey. He may have done my oro on the sly, for all I know. Rum thing not to know of someone, isn't it? But he knew how to cast a chart, and had the current year's ephemeris by memory. Damn, he knew his astronomy, though I teased him with it now and then.
Meant to bring you to see him one day.
He's heard enough about you."
"You spoke of me?"
"You, Willie, the babies. We talked about our children. He had 2 girls. Young women, I should say."
"And you were open—"
"Who? What?
"Do you take me for a village busybody such as your Aunt Hetty?" "2 sons," explains Doc. 2 daughters, and a father wishing as fathers do to be a grandfather."
"Sure of that?"
"Mason Dixon grandbabies." He risks casting at his father a direct look of provocation that Mason finds he may no more flinch from than answer to. For the next hours, then, neither speaks more than he must, at ease for the first time together with the silence of the day. 'Twas what Dixon ever wished from him, to proceed quietly. "I thought if ever I did this," Doc tells his father later out upon the road, "'twould be alone, and headed the other way, to London."
"You're like me. At your age I couldn't wait to be out of the Vale."
"Why'd you ever come back?"
"You were here, and Will, and your mother."
Doc flashes him a thoughtful look. "You never speak of her." Here they are fallen upon the drumhead of the day. "'Tis 20 years. Perhaps I've passed beyond the need to. But then—" Mason sees the struggle the lad is having between going on and keeping silence.
"Of course. We must speak of her. Whatever you wish to know of her, I shall try."
"It doesn't have to be right away." Snow is nearly upon them, and night soon to descend. Shelter has not so far presented itself. At the last of the daylight, providentially, at the edge of York, they smell wood smoke with a sensible fat component, and follow their noses to the Merry Ghosts, which is in fact a haunted inn, as the apple trees planted too close to it testify, growing directly away from the structure as far as their roots will permit, often at quite unstable angles.
"Not promising,"
mutters Mason. "What choice?" As they step into the busy saloon, all, to the wiping of mouths, falls dead silent. Faces gathered in a circle about a duck lanthorn and a heap of stolen purses look up in varying degrees of annoyance. A gigantic and misanthropic tapster comes out of the shadows.
"Private party tonight, gents."
"Where's the next inn?" Mason is about to inquire when Doc speaks up.
"Here then, coves, 'tis Mason and Mason, high tobers of Greenwich, rambling Bearwood, and Zoot Cheroot says me early and late, or 'tis be wary of the frigidary for the gloke that quiddles. Oh, and pints for all, that's if we may."
"We?" inquires Mason. The tapster withdraws. The bitter flows.
Those staring resume business. Mason and Doc find a corner where they may pretend themselves confederates upon the Toby, plotting deeds dark enough to allow them to be left in peace. "'Tis a ring," explains Doc. "They're dividing up the day's spoils. Later we'll see the night brigade come on." "How do you know all this?" "Read about it in Ghastly Fop. 'Tis a weekly now, did you know?" "I didn't." "The coach brings it to Stroud." Round the footpad's table perplexity rules. "What did he say?" asks the Brum kiddie. "Is that London canting?" "Close a gob," he is advised. "You're too young yet." "But what's it mean?" the kiddie persists. "Here's what you do, kid. Just go over there and ask 'em what they said." Mason and Mason get an identifiable joint for supper and the best room upstairs to sleep in. "They'll murder us in our sleep," suggests Mason. "We're not going to sleep." By and large, Doc is correct. The traffic in front, as back in the courtyard of the Merry Ghosts, is prodigious and unceasing. Confidence is at best dangerous to hear as screamed heedlessly back and forth all night. "I thought it was supposed to be haunted," Mason objects. "How can anyone tell in this tohu vabohu?" Unless... Doc looks out the window. Among all the roarings, whistles, wheel rumbling, and low song, there is not a visible soul below. The snow is falling now. Mason sits by the window waiting for traces of these outspoken spirits to show up against the white descent. At some point, invisible across the room, Dr. Isaac will ask, quietly, evenly, "When did you and she meet? How young were you?" At Bishop, they'd learned that Dixon had been buried in back of the Quaker meeting house in Staindrop. Dr. Isaac stayed with his father step for step. At the grave, which by Quaker custom was unmarked, Mason beseeched what dismally little he knew of God to help Dixon through. The grass was long and beaded with earlier rain. A cat emerged from it and stared for a long time, appearing to know them. "Dad?" Doc had taken his arm. For an instant, unexpectedly, Mason saw the little boy, who, having worried about storms at sea, as beasts in the forest, came running each time to make sure his father had returned safely, whose gift of ministering to others Mason was never able to see, let alone accept, in his blind grieving, his queasiness of soul before a life and a death, his refusal to touch the baby, though 'twas not possible to blame him. The boy he had gone to the other side of the globe to avoid was looking at him now with nothing in his face but concern for his father. "Oh, son." He shook his head. He didn't continue. "It's your mate," Dr. Isaac assured him. "It's what happens when your mate dies." Solitude grew upon him despite his nominal return to the social web work. Neighbours near and far, including owners of textile mills he would once never have spat upon, believing him versed in every philosophic art, kept bringing him repair jobs. The work-shed grew cluttered with shafts and weft forks, pern winders and pistons, silk reels and boiler gauges. Scents of lavender, wild roses, and kitchen smoke passed in and out with bees and wasps through the unmortared walls, pierced everywhere with bright openings to the sunlit garden outside and the abiding day. Mason might be found sitting at a pine table bowed over a curious mirror. The beings who visited had names and titles and signs of recognition. Often they would approach through number, logarithms, the manipulation of numbers and letters emerging as it were from among the symbols. His principal income in those years came from pen and paper work,
laborious, pre-mechanical, his only instrument a set of logarithmic tables, reducing and perfecting Mayer's solar and lunar data. These formed the basis of the Nautical Almanac, which Maskelyne edited and in whose introduction the AR was generous in acknowledging Mason's work. Mason came to believe that through Taurian persistence he had refined the values to well within an error that entitled him to the £5,000 prize offered by the Board of Longitude. But enemies succeeded in reducing it to an offer of £750, which he refused upon principle, though Mary at the news withdrew in dismay. Did he now include among his enemies Maskelyne? The AR had shared with Mason his delight over the new planet. He had taken it for a comet, wishing Mr. Herschel joy of his great accomplishment. Suddenly, the family of planets had a new member, though previously observed by Bradley, Halley, Flamsteed, Lemonnier, the Chinese, the Arabs, everyone it seemed, yet attended to by none of them. 'Twas impossible to find an astronomer in the kingdom who was not wandering about in that epoch beaming like a booby over the unforeseen enlargement of his realm of study. Yet to Mason was it purgatory, some anti-penultimate blow? What four inklings of the dark forces of overthrow that assaulted his own mind came visiting? Small, stinging presences darting in from the periphery of his senses to whisper, to bite, to inject venoms. Beings from the new planet. Infesting. Mason has seen in the glass, unexpectedly, something beyond simple reflection, outside of the world. A procession of luminous phantoms carrying bowls, bones, incense, drums, their attention directed to nothing he may imagine, belonging to unknown purposes, flowing by thick as eels, pauselessly for how long before or after his interception he could never know. There may be found within the malodorous grotto of the selves a conscious denial of all that reason holds true, something that knows, unarguably as it knows flesh is sooner or later meat, that there are beings who are not wise, or spiritually advanced, or indeed capable of human kindness, but ever and implacably cruel, hiding, haunting, waiting, known only to the blood-scented deserts of the night. And any who see them out of disguise are instantly pursued, and none escape, however long and fruitful be the years till the shadow creeps across the sill-plate. Its advent, how mute. Spheres of darkness, darkness impure, plexities of honour and sin we may never clearly sight. For when we venture near, they fall silent. Murdering must be silent, by potions and spells, by summonings from beyond the horizons of spirits who dwell a little over the line between the day and its annihilation, between the numbered and the unimagined, between common safety and ruin ever solitary. The Royal Society by then had divided into men of science, such as Maskelyne and Mr. Hutton, and macaronis, such as Henry Cavendish and Mr. Joseph Banks, a dispute culminating for Maskelyne with his own set of enemies at the instant he found his name absent from the list of Royal Society Council members for 1783 to 84, and had an excursion into vertigo unsought. At this cusp of vulnerability, Mason, with the exquisiteness of a picador, launched his dart. At the Mitre, of all places, amid pipe fumes and the muffled ring of pewter upon oak, they ended up waving half-eaten chops in lieu of pointed fingers. From an innocent discussion of the great meteor of the summer previous, they abruptly surrendered to earthly spite.
If they our souls fall into earth becoming incarnate, then 'tis of moment which point of the zodiac they appear to radiate from. Like most of them that night, this had its radiant in Perseus, if that's any help to you.
Mason mimicking the preacherly rise and fall.
Perseus owned the most baleful Elgol, the Ghoul's Star, when upon its meridian directly above New York, the American Sodom, the star that others name Lilith or Satan's or Medusa's head, would the soul I seek emerge and fall from a region so attainted? Never. You know that very well, you little viper. What have you ever lost?
Even Munn, who loved a brisk punch-up as well as the next truculent sot, now chose rather to pull his brother away, first to another table, and presently out the door and on to another tavern altogether.
"You'll not dismiss me again?" cried Mason. "I failed to see hatred for what it was. Believing you but a long-winded fool, ever attempted to buy my regard with gifts in your power."
"I may have prized your good opinion," Maskelyne in that meek tone Mason knew promised to stab unannounced, striking instead.
"Why should it matter to you? Certainly not out of respect for the better astronomer."
"'Twas plain recompense, no more than that. Schehallien, which you rejected. Day labour for the Bee of El, without which your family should have starved. All in my humble gratitude for being allowed once to approach Bradley."
"Better we'd starved, for you came closer than you ought. The worse for him."
"An usurper? Is that what you make of me? Must I now be slain? Can you never get beyond it?"
"No need to slay a man who isn't there."
Maskelyne understood that Mason meant not there upon the Royal Society Council. His parsonical scowl dropped from forehead to eyes, as we clench our faces sometimes against sentiment. No records survive, however, of when Neville Maskelyne did or did not weep. What he did do now was turn away from Mason, and for the first time and the last time not turn back to face him. The last Mason saw of him was the back of his wig. The next year, after several dramatic votes and skirmishes, though not all that many stick-enhanced injuries, everyone in the Royal Society ended most frightful chums, and Maskelyne was back on the council, remaining so thereafter, year upon year, till his passing. Mason struggles to wake. He arises, glides to the door, and emerges from an ordinary modern house in one of the plainest cities on earth, to find ascending before him one single dark extended petroglyph, a town-enclosed hillside upon which lie the all but undamaged remains of an ancient city, late Roman or early Italian temples and public buildings in taupes and browns, Lombardy poplars of a green very dark. There is writing on some of the structures, but Mason cannot read it, does not yet know it is writing. Perhaps when night has fallen, he will be able to look up, to question the sky. "I think he's waking." She is up and abustle, the children secreting themselves in corners, older ones shepherding younger ones to nearby rooms. Mary beckons Franklin in. Mason is gone grey. Metallic whiskers sprout from his face. Even his eyelashes are grizzled. Franklin is surprised to find that Mason has lost his squint, that as the years have passed, his face has been able somehow to enter the ease of a symmetry it must ever have sought, once he abandoned the night sky and took refuge indoors from the day.
"I trust you will soon be out of this bed, sir." "Whilst I'm of use," Mason says, "they shan't seek my dissolution. Not in the thick of this dispute over the Bradley obs, so-called. These being, many of them, my own. No one wants to repeat what went on between Newton and Flamsteed, excepting perhaps one of Kabbalistic turn, who believes those arrays of numerals to be the magical text that will deliver him to immortality, or suspects that Bradley found something, something as important as the aberration, but more ominous. Something France may not have or not right away, and Jesuits must not learn of ever. Something so useful and deadly that rather than publish his suspicions, or even reduce the data any further, Bradley simply left them as an exercise for anyone strongly enough interested. And what could that be? What phantom shape, implicit in the figures? Ah, you old quizzer. Franklin tries to beam, Mason continuing to regard him, not pleading, but as if it didn't matter much what Franklin thinks. "'Tis a construction," Mason weakly. "A great single engine the size of a continent. I have all the proofs you may require. Not all the connections are made yet. That's why some of it is still invisible. Day by day the pioneers and surveyors go on. More points are being tied in, and soon become invisible as above. New stars are recorded and named and placed in almanacs. You've found it, have ye? This certainly isn't that curious design with the trifling cost that you sent me along with your letter. Sir, you have encountered deists before, and know that our Bible is nature, wherein the Pentateuch is the sky. I have found there, written every night in astral gematria, messages of great urgency to our time, and to your continent, sir. Now to be your own as well. May an old continental hope, sir." Mary looks in. "Well,